backward. I mean to say that the individual of the multitude who, during part of his time, labors for the benefit of the sovereign, recognizes him, I mean to say that he recognizes himself in the sovereign. The individual of the multitude no longer sees in the sovereign the object that he must first of all be in his eyes, but rather the subject. To be sure, the same is generally true of his fellows, especially those from the same community. But in a privileged way, for him the sovereign is the inner experience, the profound truth, to which a share of his effort is allotted, that share which he allots to others than himself. In a sense, the sovereign is the intermediary between one individual and the others. But from the others, from his fellows, he expected a labor equal to his. As soon as the others had a spokesman, by whom they were represented, the spokesman of the others was such to the extent that he represented their inner selves, not the members who labor, who are analogous to inert things, to subordinate instruments. It must be inevitable, humanly, that a man will give his fellows the feeling of being there for the others, in whose place he can speak, in whose place he can replace y. This is not always connected with language, since what matters for the privileged man is to never be placed, with respect to others, in the situation of the object with respect to the subject who is its end and whom it serves. The individual of a multitude cannot in fact see one of their number as the one who represents the others if he is, even for a moment, subordinate to one of them, if he is not, on the contrary, for the others as a whole what the subject is for the object. Thus, the sovereign doesn't labor, but consumes rather the product of the other's labor. The share of this product that is not necessary to the subsistence of the object that the man who produces is for the time being, is the share of the subject that the sovereign is. The sovereign restores to the primacy of the present the surplus share of production, acquired to the extent that men submitted to the primacy of the future. The sovereign, epitomizing the sub-ECT, is the one by whom and for whom the moment, the miraculous moment, is the ocean into which the streams of labor disappear. He over and spends festively for himself and for others alike that which the labor of all has accumulated. 3. What the sovereign wants for the one who recognizes him. What I am saying is perhaps poorly supported, far removed from a reality that is neither simple nor pure. But the inner experience that guides me obliges me to maintain the autonomy of this representation with regard to the precise historical data that ethnography, for example, studies. If there is an element that we grasp from within, it has to be sovereignty, even if it is a question, not of the sovereignty toward which we personally tend, but of which we bestow on royal personages, in a way that often seems indefensible. 16 Such an experience doubtless has no meaning apart from the objective givens with which it is connected, but we need to understand those givens themselves in light of that experience, without which they would not even have been given. Such conditions of experience appear to us objectively, as production, the surplus share and the share necessary for subsistence, but when the present time is operative, even if I speak of objects, of the consumed products on which it bears, those objects are destroyed, consumed, and the preference granted to the moment corresponds to contempt for the objective world. I can still approach the moment from other angles, but it never refers back to anything other than the world of the subject. I admit that in that respect I have spoken of it vaguely, from what I put forward there doesn't remain anything I can grasp, but this is precisely the point that I wanted to reach. My thought loses its point of support if objects cease to obsess me, if my interest in destroying them at once prevails over the consideration I had for them, over the anxiousness I had to acquire them, over the seriousness they possess by themselves. At that moment, I still consider objects, but in the legiht of that inner truth where they are no longer anything but the occasion of a subjective play. My thought then passes from one world to the other, from the objective one where it constructs itself to the subjective one where it is undone, but in the time it takes to come undone, before it is completely undone, I can still externalize its content. Thus, I could write, the sovereign restores to the primacy of the present the surplus share of production, acquired to the extent that men submitted to the primacy of the future. If I could do so, it is because in myself I had distinguished the moment when, the primacy of the future no longer being operative, I behaved as I feel that, in his way, the sovereign behaves. These behaviors, these states of mind are communicable, and sovereignty is an institution, because it is not for AGN to the masses, because the state of mind of the sovereign, of the subject, is subjectively communicated to those for whom he is the sovereign. Subjectivity is never the object of discursive knowledge, except obliquely, but it is communicated from subject to subject through a sensible, emotional contact. It is communicated in this way in laughter, in tears, in the commotion of the festival. In laughter there is not one object that independently determines the same effects in the different laughters. The objective working of the mechanism can perhaps be grasped, but what is missing from it is the subjectivity of the laughter, which is not expressible discursively, but in which the laugher sense an unforeseen, astonishing transparency from one to the other, as if the same laugh gave rise to a single inner torrent. The emotion designated by the word sovereignty is glimpsed as a contagious subjectivity, like an intimate tidal wave sweeping through the crowd, less commonly than laughter is. But, on the one hand, I experience this emotion separately when I have a strong sensation of my subjectivity, which appears to me in a Meyer-Laus way, at the end of thought sequences that ordinarily rivet me to objects, and on the other hand, in the thrill of a crowd on the mere and us appearance of a king I recognize the same sensation, less intense in each one of those who form the crowd, at the same time more intense because of the immensity of the crowd that reverberates it, what must be exclaimed. Each time is one able, yet there it jays. What appears each time is in fact the subject, always unexpected, relief the he and ness that the world of utility imposes on us, of the tasks in which the world of objects mires us down. I cannot at the outset specify the relations and differences between the various qualities of emotion I have spoken of, emotions connected with laughter, tears, the festival, the feeling of sovereignty. Moreover, within the limits of this theoretical introduction I can merely suggest a representation that was made possible, ultimately, by a recurrence of the emotions described and the connections that associate them with the particular realities that are brought into play each time. But I needed first to speak of what made the institution of sovereignty possible and even easily borne. That man who assumes in the eyes of each participant of a community the value of the accursed can do so, as I said, insofar as he sins the subjectivity of the others. That presupposes the communication from subject to subject of which I speak, in which of are the intermediaries, but only if they are, in the operation, reduced to insignificance, if they are desuet as oaks. This is the case with the sovereign, who at first is the distinct object of the one who sees him not just as the man he is but as the sovereign. If I see a passerby in the street, I can regard him as a distinct object, to which I am completely indifferent, but I can, if I wish, regard him as this is true if I deny in him, at least in part, the objective character of an ordinary passerby, which is what I do if, suddenly, I think of him as a behavior, no longer seeing anything in him but the sub and ct, with whom I am 3t communicate, no longer considering as foreign anything that concerns him sub j and ely. In a sense, brother denotes a distinct object, but in fact this object bears within it the negation of that which defines it as an object. It is an object for me, it is not me, it is not the subject that I am, but if I say that he is my brother, this is in order to be asked that he ate that so t that one am. Consequently, I negate the relation of subject to object that appeared to me at first, and my negation defines, between my brother and me, the relation of subject to subject, which doesn't cancel but transcends the first relation. Sometimes the word brother denotes a blood tie, objectively definable, conveying the negation of that which distinguishes, the affirmation of likeness, sometimes a tie between beings of the same nature, hence between every man and himself. I single out this last meaning, because I intend to contrast it with that of the word sovereign, which would refer, if I personally had a sovereign, not to the object I would be for the sovereign, but rather to the subject the sovereign would be for me. As I said, the subject in the first instance is myself, and in the first instance the sovereign is an object for me. But to the extent that I labor in the service of others, whom the sovereign represents, I am not a subject but an object of the one or the ones for whom I labor. I am still a subject, but only when the labor is finished. Moreover, I treat myself as an object, laboring in my own service. I am a subject again if, for the sake of the present moment, I deny in myself the primacy of the moment to come, but just as sometimes I regard as an object the one I was when I labored, bound to serve the subject I am then, the sovereign regards me as an object insofar as I produce what is at his disposal. He knows that I have not really stopped being a subject, but I am no longer entirely a subject because I labor, and not only for myself but for others and thereby for the sovereign who represents them. I am a subject only in a sense. I can't easily rediscover the unforeseen appearance which is that of integral subjectivity, which nothing bends and which the servitude of effort does not mire down. That capricious, deeply sacred, appearance would no longer be available to me in principle had my labor not at least protected the sovereign from that misery. In principle, as a result of my labor, the sovereign, if he desires, can live in the moment. What matters, moreover, is not that he desires this, but that he is capable of it and that, being capable, he manifests that capability. From the first, the sovereign is this locus of contradiction, embodying the subject, he is its external aspect. But this is not entirely true. Essentially, sovereignty is revealed internally, only an interior communication really manifests its presence. I would prefer that the scheme did not depend closely on particular realities, but I can't fail to point out that often the king's person is so deeply sacred that it is dangerous to touch what he himself touches. 7. What is sacred, what is dangerous is crudel why held to be internal, having basically no meaning but inwardness. But the sovereign is nonetheless objective ly determined by the exercise of sovereignty, his subjectivity is never expressed except in crude terms, and even though it alone has a meaning, the means used to reach that meaning are crude as well, they are external means. But, in a sense, this is only apparently true. AP parental why it is the anno inting, the regalia of royal why, the royal prohibitions and the royal splendor that not only distinguish the king as such, but make him what he is. The Jewish king is the Lord's anno int. But what the king is has nothing to do with the connections of causes and effects. If the king is the Lord's anno int, it is the Lord and not men, insofar as they have those connections at their disposal. Who has determined this? The Lord, he who in the mind of those who name him is located outside the created world, who does not depend on anything, who, above the king who represents him, is the only true sovereign. Similarly, the Eucharist is not the spiritual blessing the Church says it is, owing to the fact that the prescribed words have been murmured. The subjective will of Christ, which nothing objectively determines, is what gives the words of an ordained priest the power to change the objective reality of the bread into the subjective presence of God. Moreover, the need not to leave the royal truth open to an outside determination was felt so strongly that selection of the sovereign usually depended on a factor that fate provided in advance, and for which the utilization of means could not be substituted, such as blood lineage. The subterfuge was crude because, at the beginning of the dynasties, it seems that only an external means could have established the difference between the first sovereign and other men. But the utilization of means may not have had the meaning that objective thought suggests. The qualities that the first sovereign had to display did not in principle resemble those of today's statesman or military leader, who always intervene from the outside in order to change the determinations of the objective world for the benefit of their supporters. He was obliged to evince qualities of a subjective kind. He needed to place himself, with respect to others, in the relation of subject to object, of the human being relative to the rest of the world, to animals, to things. Doubtless, this was not so simple as it seems to us, and moreover, the equivalence of subject/object and matanimal was not so easily established. But what he had to manifest on the outside was an inner truth. He was in the position of the prophets or saints prov. their divine character by miracles through which the external efficaciousness of subjective sanctity appears. For recognition of the sovereignty of others, personal rank in the hierarchy and function, or the fundamental difference between religion and royalty, the possibility that any man has of perceiving his inner truth in others, and the difficulty he has in perceiving it in himself, account for the disarming aspect of sovereignty. In the first place, it is not so easy to abdicate in favor of others. If the multitudes freely did so, if they repeated the experience endlessly, this was never without a personal reservation. Each one strove to be more like the sovereign than anyone else was, more like the one who embodied the possibilities of being's infinite wealth. The sovereign surrounded himself with a court where the light that emanated from him shone directly on those who came nearest him. A man might be placed by birth on the verge of that supreme dignity which only one person could assume. From degree to degree, the claim was less and less justified, but it had a good chance of being more legitimate than that of someone else. What wasn't given by birth might be provided by the resourcefulness of ambition, by intrigue, or by merit. By being spent, money itself ensured the possibility of one's resembling the sovereign. Through the possession of wealth a man escapes the insufficiency of means, which, placing one in the power of necessity, gives one a subordinate look in this world. Insofar as we cannot claim in this world to no longer depend on anyone, we try in some way to receive at least a reflection of that absolute magnificence that properly belongs only to the man whose sovereignty depends on himself alone. Within the bounds of Christianity, there was a violation of this principle. The sovereign was at least answerable to God. But around the king it was a matter of who would outdo his friends, so as to appear in the light that royalty radiated. Ordinarily, the royal splendor does not radiate in solitude. The multitude's recognition, without which the king is nothing, implies a recognition of the greatest men, of those who might aspire on their own account to the recognition of others. But the king, who would not have absolute magnificence if he was not recognized by the greatest men, must recognize the latter as such. Sovereign magnificence always has the appearance of an orderly arrangement that it assumes in the courts. Whether priestly or royal, the dignities always compose a hierarchy in which the various functions form ranks that, ascending from one to the other, in some way support that supreme dignity which, surpassing them all, alone possesses the fullness of being. But we have to say, on the other hand, that in this way being is always manifested to us in the degradation of ranks, usually tied to functions. Inevitably, the function is degrading. Anyone who takes it on labors, and is therefore servile. The theme of the stupendous comedy with which we have entertained ourselves since the beginning of history appears in this formula. In that comedy of splendor, mankind strove miserably to escape from misery. Indeed, the splendor has this very purpose, it reveals the miserable character of work, but claims while revealing it to rise above it, to escape its laws. The difficulty begins with the degradation of ranks, which substitutes a division of labor, be it the least servile division of labor, for the sovereign moment's violent negation. Ultimately, the division does not spare the king himself, and the kingship, once a priesthood, is itself no longer anything more than a function, the least degrading one no doubt, but a function nonetheless. It would be incorrect to say that royalty did not attain the splendor to which it aspired, and that it was never anything but the miring down of splendor. Royalty was, in one and the same movement, splendor and a miring down. A considerable emphasis was placed on magnificence, but it was never able to lift itself out of the mud. We need to ascertain what being became for its own sake in these meanders. The mediocrity of the royal forms is undeniable. It stands out when one compares them to the religious forms. The fact is that religion opened up what real power closed off. It is difficult to be clear about this because the principles merge together, royalty is religious and religion is royal, but royalty took on the function that religion did not. To the extent that the sovereignty that every man possesses, unless he renounces it for the benefit of another, became, once the multitude had in fact renounced it, the prerogative of one man, this latter accepted it almost inevitably as a political responsibility. Apparently, At first it was officials who assumed it. But the king and his officials 19 formed an interdependent ensemble. The king radiated the splendor without which the officials would not have had the power inherent in their office. The officials derived from their effective activity that share of sovereignty that emanated from them finally, so that if the king had been, as he often was, a victim destined for sacrifice, sovereignty would still have been mired in the functions that it made possible, and which already gave a secondary luster, but a luster nonetheless, to those who carried them out. Difficulties of the same kind are encountered in the relations of religion and magic. Religion, which was not radically different from effective magic, except insofar as it considered the entire community and not the interest of individuals, itself became mired in the world of things. But the religious forms that remained separate from the royal institution were not, like the latter, heavily encumbered by the burden of power. Royalty operated the division of the sacred and the profane essentially in space. The royal dinidwi cut itself off from the multitude, into which rank, which depended on a greater or lesser proximity, introduced a spatial hierarchy where delusion, mendacity, and obsequiousness prevailed. Religion in the restricted sense also deployed the separations that it effected in space. It defined enclosures and it ordained sacred persons. But the differences it commanded in this way did not depend as much as in the royal order on the part played by the things themselves, functions, intrigue, force. Moreover, the religious distribution was carried out essentially in time. The religious principle, insofar as religion contrasts with the royal forms, derives from the need of ordinary humanity to give profane activity a substantial share of its time. Even though religion consecrates persons, it does not necessarily have all their time at its disposal. And if someone religiously gives the whole share to the sacred, in principle this is because he has chosen to do so, at the age when choice is possible, for, choice is given only in time, but rank is in space. Rank depends on birth, which is a spatial difference, on merit, which is established by action on things, whose outcome is ordered in space, on force, which, insofar as it statically bestows rank, is itself a content of space. Thus, religion involves that which is never given statically, that which gets decided. The royal order is itself sovereign, it is manifested in the moment preferred to the speculation of labor, but the royal moment would, if it were possible, be frozen in regular forms. The caprice on which it is based changes itself into majesty. Religion itself is contained, the capricious impulses that carry it are kept in check. It also derives from the temptation to seize the moment, acceding to it in the way we accede to things, but it is not necessarily bound by that external reality of the thing, which sovereign power has at its disposal. The king no longer can lose himself of his own accord, he has become responsible for the life and welfare of the others. The king and his officials stand in the midst of a sacred world like a dazzling facade that shelters diverse competing interests, some of which are unavowed, others unavowable. Gazing at this facade, we can experience the miraculous fulguration of the moment, but the squalid reality of the order of things is what the light prevents one from seeing. The inner experience of these complex forms is given to us in two ways. First, a part of our inner experience corresponds to that ground from which the external forms emerge in community life. Second, the action of our personal being is made up of the same movement of vainglory and dissimulation, of the confusion of the moment and the thing, as the action of beings in general. 5. Revolution. It is hardly worth saying that so contestable a system is especially contestable for the one who doesn't benefit from the advantages of the sovereign nor from those of rank. The sovereign and the dignitaries cease to provide him the benefits of the subject. He could, if he submitted, receive his subjective truth from them, seeing in the king and his entourage an image of the splendor to which in his heart of hearts he has not ceased to aspire. But he tells himself, this splendor is false. He is not wrong by much, and what it conceals is the exploitation of poor wretches like me. This time he is completely right. He refuses to continue the traditional slide that enables one to mistake for the others a magnificent personage surrounded by privileged individuals whom he has wrapped in his magnificence. The most easily perceived deception is that of the privileged attendants who do not dazzle like the king and whose exact aions are obvious. But the only true rebellion begins at the moment when the king's person is at issue, when the man of the multitude decides no longer to transfer to another, whoever this may be, the share of sovereignty that is his due. It is only at this moment that he assumes in himself alone, the full truth of the subject. Thus, Albert Camus is justified in setting out, as a statement of principle, the formula, I rebel, therefore I am. The truth of the I itself is in question when we cease to subordinate ourselves, but the rebellion does not begin when we rebel. When the sovereign himself refused to fully accept the prohibitions on which society is based, when he took it upon himself to transgress them in some way, on behalf of his followers, the rebellion had begun, and the sovereign could say on behalf of the others, I have refused to submit, therefore I am. This reservation is more serious than it appears. The rebel is defined by the categorical no he opposes to the world of sovereignty as a whole. But what if, in this burst of negation, the rebellion, the subject itself, that inner truth that suddenly dawns at sovereign moments, were itself negated? 6. The Marquis de Sade, or the sovereign rebellion. I cannot omit at this point to introduce the views that are connected with the position of a singular man, the Marquis de Sade, who by birth received a share of the sovereign magnificence, but who nonetheless pushed rebellion to its extreme consequences. In speaking of this figure, about whom I can say what Voltaire said about God, that if he had not existed he would have had to be invented, it is difficult to avoid misunderstandings. Moreover, it was because of misunderstandings that his outbursts of temper were associated with the revolutionary convulsion of his time. This grand seigneur told himself with good reason that we should have command of ourselves and free access to the world, otherwise we are dupes or we are servile. His mistake was doubtless in imagining we can choose to consider the others as being external to us, so that they can never count for us except absurdly, or because of the fear we have of them or the advantage we hope to gain from them. Thus, we might kill or torture those others, who are nothing to us, whenever a pleasure would result. It is a gross mistake in this sense. We can choose to regard another, a few or even many others, in this way, but my being is never myself alone, it is always myself and my fellow beings. Even if my fellow beings change, if I exclude from their number this one whom I regarded as such, if to him I add that one whom I regarded as external, I speak and so I am, the being within myself is, outside myself as I am within myself. Consequently, to have ourselves and the world at our disposal has at least this limitation, that if not the world a part of the beings it contains is not entirely separate from us. The world is not, as Sade tended to represent it, made up of myself and things. But the idea he formed of rebellion is nevertheless at the limit of the possible. If it involves contradictions, these do not deprive it of its meaning. Sade called the abolition of the monarchic order a crime. Consequently, the throng of revolutionaries were partners in crime, each revolutionary was the other's accomplice, and because each one had taken part in crime he was bound to continue in crime. The society of criminals must devote itself to crime. Each citizen could attain the supreme pleasure by killing and by torturing. We know that Sade coupled the abolition of the death penalty to this freedom of crime. He maintained that the coldness of the law cannot justify a killing, which would be justified only by the passion of the criminal, which at least has transported him outside himself. I can put this singular way of thinking in different terms. Killing is a transgression of the prohibition of murder. In its essence, transgression is a sacred act. Legal killing is profane and as such inadmissible. I will now use this terminology, which is personal to me, in a sense, to convey Sade's thought as a whole. The man who stopped seeing his own subjective truth in the king, who meant to find it in himself, found it, as essentially the king had found it, only in crime. If he has found it, this is through the killing of the king, but if he abandons crime he submits in advance, if not to the king, whom he has killed, then to that power which, in the name of the king, limited the freedom of anyone who did not I have the sovereign prerogative, and which, the king being dead, limits the freedom of all men. This fundamental truth is schematic. The king's sovereign freedom has little to do with the unlimited crimes of the monsters spawned by the imagination of the author of Juliet. Just think of those moments of lustful butchery when the crimes that their joy wrung from them mingled with their vomitings. The principle is the same, however, sovereignty being the negation of prohibition. Actually, the cruel monstrosities of Sata have only one meaning: their excessiveness brings out this principle. The only thing that matters in my view is to show how the rebellion stumbled. The rebel refused to transfer to another the sovereignty that was his, but as Sata felt it and paradoxically expressed it, he was not able to keep to the path he went down. He liquidated that royal subjectivity that imposed itself on him and deprived him of his own subjectivity, but he was not able to regain for his own part that of which the king's glory had deprived him. As far as monarchic society is concerned, he was only an object, but nothing was changed in republican society, except that in front of him there was no longer a subject whose sovereign character seemed to be the sole cause of his limitation. In a society that has done away with institutional sovereignty, personal sovereignty is not given, for all that. Even the man who fought to abolish that which oppressed him, which reduced him to the level of gs, must still by some stroke or other recapture that of which oppression had deprived him. What is more, he has lost what the monarchic society at least had, a rather complete representation of the human being, such that this being could not allow himself to be confused with things, reduced to objectivity. 7. Sovereignty with no hold on anything, or poetry. The foregoing is doubtless a gross simplification. The world is always richer than language, especially if we extract a momentarily recognizable perspective from an immense disorder. Language then impoverishes reality, and it must do so, otherwise we could not glimpse what is not visible to begin with. But I endeavor in this way to describe a common and communicable inner experience, which reaches precisely that sovereign subject which feudal society so clearly failed to reach, and that rebellion all too often missed by following the paths that I have traced out. The miraculous openings, through which we are suddenly inundated by light, are always close to these emergent perspectives. At least we can, in the deep darkness, in the darkness of the intelligible, arrange appearances in such a way that they cease to close the wall of objectivity around our vapidity. It was not chance that opened in front of us, in that wall, the breach that Sata's imagination saw there. Indeed, the breaches in that wall are imaginary, only the stones that raise it up are real. They are things, but the reality of things is not deep, it is basically superficial, and above all it is important to show that the wall it confronts us with, while it is impassable, faces in every which way. What once seemed to close the wall was due to the ponderousness that tended to make sovereignty into a thing. At all events, the wall became closed in the eyes of the one who was not deceived by the magnificence that the king and the priests commanded. He was right to proclaim their mendacity and to combat them. But the past did not lie in the way he believed. In truth, it lied only insofar as, in its ponderousness, it represented as a thing that which in principle could not be won. It did this in two ways: in the ponderousness of a thought that was powerless to free itself, and in the ponderousness of the material profits derived by those who used, like a screen, the splendors whose meaning lay in not being used. I would now like to end this quick overview, my introduction, focused not on the object of study, which is taken up, rightly, by the history of religions, but on a problem, which is nothing less, for the mind, than a Turing-Gearment. I think I have adequately accounted for the impossibility of grasping sovereignty as an object. I spoke a moment ago of mendacity. In a sense, I am pursuing the rationalist critique, speaking of the lies of the past. But in those lies I have placed the only truth that counts, in my view, and in that of all men who have not been alienated by the SE*FTHNS. In those lies. But not in those alone. Also in the lies of all those who sought or who will seek what I seek. Sovereignty is nothing, and I have tried to say how clumsy, but inevitable, it was to make a thing of it. I refer now to the opening of art, which always lies but without deceiving those whom it seduces. Once again, it was not chance that, in his Bastille room 20 reduced Sada to the imaginary. In the world of fallen sovereignty, only the imagination has sovereign moments available to it. The domain of eroticism, limited by the relative solitude of rooms, is itself profoundly imaginary. Eroticism seems at first to delude the mind less than the imagination of art, and so what it opposed to the tradition of sovereign individuals was less insubstantial. Is there anything more dreadful than those figures raised by Sada's imagination against that of a divine majesty that the kings embodied? It was precisely by rising to the level of this dreadfulness, by recognizing in the work of Sada the extravagant standard of poetry, that the modern movement was able to bring art out of the subordination in which it almost always had been left by artists in the service of the kings and the priests. But nowadays the modern movement is relatively sluggish, and its first burst of energy was mixed with a tiresome braggadocio. The antecedents it appeals to have more meaning than it does. It often seems to me that art gained by serving a system that was organized by the greater or lesser miring down of bygone sovereignty. In this way, it avoided the trap of vanity, which substitutes a ludicrous, more degrading mirren down for the heavy solemnity of times past. But I will never forget the dreadful moment when modern art denounced servitude, the least servitude, and claimed the dreadful legacy of the fallen sovereigns. Those who spoke in its name were perhaps only fleetingly aware of an imbol to which they dedicated their words. They deluded themselves in turn, asserting rights, privileges, without realizing that the least protest addressed to those who represented things placed them in the line of the privileged ones of the past. Whoever speaks on behalf of a sovereign art places himself outside a real domain on which he has no hold, against which he is without any rights. The artist is nothing in the world of things, and if he demands a place there, even if this only consisted in the right to speak or in the more modest right to eat, he follows in the wake of those who believed that sovereignty could, without being surrendered, have a hold on the world of things. His business is to seduce. Everything is risked if he cannot seduce the spokesman of that world. It only remains for him to be silent, and he must never regret the time when sovereignty subordinated itself to things by attempting to subordinate them. It is not his business to know whether the spokesmen are qualified. Point 21. Sovereignty, feudal society, and communism. ONE. What is the meaning of communism? One, sovereignty. In the perspectives generated by the communist upheaval, I intend to consider the problems of sovereignty in the present world. In former times these problems were posed in the general consciousness, directly. But present-day humanity fancies that it is detached from those old concerns, which it preserves perhaps, but without ever thinking about them. Present-day humanity has the communist horizon before it. And we may say that, on the whole, what once seemed sovereign has become inadmissible, unworthy of other considerations, depending on the case, than the archaeologist's curiosity or the uncomprehending struggle aimed at complete destruction. If we consider things in general, we have to say of the universe where the life of man in all places aspired, naively, to sovereign forms, that it made a clean sweep of the past. Today, sovereignty is no longer alive except in the perspectives of communism. It is only insofar as the convulsions of communism lends life to it that sovereignty takes on a vital meaning in our eyes. Hence I will not seek the meaning of sovereignty directly, but rather that of communism, which is its most active contradiction. To begin with, communism is the counter-movement, it is the repercussion that drew its strength from sovereignty only to overthrow it, and that owed its effectiveness to the opposition that sovereignty gave rise to. Communism is also that vast world where what is sovereign must come back to life, in new forms perhaps, but perhaps in the most ordinary form. At all events, it would be hard to justify looking elsewhere than in these cloudy perspectives for aspects of sovereignty that vitally affect men limited by the present time. To difficulty and timeliness of knowing what communism ultimately means in today's world, nothing is more familiar than communism everywhere in the world. Communism has commanded attention as a fact or as a possibility of first importance. There are few human beings left who don't have some idea of it, sometimes associated with hatred, sometimes with devotion, more rarely with indifference. Everyone agrees on one point: it involves a contestation of private property, especially with respect to the means of production, the industrial enterprises above all. No one disputes this. But if it's a matter of the role of this extraordinary movement, of its place in the history of humanity, the disagreement doesn't confine itself to the usual opposition of adherents and opponents. At the behest of their leaders, not only do the adherents stick to the principle of practical truth, of effective truth, which is tied at the same time to the propaganda value and to the result, but they suppress the part of the truth that detracts from the propaganda. They affirm in the course of purge trials whatever they have deemed necessary for the condemnation of those political friends of theirs who are no longer in agreement with them. These practices are not new, they have always been inherent in political action, but since this action in their case is justified by an ideology, that is, by a rigorous positing of truths, a great malaise emerges from the attitude of the communist leaders. This malaise, by definition, does not have a paralyzing influence in the domain of efficacy, but it slowly withdraws the reality of communism from the free play of human thought, which becomes inconceivable if it is no longer accessible to all and sundry. Inevitably, these considerations are regarded by adherents as being inopportune and hostile. But if the communist action succeeds, that is, if the revolution that has begun absorbs the world and finishes its tasks, they will be found in the end in much the same form as one have given. In fact, let us take as an example the differences between the history of the revolutionary events that was written when Lenin was alive and the one that the Stalinist apparatus dictated 15 years later. We have the choice of two things: either we will pass, as Marx expressed the hope that we would, from the world of necessity to that of freedom, in which case it would be easy to explain these changes by the need, later no longer the case, that forced Stalin to modify the historical role of those opposed to him, or finished communism will still be a world of necessity, something that an orthodox supporter cannot grant any more than, in his conscience, he can disregard the role of Trotsky in 1917. Of course, militant intellectuals call these kinds of questions post-revolutionary, but that amounts to saying that the concern to understand communism is itself a post-revolutionary concern. Today, when the fate of the revolution is at stake, the point is not to understand the world, but to change it. Be that as it may, a communist should not be surprised if someday the desire to understand appears as the consequence of an action in which, in practice, in some degree, the actors are required to consider understanding as secondary, and untimely. In actual fact, the lack of interest in understanding communism evinced by practical all non-communists and the involvement of militants in a cohort acting almost without debate, according to directives in which the whole game is not known, have made communism a reality that is foreign, as it were, to the world of reflection. To a large extent, the action is carried forward in darkness. Those who know its hidden design had to give up the idea of making their knowledge available to others, and assuming that an intense work left them the time to define the most general aspects of their game, they would not be able to freely communicate them. It is likely that no one today could even attempt to do what Lenin did within the limits of his power. In any case, Lenin knew only the dawn of the endless day in which the revolutionary experience continues, and his successors have not given proof of an intellectual genius equal to his. Even those whom opposition freed from the necessity of cloak and game in silence, even during the period when they had the benefit of external information, ultimately demonstrated the growing powerlessness of reflection tied to the concern for action, of which the concern for criticizing action is only a variant. After Lenin's death, Trotsky was the most brilliant of the communist theoreticians, but his luminous insight's and the accuracy of some of his forecasts don't alter the fact that the events he comments on staggered him. Even if the value of the theoretician is connected with the final defeat of the leader of the game, this would merely point up the superiority of practitioners over theoreticians, measured against events that never cease to outstrip those who live through them, the innate quackwhy of Trotsky's theories would be unchanged. 3. Difference between the original Marxist view and the current view. I cannot develop here a new interpretation of communism recalling Hegel's reflection on the recent revolutionary events, such as 7. He phenomenology of mind set forth in 1806. I will merely submit some preliminary thoughts. They are connected with Stalin's death and are a response to that death's invitation to look back on the life of a man who loomed large. 2. From the outset it must be said of Stalin that he gave communism its unexpected form. If one wishes to judge communism, it is necessary to begin by noting the differences between the development that Marx forecast and the facts subsequent to that development. Actually, it is accepted practice to emphasize these differences for the purpose of denigration. That seems rather simple-minded to me. Today history's main divergence from Marx is evident. For Marxism, the socialist revolution would respond to the situation that obtained in countries having achieved the highest industrial development. The standard of living of the proletarians of these countries could not be seriously improved so long as the revolution had not smashed the framework of capitalist society. The industrially underdeveloped countries, which have kept the forms of feudal society, were ripe for bourgeois revolution, not for socialist revolution. But in the most advanced countries, wage earners' standard of living improved significantly. Consequently, revolutionary activity in those countries was ineffective or nil. Socialist revolutions, carried out by the militants who quoted Marx as their authority, succeeded in countries with an agrarian or feudal social structure, and peasants had a decisive part in them. The events in China have given definition to this unforeseen and paradoxical turn. For Stalin's views prior to 1917, this aspect of modern revolutions is well known, but it is curious to see the influence that the belief in the impossibility of such developments once had. Isaac Deutscher's work has the great merit of giving in connection with Stalin's politics, the details of a revolutionary activity whose actual results were different from what they were represented as being by those who achieved them. Deutscher says it with a remarkable clarity: there was not one of them who had not at first seen a measure of absurdity in the political direction that the political revolution was eventually to take. The subject matter of Stalin is the life of a political man who finally opted for socialism in one country, who made the Russian Communist Party the agent of industrial investment. To appreciate the paradoxical character of this position adopted by Stalin, one must go back to the political climate of the first years of the century. In that period the young Georgian militant followed Lenin faithfully. It was taken for granted, says Deutscher, that the armed insurrection would result in the setting up of a provisional revolutionary government. 3. But Russia was not ripe for socialism, and, therefore, the provisional revolutionary government would not be a proletarian dictatorship. Nor would it be a parliamentary government, since this was not possible in the middle of a revolution. Lenin's label for the provisional government was a democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and the peasantry. That cumbrous and self-contradictory formula was never clearly explained either by its author or his disciples, although it was the basis of all Bolshevik propaganda from 1905 till 1917. Point 4. According to Stalin, in 1905, these were the tasks of the provisional revolutionary government: it would disarm the dark forces of the counter-revolution, it would lead in the civil war, it would then convene a constituent assembly, issuing from a general election. Between the emergence of the revolutionary government, deriving its power from no constitutional source, and the convocation of the constituent assembly, the government would decree a series of radical reforms, none of which would go beyond the limits of bourgeois democracy. The reforms would include the proclamation of the freedom of the press and of assembly, the abolition of indirect taxes, the imposition of a progressive tax on profit and of progressive death duties, the setting up of revolutionary peasant committees to take charge of land reform, the separation of church and state, the 8 hours working day, the introduction of social services and labor exchanges, and so on. Altogether the program was much more moderate than that was to be adopted later by the moderate Labour government in Britain. For Russia, it spelt a thoroughgoing upheaval. 5. Stalin, adds Deutscher, argued that the program just outlined could be put into operation only by an alliance of the socialist working class with the individualistic peasantry, because the urban liberal middle class would not support the revolution. ILE realized that in the long run the working class and the peasantry were pursuing different aims, and that eventually their interests and policies were likely to clash. But the clash would arise only if and when the socialists attempted to overthrow capitalism, and this was not the task of the revolution in Russia. Thus, the democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry was to be purely democratic because in its program there was not an ounce of socialism proper. Point 6. Oddly, Trotsky, although he had thrown in with the Mensheviks, but for reasons of party organization, was at the time the only socialist who believed that a victorious revolution in Russia was bound to lead to proletarian dictatorship and to socialism. We know that from February to April 1917 Stalin, who was part of the Bolshevik Central Committee since 1912, had control of Bolshevik policy in St. Petersburg. During this period he adhered to that program with which Lenin was formerly in full agreement. But Lenin, in April, was able to go to the capital, where he immediately assumed the leadership of the movement. When he delivered the speech that would define the new Bolshevik policy, asserting that the revolution was entering a socialist phase, that the banks should be combined into a single national bank, that industry could not be socialized immediately, but that production and distribution should be placed under the control of the workers, those who heard him were taken aback. A non-Bolshevik writer, who by chance was present at the conference, described later the impact of Lenin's words, "I shall never forget that thunder-like speech, startling and amazing not only to 1. me, a heretic accidentally present there, but also to the faithful, all of them. One assert that nobody there had expected anything of the 1. kind. It seemed as if all the elements and the spirit of universal 1. destruction had risen from their lairs, knowing neither barriers nor doubts, nor personal difficulties nor personal considerations, to hover through the banquet chambers of Kashisinskaya, above the heads of the bewitched disciples. This shows how firmly established was the Marxist principle of socialist revolution resulting from the accentuated development of capitalist industry, and how far the Marxists of 1917, whether hard or soft, were from admitting this disarming possibility, a socialist revolution that would begin with Russia and continue in China. As a matter of fact, Lenin himself, coming around to the thesis that Trotsky has defended as early as 1905, so that the earliest disciples exclaimed, "That's Trotskyism, not Leninism," did not believe any more than Trotsky did in the possibility of a socialist revolution limited to a society emerging from the feudal stage. Lenin and Trotsky believed revolution was near in all of Western Europe, and they didn't think that the construction of socialism in Russia would go very far without the help of the victorious proletariat of the advanced countries. Only cooperation on a global scale would enable the working class organization of production to experience a complete development. Lenin till 1921 and Trotsky till the failure of the German Revolution in 1923 lived with their eyes fastened on the western horizon, waiting for the conflagration that would herald salvation, the extension of proletarian dictatorship to its chosen domain. But the industrial world remained unshaken. The proletarian movement, if we exclude the revolutions from above of the European East, was not to win a significant victory up to the present time, save in China. 5. Stalin after 1917 and the Stalinist perspective after 1917, Stalin, as he was wont to do, realigned himself with Lenin. However, among the communist leaders he represented an anti-Western tendency, which revealed itself long before he decided in favor of socialism in one country. He expressed himself as early as July in terms that show his clear awareness of the situation of the advanced industrial countries as well as a basic orientation. "You cannot rule out the possibility," he said to an opponent, "that precisely Russia will be the country that paves the way to socialism. The base of the revolution is broader in Russia than in Western Europe, where the proletariat stands alone against the bourgeoisie. With us the working class is supported by the poor peasantry. In Germany the apparatus of state power works with incomparably greater efficiency. We ought to discard the obsolete idea that only Europe can show us the way. There exists a dogmatic Marxism and a creative one. I am opting for the latter. Point 8. At this time, trying that he wrote at the beginning of the year that Stalin did not yet expound the idea of socialism in one country, the view that Russia by herself, in isolation from the rest of the world, could build to the end the edifice of socialism. Only 7 or 8 years later would he formulate that view jointly with Bukharin and against Trotsky. But already now there was a stronger emphasis in his words on Russia's peculiar socialist mission than either in Trotsky's or in Lenin. Perhaps there was also a keener awareness of the seemingly insurmountable obstacle that a proletarian movement meets in countries where the feudal chains are broken, in countries where the peasantry possesses most of the cultivated land, an isolation of interests that, at the decisive moments, the cleverest propaganda can't disguise. As Deutscher makes clear, the difference between Stalin and the others was barely perceptible. Stalin did not commit himself to socialism in one country until later. And even then he was careful to affirm the fictitious belief in the Corning General Revolution, despite its unlikelihood. All one can say is that, in addition to his aversion to Europe, his practitioner's realism and his distrust of dogmatic positions made him the right man to lead a revolution whose course must necessarily turn aside from the paths that theory had laid out for it. In 1924 Stalin was alone, abandoned to the misery of an immense backward country in which the peasants no longer had to send to the cities the money from the income of the big landowners, without it being possible yet for the cities to pay with manufactured objects for all the necessary agricultural products. He reflected on the impossibility of defending the Russian soil without substantially increasing the industrial resources. But he was still so imbued with the traditional Marxist doc. The overthrow of the power of the bourgeoisie and establishment of the power of the proletariat in one country does not yet mean that the complete victory of socialism has been ensured. The principal task of socialism, the organization of socialist production, has still to be fulfilled. Can this task be fulfilled without the joint efforts of the proletarians in several advanced countries? To overthrow the bourgeoisie the efforts of one country are sufficient. This is proved by the history of our revolution. For the final victory of socialism, for the organization of socialist production, the efforts of one country, particularly of a peasant country like Russia, are insufficient. For that, the efforts of the proletarians of several advanced countries are required. Point 10. Finally, in the autumn, he first formulated his ideas on socialism in one country. Soon, belief in socialism in one country was to become the supreme test of loyalty to party and state. L2. But to begin with, it was a secondary point, put forward by Stalin almost casually. For many months, until the summer of the next year, none of Stalin's rivals, neither the other triumvirs nor Trotsky, thought the point worth arguing. Moreover, in itself the formula didn't have the value we might be tempted to attribute to it. It didn't entail an industrial policy different from the one advocated by Trotsky. Trotsky had, since the end of the Civil War, urged the Politburo to begin gearing up the administration for planned economy, and in those early days he first sketched out the ideas that were later to be embodied in the 5-year plans. L3. The formula Merrill Y had a great practical value. No one could have asked the working world to furnish the necessary effort and then add, but, needless to say, the efforts of a single country are insufficient. At least the popular imagination demanded prospects contrary to those which Marx's teaching had defined. 6. The doctrine of socialism in one country has long been official. In our day, it is a basic truth whose value has been proved by practice. But, in this case, while the theory and the experiment met with success, there were few consequences. Stalin himself did not draw the lesson from it. Deutscher says of him that he reached his formula gropingly, discovering, as it were, a new continent, while he believed himself sailing for quite a different place. L4. That is true as far as it goes, but one must also understand that Stalin and his crew conferred the name of the Indies on America. If the lesson of Russia had taken effect, it would have become easy to see in China a revolutionary situation of the first order. In the case of Stalin it was the contrary that occurred. Stalin backed Chiang Kai-shek because he didn't believe in the possibilities of the Chinese communists. He advocated a compromise formula analogous to the one he had recommended, up to 1917, for an agrarian country like Russia. The business had regrettable consequences. Chiang turned against those who had supported him and crushed them. Yet Stalin was later to oppose an agreement between the Communists and the Social Democrats of Germany, which was the only thing that might have countered the rise of National Socialism. The working world still seemed to have the only potential for overthrow. A movement of reaction did not cause alarm. The strange theory of social fascism, lumping socialists together with Nazis in the same vituperation, made sense only in connection with the communist upsurge, natural in a highly industrialized nation. On the revolutionary chessboard, China appeared all the more insignificant because the Communist Party of the cities, led in 1925 by Li Lisan, had gradually transformed itself, at the prompting of Mao Zedong, into a Communist Party of the fields, into a vast agrarian guerrilla movement. Nothing could be more paradoxical, and, above all, nothing could be less important from the point of view of that Marxism which Mao took as his basis nonetheless. No doubt this explains the fact that after the war Stalin, decidedly closed to the prospects of a communist movement whose privileged domain would be agrarian and feudal society, and not the industrially advanced countries, negotiated in August 1945 with this same Chiang Kai-shek who in 1927 had massacred his communist friends, and who was then preparing to destroy the armies of Mao Zedong. Citing James Burns, Deutscher tells us moreover that at Potsdam, a little earlier, he had gone so far as to disavow the Chinese communists opposed to Chiang Kai-shek and to say that the Kuomintang was the only political force capable of ruling China. 7. Communism limited to the destruction of feudal forms. I don't intend to dwell on errors. Undoubtedly, the German policy at the time of Hitler's coming to power aided the Chinese policy up to the eve of Mao Zedong's success represent the weak parts of Stalin's policies. Stalin nonetheless holds, in Deutscher's words, the foremost place among all those rulers who, through the ages, were engaged in building up Russia's power. Which it must be added that his action tended to mix the interests of Russia with those of communism. My object is situated opposite to these individual controversies. I wish to emphasize here that Stalin's action gave communism an unexpected form, that of a movement whose chosen terrain is found in agrarian, industrially backward countries with a juridical structure that is more or less feudal. Stalin did not draw the lesson from this in a clear way, but on the day of his death he left a world in which, because of his calculations or in spite of them, he had helped communism to take on this meaning. But in itself this first proposition has only a superficial value. The only thing that matters is that communism, for the poor QJ countries, is the only means of bringing about that industrial revolution which the rich countries accomplished long ago. As Deutscher points out, the essential work of Stalin inevitably calls to mind that period of intense primitive accumulation in England whose excesses and cruelties Karl Marx described in the last chapter of Volume 1 of Capital. The analogies, says Deutscher, are as numerous as they are striking. L7. He goes on to say that Marx gave an account of the first violent processes by which one social class accumulated in its hands the means of production, while other classes were being deprived of their land and means of livelihood and reduced to the status of wage earners. The process which, in the 30s, took place in Russia might be called the primitive accumulation of socialism in one country. Marx described the enclosures and clearings by which the landlords and manufacturers of England expropriated the yeomanry, the class of independent peasants. A parallel to these enclosures is found in a Soviet law, on which Stalin reported to the 16th Congress, a law which allowed the collective farms to enclose or round off their lands so that it should comprise a continuous area. In this way the individual farmers were either compelled to join the collective farms or were virtually expropriated. Marx recalls the bloody discipline by which the free peasants of England were made into wage labourers, the disgraceful action of the state which employed the police to accelerate the accumulation of capital by increasing the degree of exploitation of labour. I don't intend to pass judgment on a revolution that was the doing of Stalin himself. I believe that it was just as much the result of the development of events as the English Industrial Revolution. Deutscher deserves credit for having made this development visible. It is certain that the revolution demanded cruel measures, but without cruelty would the same measures have been effective? It is apparent from the foregoing that all accumulation is cruel, all renunciation of the present for the sake of the future is cruel. The Russian bourgeoisie not having accumulated, the Russian proletariat had to do it. And the Chinese proletariat will have to do likewise. We shall see that the accumulation of resources with a view to industry falls upon the proletariat whenever the bourgeoisie is not able to do anything, and that the new role of the proletariat calls for changes that Marx couldn't have foreseen, changes that seem destined not to be easy ones, but whose extraordinary consequences ought to again determine the relations of force. 2. The collapse of feudal societies and the great revolutions. The limit of lucidity derived from action. The communists, who thrive on the tension and contained violence of action, are, avowedly, obliged to make little allowance for the capricious and oblique course of history, which reaches the goal via BE paths. Not that they cannot themselves take it down such paths. Thus, in 1939 they engaged in a fight to the death against Hitlerism over Poland. But in this case they can't speak. And when they act while passionately giving their reasons, they aren't apt to recall the difference between the language of the revolutionaries of 1893, for example, and the change in the relations of production that occurred in the background, discreetly, far from the angry voices of the popular tribune. It is true that they think, along with Marx, that they have taken account of the real changes that are in play. I'm not saying they are mistaken, but history sometimes goes astray, and those who precede it with a confident commentary don't always keep in mind the successions of errors by which the most judicious men went astray. Even if, in the end, history were to justify thought, it would not do so without having given silent and painful lessons to those who presume to define its raison d'être and its end. So that the man of action, who meant to command history, if he were attentive, would see that another, who doesn't act, who waits, may in a sense be ridiculous, but takes the consequences of the event more seriously. The one who waits without acting disregards those immediate ends that never have all the importance, nor the exact importance, which action bestows on them. It may be, in short, that today it is once again possible, and even appropriate, to see what action prevents one from seeing. Others say, what if no one acted? As if it were inadmissible that a man might avoid the deafening crowd and try to see better and farther than those who bark and bay. What is coming is never easily recognized by those who see mainly what they wish to see. Would what is coming be commensurate with ready-made ideas, with ideas formed at a time when no one would have imagined? And what sort of monstrous, dreadful, and at the same time the craven, flat thin we were going to become? I don't know if it is reasonable to propose a radiant future to tomorrow's humanity, but we would do well not to close our eyes to a truth that in part the fight for a radiant future keeps one from seeing. We will be able to distinguish the present shape of this truth, whose effects cannot yet be known, only if we are not obliged to get ourselves approved by the masses. 2. Revolution considered as the subversion of sovereign power. This way of thinking implies, needless to say, value judgments different from those of Marxism. Moreover, it calls for a critique of those judgments. Now this critique, it seems to me, might be derived first of all from the unexpected forms that present-day communism assumed. We have seen what was paradoxical about the development of communism beginning with Russia and China. These countries, with an analogous social structure, both had at the outset a mainly agrarian economy. Their undeveloped industry was based in large part on forage and capital. According to the perspectives of Marxism, both of these countries, which, given their immensity and their isolation, formed a veritable world apart, appeared open only to the developments of a bourgeois revolution. They were not ripe, so it seemed, for a proletarian revolution. Indeed, Stalin, who before 1933 had not allowed even a temporary alliance of the German Communist Party with social democracy, despite the disastrous experience of 1927 in China, still gave his support in 1945 to the Kuomintang, alone capable of transforming an essentially agrarian country. Stalin was not prepared to recognize, and he died without recognizing, the affinity of the communist revolution with countries with a feudal structure. The possibility of a communist revolution in Germany seemed to him, in 1933, to outweigh the risk of Hitlerism, but the unseasonableness of such a revolution in China, in 1945, led him to support Chiang Kai-shek. I cannot help but insist on these aspects. I wish to stress, against both classical and present-day Marxism, the connection of all the great modern revolutions, from the English and the French onward, with a feudal order that is breaking down. There have never been any great revolutions that have struck down an established bourgeois domination. All those that overthrew a regime started with a revolt motivated by the sovereignty that is implied in feudal society. We have a poor understanding of the initial role of sovereignty in the decisive political crises. Generally, we consider the institutions of the past, from the materialist point of view, if not as alluring curiosities then as realities alien to what we are. We don't take them seriously, for themselves, except when it is a matter of the most remote times or of archaic societies, with which, to see what its splendor signified, humanity would never take on that limpid and irrefutable SNR appearance which is that of sovereignty. Versailles is the symbol of the order that the bourgeois and proletarian revolutions meant to abolish. The great revolutions of both types had as their purpose the abolition of the feudal order, of which sovereignty is the meaning, and of which Versailles gave the universal form. I would like to speak of this less vaguely, but I wanted to use a familiar symbol of the sovereign order without delay. Of course, sovereignty, in a practical sense, the use of resources for non-productive ends, cannot be given as the goal of history. I even maintain the contrary, that if history has some goal, sovereignty cannot be that goal, and further, that sovereignty CCLD not have anything to do with that goal, except insofar as it would differ therefrom. That goal is perhaps, on the contrary, classless society. Classless society is at least the direction that history has taken in our time. Obscurely still, the vast majority of men are ceasing to consent to the existence of privileged classes. Apparently, the point toward which we are converging, drawn by a gravity analogous to that of flowing water, is undifferentiated humanity. In his last piece of writing, Stalin, who evokes the struggle of his party for the people's radiant future, speaks earnestly of the abolition of the antithesis between town and country, and between mental and physical labor, and elimination of the distinctions between them. L9. How better to formulate the fluvial movement that must slowly, inevitably, mingle all our waters at the same level. But not only would it be useless to go against, he current, it is desirable, would but any doubt, that the differences obliterated, it is desirable that a true equality be established, a true non-differentiation. And, as Stalin shows in the same publication 20, this demands the utilization of new means. But while it is possible that, in the future, men will concern, our relations are the most distant. But I want to make an effort, on the contrary, taking these institutions seriously, to show what the transition from societies based on the requirements that sovereignty satisfied to societies of the modern type signifies for us. Thus, I will try to show the meaning of what we have suppressed without being sufficiently aware of what we were doing. As the exposition of volume I suggests, in the feudal world there was a preference for a sovereign use, for an unproductive use, of wealth. The preference of the bourgeois world was reserved, quite on the contrary, for accumulation. The sense of value that predominated in the bourgeoisie caused the richest men to devote their resources to the installation of workshops, factories or mines. The feudal world erected churches, castles, palaces, whose purpose was to enable. The bourgeois works satisfied the desire to multiply the means of production. An immense project, the construction of views, is perhaps the most notable form, although in human terms it may not be the richest, that was given to the principle of a now existence dedicated to the scorn of useful activity. Just imagine, in this day and age, an effort as spectacular as that of Danskray Mondragon, for example, whose sole result, whose sole profit, would be that yearly maintenance budget which was doubtless to finally make the revolution inevitable. I don't mean to suggest that the revolution was wrong in its opposition to Versailles. But neither do I see any reason to regard Versailles as an aberration and not to seek its meaning. An exigency remains within us of which the bourgeois attitude is the denial. Versailles is doubtless a distorted, even detestable, expression of that exigency, but it nonetheless affords the opportunity to clearly distinguish the focus of attraction around which the world has revolved up to our time. Versailles is far from being the only example of such a focus, but for anyone who would refuse themselves less and less with their difference from others, that doesn't mean they will cease to concern themselves with what is sovereign. What is sovereign stands in opposition to what is bourgeois, or servile, just as the enjoyment of production is in opposition to accumulation, that is, to the production of the means of production. Indeed, perhaps it is finally possible to show that sovereignty, being generally the condition of each human, is neither anachronistic nor insignificant. And that having played the leading role in the history of revolutions, it still raises a discrete but crucial question at the end of a debate burdened with this double excessiveness, the rampant acceleration of technical progress and the militarized organization of revolutionary tension. 3 Feudality, 1 Property and sovereignty revolutions, 1 asserted, have occurred in societies of the feudal type, in which the use of wealth was not yet reserved for the accumulation of productive forces. Marxists have acquired the habit of designating by the name of feudality rather diverse social states which at times it would seem logical to name differently. Conventional historians have preferred in many cases the terms royalty, monarchy, empire. They have reserved the term feudal for society of the Occidental Middle Ages, or for societies that seem close to this model, like ancient China, or like Japan prior to the recent industrialization. Here I will only add one reason to those that led Marx and Engels to give the name feudal to all juridical structures previous to societies of bourgeois predominance, to structures characterized by an economic life based on the agricultural domain, a social life based on the eminence of landowners. Personal the feudal world does not seem to me to designate only landed property, which may still be held by bourgeois proprietors investing part of their fortune in land. It seems to refer essentially to a regime implying at least a certain degree of sovereignty on the part of the owner. I cannot overlook the fact that for a good many minds schooled in pedestrian ideas of economy, the word sovereign, insofar as it denotes a form akin to the sacred, is scarcely intelligible. It refers to an archaic state of things whose arbitrariness seems fundamental to them. In their eyes, this state of things had no meaning apart from the naked self-interest of those who profited from it. This conception is justified by the existence of a source of income that is not based on labor. But might there not be a share of income which, in principle, would not come from labor? If the income from a piece of landed property were the product of the owner's labor, of the labor connected with stock breeding and, a fortiori, of field labor, there would be no sovereignty on the part of the owner. The point is that labor is the exact opposite of the sovereign attitude. For Hegel, in an aspect of this doctrine that was at the origin of Marx's, labor is the action of the man who, rather than die free, chose to live in servitude. 21 That doesn't mean that a definitive downfall is connected with labor. On the contrary, Hegel clearly saw that only labor will produce the consummate man, and that, of necessity, the consummate man labors. But irrespective of Hegel's thought, I insist on one point: our sovereign moments, when nothing matters except what is there, what is sensible and captivating in the present, are antithetical to the attention to the future and to the calculations without which there would be no labor. Thus, landed property, feudal property, implies sovereignty of the owner only insofar as it frees him from labor. 22. Feudality, to the use of the surplus. Except for hunt-and-g, which was never considered to be work, and even to a certain extent stock breeding, less closely tied to the pursuit of profit than farming. 23. The sovereign enjoyment of the ground presupposes laborers in the service of the owner. But in spite of the oppression usual connected with ownership of the ground for the purpose of enjoyment, it is impossible to overlook the fact that sovereignty is man's primordial condition, his basic condition. If voluntary labor seems to limit this condition, and if violently imposed labor changes it into its opposite, into slavery, sovereignty is nonetheless inviolable. The sovereignty of a human being, of any human being, subsists even from the most servile point of view. Moreover, labor, which is its negation, can never annihilate sovereignty, because in time and over a large enough territory labor always produces more than is necessary for those provisions without which it could not continue, and the accumulation can never be total. There is always something left over and, when all is said and done, it is the surplus that falls to the landed proprietor. Oppression deprives the slave of his share of the surplus, but it is still because there exists a surplus that the owner benefits from a share of the sovereignty which is possible in the world. Economically, the sovereign attitude is exemplified by the use of the surplus for non-productive ends. The ground is the sign and equivalent of the seasonal surplus, of what man receives, not without labor, but beyond his labor, beyond, more exactly, the provisions necessary to the worker for the production of his labor. The fact that an organized authority allots the surplus share to someone other than the cultivator can be viewed as one wishes, but the connection of sovereignty with the possession of the ground has a precise meaning. We can picture, in a backward country, a group of lands that are exploited to capacity. Starting from there, the possible accumulation is nil or negligible. The same is not true of the industrial plants of an advanced country. Their ownership does not oblige but induces one to accumulate. Hence, landed property and sovereignty are historically linked. Ordinarily, it is true, this link seems itself to be directly tied to the manpower that is exploited by the owners. But sovereignty, which did not depend on the ownership of the ground, but which often entailed it, is even less the result of slavery. The slavery that accompanies it as a general rule enriched the forms of sovereignty, but slavery was not its precondition. Sovereignty comes first. 5. Feudality. 3. Concentration in a single individual of the right to use the surplus. The sovereignty of the one who compels a defenseless fellow human being to labor is obviously different from that initial sovereignty that must have been, in the equality of the clan members, that of the hunter or shepherd of ancient times. But this difference is less important than it seems. It is only after the event, once the thing is experienced, that a man is troubled by the results of the sovereign temper. Such a difference is perceptible to one who is concerned not to destroy, on account of his sovereign attitude, the possibility of others. But without the final failure of immediate sovereignty, which nothing limits, this unhappy sovereignty would not be conceivable. The initial sovereignty is naive and differs from that of slave owners and kings only by a lack of opportunities. Moreover, in the fact of asserting a limitless sovereignty, we must see a force that casts a spell, that does not just prevent the sovereign from taking heed of the suffering of those he subordinates. This action prevents even those who let themselves be subordinated from gauging their downfall. It draws them into an agreeable resignation, so long as there is a slight possibility of participating in that glory whose appearance fascinates. Is anything more common than the differentiated life of one man, a life magnified by the veneration of which he has become the object on the part of an entire people? The agreement of all gives the incomparable dignity of one its profound truth. The desire to see, at one point, sovereignty produced, without limitation, in the anticipation, the silence and the trembling of the subjects, sometimes becomes so great that the latter no longer know that they themselves confer on the king the quality which they should have claimed, which they should not have given up. Sometimes the important thing is no longer to be sovereign oneself, but that man's sovereignty exists and fills the world where, at that point, it no longer matters that those servile labors are organized and perpetuated that make hateful a humanity degraded by an excess of hate. But while another's sovereignty may be pleasant to one who is not really the sovereign's property and slave, it is nonetheless unsatisfying in the long run. The subject may not have any resentment, but he cannot arrange it so that a mute demand does not remain within him. He expects for himself a limited share of the grace he bestows on the one whose preeminence he recognizes. What is solicited by the one who serves the sovereign is not just the granting of lands, it is also, in keeping with an alternating movement of condensation and diffusion, the granting of a share of that sacred existence which emanates from him. 6. Feudality. For dispersal of the right of use it is logical that, virtue being condensed in one person, all the sovereign resources of the people, including property which is its principle and its source, would issue from the prince. Landed property, ownership of all the ground, is in fact the consequence of the supreme dinidwai. It was from the pharaoh that the priests or the administrators who served him were to receive the just reward for their services, mainly in the form of lands. But the essential aspect of this reward was the shift by which the grantee strove to establish between the land and himself ties similar to those that initial Y connected that land and the far_o. It was a matter of making a benefit, in the meaning the word received in medieval law, of what was at first one of the attributes of a function, of an office. The passage from office to benefit, the principle of all feudality, is in fact the passage from subordination, which is the service of the sovereign, to the sovereignty of the feudatory. It is not a complete sovereignty, which moreover is in fact never achieved since it is never a pure benefit, an enjoyment, but is always, even on the part of the suzerain, in the last instance an office, and even a service. 24 But once the grant is hereditary, the office has truly become abneged, there is truly a feudality, and hence a sovereignty, at least a relative sovereignty, of the domain I owners. Nobility is at the very least the indelible mark of the sovereign grace, retained even by the descendants of those who I were blessed with it. The delegation of diffuse sovereignty to a single person is always followed by a more or less broad dispersal. The dispersal is itself followed by a new condensation. Things arranged themselves in this way at least as early as the Egyptian monarch when, after a period of revolution, and above all of anarchic revolt, the 12th dynasty relegated the great feudatories to the background. In societies where the concern for sovereign works prevails, this movement of systole and diastole is inevitable. The power that directs the prodigalite is constantly divided, organized, and decomposed. But political the main thing is the economic domination of a caste of landed proprietors connected with sovereignty, either through service of the sovereign or through hereditary prerogatives. The main thing is the absence of accumulation. The continual consumption of the available resources for non-productive purposes. 7. The equivalent position of the bourgeoisie and the proletariat with respect to feudality. All the great revolutions of the modern world, which are linked to the struggle against feudality, have tended to oppose these sumptuary expenditures, regarded as aberrant. They were the doing of masses united by their incomprehension of the preoccupation with and habits of prodigality, which the landed proprietors as a whole represented. When the bourgeoisie established quite different systems, based on the accumulation of a large part of the resources with a view to industrialization, the popular masses never joined together to overthrow the established order. These masses have never united except in a radical hostility to the principle of sovereignty. The bourgeoisie may disappoint them, but it never appropriates a large enough share of resources for non-productive purposes to bring about a general upheaval. Such an upheaval never occurred except in countries dominated by a feudal caste. If the bourgeoisie is sufficiently strong, as with the English or French bourgeoisie, it can exercise power. But if the bourgeois class is weak compared with the class of landed proprietors, if by itself it does not have the strength to impose its principles on the survivors of the feudal world, the power passes over to that social class which possesses nothing. These propositions would soon gain acceptance were it not for the prestige of traditional Marxism, which the Marxists of our day cannot relinquish. In any case, it is not necessary to push the analysis very far in order to see that nothing contradicting these propositions has taken place. That doesn't mean that other factors will not supervene, factors that will change things. But it accounts for the disappointment that followed the anticipation of events consistent with the schemas of Marx, but it replies to the assertions of Stalin quoted above. You cannot rule out the possibility that precisely Russia will be the country that paves the way to socialism. The base of the revolution is broader in Russia than in Western Europe, where the proletariat stands alone against the bourgeoisie. With us the working class is supported by the poor peasantry. In Germany the apparatus of state power works with incomparably greater efficiency. Indeed, in Germany the apparatus of power did eventually pass into the hands of the bourgeoisie. From then on, the bourgeoisie had an immense force and standing, and the popular masses could not muster against it a force strong enough to overthrow it. Since the bourgeoisie became the ruling class of Western Europe, it has never given rise to an opposing revolutionary dynamism comparable to that of Russia and revolutionary China. 25 The days of June, the Commune, and Spartacus are the only violent convulsions of the working masses struggling against the bourgeoisie, but these movements occurred with the help of a misunderstanding. The workers were misled by the lack of obstacles encountered a little earlier when the bourgeoisie, in concert with them, rose up against men born of that feudality which irritated everybody. The bourgeois apparatus of repression had no trouble crushing those insurrections that confronted forces more suited than they for the exercise of power. As to the Russian bourgeoisie, it was defeated before having fought. Subsequently, only the feudal lords engaged substantial forces against the communists. For its part, the Kuomintang had time to show its unfitness for governing without the support of the class of landed proprietors. If it united superior forces against it, this was because it embodied the feudal order. 3. The world of denied sovereignty. The primacy of the means of production and the Soviet system. In the end, the revolutions of the 20th century are not very different from those of the 17th and 18th centuries, nor from that anti-feudal bourgeois subversion which 16th century Protestantism was, in part. Essentially, what all these revolutions prepared the way for was the change of economic structure known by the name of Industrial Revolution. Begun in the 18th century, this fundamental overthrow shook the most advanced countries. It spread in our day to Russia. Tomorrow it may spread to China. It is the result of a subversion of the principles that preside over economic life. We are passing from the primacy of sovereign works, tied to agricultural predominance and the feudal order, to the primacy of accumulation. The basic determination, in the superstructure of a society, involves the use of the excess resources for the production of the means of production. It is not so much a question of whether these means of production are, individual the property of the bourgeois or, collectively, that of the workers. What matters primarily is the growth of the means of production, the increase of the total amount of a country's productive forces. In terms of economic structure, this is the crux of the difference between feudal society and developed industrial society. Ownership of the means of production is also very important, but only in a secondary way. At bottom, incomes and wages depend on the mode of ownership, but the distribution of manufactured products is carried out, once the resources of each individual are given, according to the law of value. On the whole, the difference is essential only in one particular: with the collective accumulation of the state, the law of value does not limit the production of the means of production. This is what Stalin, in the last writing he published himself, meant to make clear. Stalin points out that if the value of the manufactured products is determinant in a market economy pure and simple, the various branches of production must be developed according to the profitability of each enterprise. But, he says, it is totally incorrect to assert that under our present economic system, The law of value regulates the proportions of labor distributed among the various branches of production. If this were true, it would be incomprehensible why our light industries, which are the most profitable, are not being developed to the utmost, and why preference is given to our heavy industries, which are often less profitable, and sometimes altogether unprofitable. If this were true, it would be incomprehensible why workers are not transferred from plants that are less profitable, but very necessary to our national economy, to plants which are more profitable, in accordance with the law of value. If such were the case, he adds, we should have to cease giving primacy to the production of the means of production in favor of the production of articles of consumption. And what would be the effect of ceasing to give primacy to the production of the means of production? The effect would be to destroy the possibility of the continuous expansion of our national economy, because the national economy cannot be continuously expanded without giving primacy to the production of the means of production. 26. Thus, collective ownership of the means of production, which, needless to say, cannot by itself ensure growth of the economy, is the only thing that can ensure its steady growth. Individual ownership of those means, which makes it necessary to consider the limits of profitability of an isolated enterprise, whereas collective ownership is only bound by the overall profitability of a nation's enterprises, can inhibit accumulation. Periodically, this kind of control through profitability can result in crises of overproduction. Wishing to differentiate the basic economic law of socialism from that of capitalism, Stalin makes the essential distinction when he contrasts the continuous force of the one with the alternating form of the other. With socialism, he says, instead of development of production with breaks in continuity from boom to crisis and from crisis to boom, unbroken expansion of production. 27. Difference between individual accumulation and collective accumulation. The bourgeois, whose attitude toward feudal squander is similar to that of the workers, still cannot be as rigorous in pursuing the consequences of the primacy of accumulation. Their individualism stands in the way, tying them to the pursuit of the greatest profit. The bourgeois world, without any doubt, is closer to the feudal world than the working world. Bourgeois individualism drives capitalism to such risky undertakings as the enslavement and systematic plunder of colonies and other backward countries, the conversion of a number of independent countries into dependent countries, the organization of new wars, which to the magnates is the best business. 28. Such an individualism, devoted on all sides to ruthless profit-seeking, prevents the bourgeois industrialists from ensuring economic growth with a rational regularity. Generally speaking, the bourgeois opposition to the feudal order, which could, at the time of the French Revolution, be violent, was content not with half measures but at least with incomplete measures. Let us say nothing of the fact that justice never really interested the bourgeois unless they themselves were injured. The only thing that mattered to them was developing the productive forces and putting an end to the political power of the nobles. The bourgeoisie became what it was by making it impossible for the nobility to remain the value and the limit of the world. The primacy of sovereign works was not admissible for it, either materially or morally. Sovereign works paralyzed and denied it. But it was not eager to confront the world of sovereignty with that negation which the latter had not spared it. With regard to the sovereign magic, the bourgeois, if they were no longer its victims, were inconsistent, obtuse and tolerant. Little by little they pushed inconsistency to the point of displaying rather often a kind of regret. 29 Only the workers pursue the consequences of a condemnation of everything that, in the course of time, endeavored to appear sovereign. But they don't speak a language very different from that to which the bourgeois world has accustomed us. If they touch the essential, the workers speak plainly. What they speak of is the extension of production, the promotion of education and public health, the organization of national defense. The communists, if they state the reasons for human activity, use the vocabulary that is familiar to us. The lack of allurement and the matter-of-fact quality of this language are connected in both cases with a hatred of the costly splendors of the feudal world. This limited vocabulary, implying a reprobation of the concern with ostentation that is the prerogative of sovereignty, is shared by the politicians of the bourgeoisie and those of the proletariat. It is merely firmer, it takes on a narrower meaning if it is employed in the Soviet world. Stalin considers the workers' labor. In capitalist society this labor is divided, according to Marx, into two parts, with the first, the only necessary labor, the worker ensures his livelihood and that of his family, the second, which is surplus labor, ensures the profit of the owner. But, Stalin stresses this point, in Soviet society it would be strange to speak of necessary and surplus labor. Indeed, under the conditions created by the dictatorship of the proletariat, the labor contributed by the workers to society for the extension of production, the promotion of education and public health, the organization of defense, etc., is just as necessary to the working class, now in power, as the labor expended to supply the personal needs of the worker and his family. Marx defines as surplus labor what the owner basically regards as an excess available to use as he pleases, either for non-productive personal expenditures or for accumulation. But this free disposal disappears in the socialist world. There, the product of labor furnished beyond the personal needs of the worker is no longer a surplus. The need it meets is collective and its necessary character is held to be indisputable. The military and medical functions and education are radically different from the corresponding /dal activities, whose dominant aspect was glory, non-productive culture, ostentation or voluntary charity. In the capitalist world, development goes in the same direction as in socialist society, but nothing is blocked. It is only in the precise language of Stalin that things appear blocked. Take accumulation in particular, it is not by chance that accumulation is cited in the first instance. On the part of the bourgeois, accumulation was the result of a choice. The bourgeois were, and they remain, free to invest their resources in productive enterprises, they were free to indulge rather in extravagant spending. The workers, if they accumulate, emphasize the necessity that accumulation satisfies. By this very fact, they dismiss, at least temporarily, the possibility of giving the present moment precedence over the future. This is doubtless what must be done if it is foolish to live enjoying one's resources, not caring about increasing them. In this case, the individual's freedom in the bourgeois world is the freedom not to be reasonable. But in socialism only the collectivity is concerned, and by definition the great number is consistent with reason. In principle, socialist rigor alone is consistent with reason. 3. The dialectic of ends and means in the denial of sovereignty. Communism, or, if we prefer, Stalinism, has proved to be the most effective means of increasing a country's productive forces. In this sense it replaces chance with necessity, and for that it sacrifices free initiative. But the need to accumulate is variable, and it isn't always necessary to go fast. We may ask ourselves whether the proletarian revolution, bringing about a change of the same order, but faster and deeper, as that of the bourgeois revolutions, may be suited to situations different from those that led to bourgeois regimes. The communist method is in fact appropriate in countries that have very limited actual resources, assuming there is the possibility of increasing them. In relatively wealthier countries, to say nothing of those having little in the way of raw materials and literally means of obtaining more, it is not necessarily so foolish to be less concerned about the primacy of production of the means of production. It is not always so foolish to prefer the present moment to the future, or rather, it is only a matter of knowing when the present moment is preferable to the future. But without speaking of a total overthrow, the situation may not be so bad. It may require that one settle for incomplete measures. The lack of rigor in the distribution of products and effective justice and equality doubtless do not have all the importance that is commonly attributed to them. In any case, this lack of rigor goes hand in hand with a slower accumulation, that is, with an easier life in spite of everything, and not just for the privileged class but for the people as a whole. The general question of the opportune moment and of the value of methods is obviously not susceptible of a simple answer. It would be convenient to define economically the situations that accord with private accumulation and those that call for collective accumulation. But it seems better to me to judge after the event, on the basis of results. The future brings into play too many factors that will only appear later. Moreover, numerous reasons support my decided intention to adhere, in the present circumstances, to the principle of uncommitted reflection. However, I do think it is possible to speak of the advantage that collective accumulation represented for those who made that choice, of what they expect from it in exchange for the privations they have borne. I drew attention to the fact that in a communist system the basic ends of the effort do not seem at first sight to go beyond the ruling necessity. It is a matter of satisfying not superfluous requirements of luxury but those requirements that it is necessary to meet. Indeed, it is with good reason that Stalin defines as a necessity the requirement to expand production, health services, national defense, or education. But is it possible to think that the end of the effort comes down to the satisfaction of these needs? How can one fail to see that such ends are actually means? Education, for example, understood in the spirit of communism, is only a means, as in the phrase the production of the means of production. Education is itself a means of production, and production cannot be understood as anything but a means. We might be tempted to imagine that the Soviet conception of life resembles that of all men whose resources are small but whose character is firm, that it actually resembles the conception of proletarians of capitalist countries to whom the bosses granted only the possibility of surviving in exchange for their labor. Ownership of the newly produced means of production would not necessarily change this conception. But in the bourgeois world, all the surplus labor is not reserved for the accumulation of the capitalists. Only part of the profit goes into investment, another part is the basis of luxury. The proletarian frame of mind might in fact exclude luxury, but does this mean that it tolerates nothing that goes beyond necessity? The truth is that it would be crude to imagine a world in which the sequence would close everything. It might be easy to say that this is the case, but the essential point would be missed. In Stalin's view, socialist production has an end that he is anxious to distinguish from the means that it is. Men produce, he is not for production's sake, but in order to satisfy their needs. Thus, he vigorously criticizes a rather confused Soviet economist, L. Yaroshenko, for whom production is converted from a means into an end, and who refuses to recognize that the aim of socialist production is to secure the maximum satisfaction of the constantly rising material and cultural requirements of the whole of society, who refuses to see that this aim is man and consequently his needs. 31 An unavoidable difficulty begins at this point. In part, these requirements consist in the necessity of ensuring useful functions such as food supply, technical education, medical services and so on. And when Stalin evokes the satisfaction of material and cultural requirements, it is difficult not to place such functions in the foreground. Would this man and the satisfaction of his needs, to which Stalin refers, be themselves anything else but means of production? Even if Stalin tells us that these needs are constantly growing, it is difficult not to think that this growth might be the result of the constant growth of productive forces. That is doubtless true in part, but the important thing is that it is not entirely true. For only complete non-differentiation has the power to deny differentiated sovereignty and thereby to frame a preliminary affirmation of undifferentiated society. In his economic problems of socialism, Stalin attempted to define the basic conditions required to pave the way for the transition to communism. 3*. In Stalin's view, this transition presupposes substantial changes in the status of labor. For this it is necessary, first of all, to shorten the working day at least to 6, and subsequently to 5 hours. But it is not a question, we should say, of obtaining this free time for workers in order to give them an enjoyment of the present moment. Indeed, for Stalin this reduction of labor time is needed in order that the members of society might have the necessary free time to receive an all-round education. With this it seems that we are brought back to the obstacle of those needs that are nothing more, finally, than useful functions of production. Moreover, Stalin specifies the aims of the supplementary instruction. He foresees a universal compulsory education, which is required in order that the members of society might be able to choose their occupations and not be tied to some one occupation all their lives. 33. As to these last words that I have underlined, I suppose they will seem insignificant at first. Yet, they and they alone introduce into the sequence of subordinate activities, into the series of requirements that are functions, an element that is not reducible to a means. Doubtless, Stalin has taken into account the need to use technicians with multiple capacities to meet the changing requirements of production. But it is not at all important from my point of view to consider the practical value of these ideas. They may be utopian, or judicious. I don't imagine the possibility of knowing this is within my reach, and in a sense it doesn't matter. But we would be mistaken, seriously mistaken, if we thought this resolve to negate social difference with a view to annihilating it was insignificant. Social difference is at the basis of sovereignty, and it is by positing sovereignty that the men of distant times gave differentiation its full scope. It was the developed forms of sovereignty that created the greatest possible difference between persons at its inception. This radical will, this central will to suppression represents a modest contribution on the part of Stalin, if one must account for a formulation that goes to the heart of the matter. The will to abolish differences is not attributable to Stalin's initiative. It was a theme of Marxism from the beginning, but Stalin gave it a precise form, the unexpected, anodyne, and pedestrian form that I have spoken of. This proposal issuing from a statesman holding absolute power is surprising for its lack of solemnity, peculiar in such a case. We might even imagine, but wrongly it seems to me, a certain thoughtlessness on the part of its author. No doubt, it is more simply a matter of not wanting to dwell on a point perceived in the long view. It is not characteristic of men of action to think too insistently about the end they have in view. For them the interest of the action, in some sense placed in the light of the end, is substituted each day for the interest of that end, in the pre-end time. The unremitting and inexpiable hatred of sovereign forms, of everything that expresses and arbitrarily ensures the personal sovereignty of a master, does seem to have been the basis of Stalin's revolutionary rigor, as it definitely was of all that was irresistible, contagious, and ultimately overwhelming in the workers' movement. Stalin's father was born a serf, a chattel slave to some Georgian landlord. 34 His mother was the daughter of a serf. For him, the condition of a man under the feudal master's thumb was the most familiar thing. His father had attempted to extricate himself, trying, but in vain, to become a petit bourgeois. Moreover, Stalin hated his father, who drank, his mother and himself being the victims. 35 He was first in his class, he was gifted and his ascendancy asserted itself early on. But, because of these very gifts, the only place accessible to him in this world was the one that revolutionary activity allowed him to carve out for himself. The authority he came up against was violent, it was that of the feudal world, he could not submit to it, and against it he undertook not the parliamentary struggle of Western politicians but a struggle for life or death. For such a man, then, the suppression of difference and of the sovereignty that is their consequence, see early denotes that return to sovereignty which is represented by the forms of the sovereignty of others. But the absence of differentiation as a goal does not just have the negative meaning of an abolition of sovereign values. It cannot help but have a corresponding positive meaning. If every man is destined for complete non-differentiation, he abolishes all alienation in himself. He stops being a thing. Or rather, he attains thinghood so fully that he is no longer a thing. In becoming, by means of an all-around qualification, a fulfillment of the thing, a perfection of utility, hence of servility, he stops being reducible to a particular element, as things are. A thing is alienated, it always exists in relation to something else, but if it is connected with all that is possible, it is no longer determinate, nor alienated, it is not any more a thing than would be what I imagine in front of me, which I could not name, and which, being neither a table nor a stream, could be a stream, a table, or whatever one wanted. If the all-around education that Stalin wanted to give to communism's consummate man were relatively worthy of the name, this man, at a time when the works of material civilization cannot be abandoned, would draw as close as possible to that kind of sovereignty which, linked to the voluntary respect of the sovereignty of others, would go back to that initial sovereignty that we must ascribe to the shepherds and hunters of ancient humanity. But the latter, if they respected the sovereignty of others, respected it only, it must be said, as a matter of fact. 5. Stalin and the meanders of history. The perspective of non-differentiation can obviously be given as the end of history. But in the first place, here sovereignty is not itself an end, quite on the contrary. In a fundamental way, non-differentiation is even, in the first place, the negation of sovereignty. Insofar as we speak of an end, what is wanted is to arrive at non-differentiation through all-around education. But sovereignty cannot be understood as a form that history would realize. If it appears in the perspective of history, this is because it was already given. History merely rids men of that which kept them from finding it. Still, it goes without saying that the perspective revealed through Stalin's vision is given only through a thick fog. It is necessary to look first, toward that distant and scarcely visible point, at the meanders of historical turmoil, whose complexity is definitely greater than Stalin thought, or said. I am not talking about those difficulties inherent in human changes that, aiming at a perfect state, are produced in the imperfect milieu we know. Apart from a general hindrance, which is gravity, the meanders I speak of have disconcerting aspects. Stalin could have seen for himself what the detours of history have about them that is ultimately not just disconcerting but terrifying. Nothing prevented him from observing the paradoxical character of the paths taken by the liberation of the worker-slave, which Marx propounded, when those paths lead to non-differentiation and all-around abilities. How could he have kept from being troubled by that perfect disposition of human possibilities that presupposes the elimination of the choice that man can personally make? In spite of being well accustomed, it is surprising to read this proposition, after the exhausting labor of Soviet industrialization, to envisage the reduction of the working day to 5 or 6 hours, in order to devote one's free time thus obtained to compulsory all-around education. One would like to say it without repugnance, and without undue admiration, in Stalin's destiny there is an element of excessiveness that fills one with awe. This destiny is not comparable to any other. This party leader near death, defining man liberated from the sovereignty of others and from difference, a future, but still distant result of the effort in which he had involved an immense people, had given himself the prerogatives of a sovereign. 36. One could not imagine a longer detour on the paths by which history ensures, is supposed to ensure, the development of human possibilities. We cannot doubt his sincerity, but the effects of his action, which are prodigious by any standard, at least, demanded of him a strength of nerves without parallel. 1.37 This is true to such a degree that if we reflect on that life, and on the moral consequences that follow from it, we ourselves need to have an exceptional tranquility. Reflection, which gravitates towards simplification, must constantly be brought back to complex perspectives, which are often imposing and nearly always unclear. No one, in any case, was able to bring into sharper focus an ambiguous and sticky element that made historicist thought an uncontrolled mechanism, insofar as it engaged in its battles. 6. Digression on Stalin's governing thought. In any case, Stalin's own thought, far from being able to solve the problems that the enormous scope of his action presented to him, could not clearly discern that which, in Marx's ideas on the revolution of advanced peoples, departed from the actual course of history. He was not able to see that such a revolution was to be the prelude to a final antagonism between the poor countries and the rich, opposing, once the feudal world was destroyed, poor proletarians and rich bourgeois. Indeed, it is time to point out that, in a notable instance, his faithfulness to the Marxist schema involved him in a real oddity. This time it is a question of faithfulness to one of Lenin's theses, but this thesis makes sense only if nothing disturbs the Marxist doctrine concerning the revolutions of industrial countries. Moreover, the relevant passage from Economic Problems OJ Socialism is the only one that has attracted general notice. Section 6 of the first part is titled Inevitability of Wars Between Capitalist Countries. Paradoxically, Stalin asserts in this section that Lenin's thesis that imperialism inevitably generates war is in no way obsolete. Even after World War XI, the antagonism between the different capitalist countries would be, according to him, stronger than the antagonism between capitalists and communists. Everybody thinks that, in the present world, the only important wars to anticipate would set bourgeois against proletarians. But Stalin doesn't agree. When Hitler Germany declared war on the Soviet Union, the Anglo-French-American bloc, far from joining with Hitler Germany, was compelled to enter into a coalition with the USSR against Hitler Germany. Consequently, the struggle of the capitalist countries for markets and their desire to crush their competitors proved in practice to be stronger than the contradictions between the capitalist camp and the socialist camp. For Stalin, nothing has changed. This way of looking at things, which made sense at a time when the group of capitalist countries was much stronger than the communist power, undoubtedly expresses a logic of the situation that Stalin must have found compelling. He set himself to the task of averting a new world war by means of the peace movement. There is no reason to question his intentions. But the aim of this movement, he says, is not to overthrow capitalism and establish socialism. It confines itself to the democratic aim of preserving these three. It is possible, he adds, that the fight for peace will develop here or there into a fight for socialism. But above all, the peace movement, which may prevent a particular war, will not be enough to eliminate the inevitability of wars between capitalist countries generally. 3. This is what, in my opinion, can be concluded from Stalin's statements. Stalin envisioned the recurrence of a war between imperialists, analogous to the Hitler War, in which the USSR would intervene in the last instance. This accords with the principle that Stalin had adopted as early as 1925 with a view to the war that was in the works, which would become inevitable, he said. Not tomorrow, nor the day after tomorrow, but in a few years. Today we know Stalin's basic scheme from the secret speech he made to the party's Central Committee in 1925, and published in 1947. This is the crucial passage. Our banner is still the banner of peace. But if war breaks out, we shall not be able to sit with folded arms. We shall have to take action, but we shall be the last to do so. And we shall do so in order to throw the decisive weight in the scales. Point 40. It's true that this principle does not exactly correspond with Stalin's attitude during World War XI, but only because Hitler brought him into action earlier than he had anticipated. Further, we can know precisely what Stalin thought concerning World War 111. Taking Stalin's place at the 20th Congress of the Communist Party of the USSR, on October 5, 1952, Malenkov read a report, partly inspired by the economic problems of socialism, in which he returns to the theme of the inevitability of wars between capitalist countries. As a result of the First World War, says Malenkov, Russia dropped out of the system of capitalism, while as a result of the Second World War a whole series of countries in Europe and Asia dropped out of the system of capitalism. There is every reason to assume that a Third World War would bring about the collapse of the world capitalist system. 41. This outlook is what one could expect, but it is of some interest that this final corollary of Stalin's thought was furnished by the current head of government of the USSR. This thinking, in which blindness so often followed visual acuity, persisted after a half-century-wise experience as if nothing had changed. Stalin died without having perceived the world's division into two homologous halves, much closer to one another than he thought, and than most people think today. He overlooked the fact that the economic mechanisms of these two halves were similar, and he didn't see that their opposition essentially concerned relative poverty and wealth. This way of thinking, which is elucidated, and nicely completed, by the Malenkov quote, yields an easy inference. Stalin evidently thought what Marx and Moltke both expounded, that war was the motor of history, and that without wars the world would stagnate. But he expressly thought that nothing was changed. We are only half surprised at this. Who could forget the clear voice of Lenin? Do you think that we might lay hold of a world that has not bled to the bitter end? We can no longer ignore the meaning this to the bitter end now has, of that implication which, if Stalin had not lacked imagination, would have taken his breath away. But Stalin gave no heed to it. He didn't care to ask himself how a world that, this time, would have literally bled to the bitter end could still be liberated. He didn't ask himself, in the interrogation of the night, whether he might not rather abandon any concern with liberation. But enough said. What this world will be we don't know. We can even say that this world is in no way susceptible of being known. What it will not be suffices. It is not reasonable to envision, through the immensity of its ruins, the radiant future that Stalin announced to his supporters. Marx had seen the proletariat as the heir of the bourgeois industrial plant. But all indicalions are that instead of benefiting from the riches that capitalism accumulated, the victorious proletariat would find the 4J/entire world in the situation in which Germany would have been in 1945 if the damage had been much more extensive and if it had not been able to expect any aid from the outside. Stalin made other mistakes, which chance repaired, but would his successors have any reason to count once again on chance to set things right? In the present case, it's obviously a matter of resorting to a stratagem that has succeeded. Let the bourgeois nations tear one another to pieces and intervene only at the end, in a decisive manner. Let us remember, however, that the old dictator seems basically to have realized that the responsibility to start the war, or to make it inevitable, which might easily result from the development of revolutionary activity, could hardly be envisaged by a socialist power. He intended at all costs to count on the bourgeoisie to unleash the inevitable conflict. With this in mind, he forgot that the bourgeois, properly speaking, have themselves never started a conflict of global importance, but only the feudal lords, the Germans or the Russians, or the Nazis. But in that way, he expressed the irreconcilability of revolution and war, and of the coming world war and the imperialist political calculations. But there is an awkward contradiction in this. Without the error of imperialist war there would be no revolution to win the rest of the world, only a third world war would bring about the collapse of world capitalism. It is possible to doubt the likelihood of an American preventive war. The American people and the bourgeois democracies of Europe are opposed to it. So it was necessary to imagine that war was inevitable between the great capitalist nations. If I have interpreted the facts correctly, that governing thought is not convincing. Stalin's mistakes were numerous and they did not all result from that ruthlessness that Lenin worried about in his testament. In any case, we can't see how the darkness in which the nations are now floundering could be illuminated by a dogmatic assertion. I will come back to the situation of the threat of war and to the consequences that follow from it, for the reason that not only does what I am talking about depend on it, but this situation itself depends on what I am talking about. What I wanted to show, first of all, in Stalin's quite ambiguous and complex position, is the shape that sovereignty necessarily assumes in revolutionary circumstances. Fr. Sovereignty within the limits of Soviet society. 1. The necessity of a deeper search for the meaning of communism. Thus far, I have focused only on the most immediately visible aspects. I have spoken of the general opposition of accumulation and non-productive consumption, without examining its underlying principles. Further, with regard to bourgeois society and Stalinist society, I have merely shown that they opposed feudal society in much the same way. If one got down to fundamentals, the opposition between the West and the USSR would cease to be negligible. But examining the system of values peculiar to the USSR leads to a deeper inquiry, without which the meaning of communism could not be entirely grasped. I tried first of all to bring out aspects of communism that are obscured in equal measure by the contrary propagandas. Stalin, like Marxists in general, did not see that communism might finally amount to being a means of development of the poor countries, that, all things considered, the hostility of the USA and the USSR is mainly that of the richest countries to the poorest, and of the poorest to the richest. This is, no doubt, an altered form of class antagonism. In both nations, from the top to the bottom, all the social strata are in it together. Even in countries where the internal opposition continues, France, Italy, certain factors are lacking, which gave the class struggle its vigor, and which depended on the opposition of the sovereign principle of feudal hierarchy to the utilitarian principle of the productive masses. This opposition disappears, or lessens, if the workers no longer lay the blame on idle lords, but on hard-working bourgeois. As I have said, Marxists in general nonetheless differ from the bourgeois. They push to its strict consequences the negation of the principles on which human societies as a whole were based prior to our revolutions. Like the Marxists, the bourgeois oppose consumption and affirm the primacy of accumulation. But the bourgeois revolutionaries never had a closed system, they only upheld free choice against the esquandringe tradition of the past. Free choice, in their eyes, would guarantee a preference for reason, which condemned non-productive spending. They combated tradition, certain of defeating it. They were half mistaken, but they were mistaken. The Marxists replaced free choice with a blanket decision, in the face of which, caprice, whether warranted by tradition or not, ultimately became criminal. Each individual must, of necessity, put an end to his deviations. Each one must make his behavior depend on decisions of a state that assumed a leadership becoming increasingly meticulous. The Communist Party, or rather the machinery of the party, whether this came down to one person or not, determined for everyone a system of values that could no longer be questioned. However, as I see it, the question is not whether the general decision can be condemned on principle. I think that it can't, but that an interpretation by one individual, or a small number of individuals, or the thought of an immense people, bears the stamp of disproportion. The overly constrained decision, be it constrainable by an unquestionable need, must be adjusted, in the second instance, to general behaviors that are less deliberate, unsystematic and popular, in the sense of thoughtlessness, of unthinking blindness. Without a general Tilsizion overriding individual mood, no society would be possible. But the result of constraint never has any meaning except after the fact, once the constraint has relaxed. Be that as it may, the question of sovereignty is usually poorly formulated. In particular, it is poorly formulated if we confuse it with the autonomous decision of an individual. If it is not the calling into play of a sovereign principle, going beyond what is useful, an autonomous decision may have no sovereign quality at all, it may even be servile, it may show the subservience of the one who freely made it. Basically, sovereignty never has anything personal about it. Only a personal value is involved in the decision that sets accumulation the concern with increasing production, against consumption, the immediate pleasure. The individual decision is meaningful only to the extent that it expresses a value supported by a common approbation. As a rule, the individual is inclined to non-productive consumption 42, more so than society as represented by the state, but this means only one thing: the individual is more readily, less dangerously, blind and thoughtless. Is, perhaps in the aggregate, but especially in the person of the privileged KW, happier in a blind and thoughtless society. But one can be sure that the individual never decides except ostensibly. Indeed, it is his fate to submit, to follow. It's true that in our societies he chooses FBR himself, but the effect of this choice is perceptible only when it is that of the masses. It is the prevailing values that decide concerning accumulation and expenditure, and one might even say that the value that gives primacy to accumulation is favorable to individual autonomy. One might, I imagine, more easily say the opposite. No doubt, these prevailing values are themselves determined. They are determined, it appears, by economic factors. Thus primarily agricultural production is more favorable to sovereign values, and one chiefly y industrial production to productive values, but for the moment I don't intend to dwell on that. One wanted to come around to the way the prevailing values function in communism, for the reason that communism means above all the values that it causes to prevail. As in every society, in communism these values are of two kinds. Every society is based on the affirmation of certain useful values, but also on a sovereign value. And the deep meaning of communism is conveyed only by the principles it brings to the fore in these two categories, and by the relations of these principles among themselves. I arrive then, beyond the simplified forms of the accumulation-expenditure opposition, at a critical analysis of the operations that may be designated by these terms and, at the same time, at an analysis of the value judgments that accompany them. To the utilitarian justifications of classic non-productive expenditure, or the reduction of sovereign values in principle, all useless consumption, all non-productive spending, implies recognition of a sovereign value that justifies it, whereas the value involved in accumulation is a function of productivity. But if we engage in non-productive spending, spending that, in principle, is not justified by any clear utility, this is rarely mere squander. We are always, or very nearly, looking for some result. This spending may be socially useless, it may be, from the standpoint of the overall wealth of a people, a pure and simple loss. Suppose a pretty woman buys an evening gown. The labor used to make this gown could have gone into a more useful product, for example warm clothes for children. But this woman may think of her gown as a means. First of all, she will use it to make herself alluring. Perhaps in making herself alluring she intends to do a useful deed, for example by seeking funds that will make it possible to give warm clothes to poor children. In a sense, this is the most favorable case, but the utility will not be any less. She would only be selfish, if she sought a wealthy lover, or generally speaking, more prestige, hence more power. The same holds true in nearly all cases. Let us take the example of the saint, of the woman who in the search for ecstasy consumes the means of life that society grants her. She might have taken care of sick people, but instead of action she chooses contemplative unproductiveness, a choice sanctionable by the gospel. To Martha, who attended to the necessary duties, Jesus Mary, who spurned low tasks, in order to lift up her soul to God. The gospel may be essentially on the side of sovereign values. The saint nonetheless feels that she must justify her behavior by asserting its utility. She justifies it to herself by making the contemplative life the price of her salvation. True, Saint Teresa said she would do the same thing if the fires of hell were waiting for her. But religious contemplation is still listed on the balance sheet as one of the divine graces owed to the population that surrounds the convent. We may think what we wish of salvation and of those graces, but no matter, in any case and one in every instance, the utilitarian interpretation is given, of the most brazenly non-productive behaviors. A nun intoxicated with God, a coquette intoxicated with clothes come to seek in the same way for the meaning of that which is perhaps at bottom only a senseless passion. 3. The sovereign value of communism is man, but it one's the man who, in order to produce better, has renounced sovereignty in reality. Sovereign values, which alone justify non-productive expenditures, are not necessarily conscious, and if thcy are conscious they are seldom affirmed. Passion, desire and one their immediate satisfaction put on reasons that disguise them and give them the appearance of a useful means. Conversely, if the principle of a sovereign value is affirmed beyond the value of utility, the pure means, it remains vague and, lacking definition, is hard to distinguish from that which it aims to contradict. Stalin, arguing against Yaroshenko, who paradoxically limits value to productivity, does not cite desire, but man and his needs, which may be different from productivity, but not very different. For this man, cited by Stalin, is above all a producer, and the satisfaction of his needs, far from harming production, serves to increase it. THC first way of reducing the sovereign order to the utilitarian is the rule in the bourgeois world. But precisely this way of transposing the truth cannot withstand the communist critique. If it is a question of utility, most non-productive expenditures are inadmissible. From the communist point of view, those expenditures that are not selfish are futile. Moreover, communism would reject a justification that would be based on their sovereign value. Why would it accept on these grounds that which its enemies defend by alleging useful values it does not deem to be such? For a Marxist, a value beyond the useful is conceivable, and even inevitable, but it is immanent in man or it is not a real value. What transcends man, man living here below of course, or likewise that which goes beyond ordinary humanity, humanity without privilege, is unquestionably inadmissible. The sovereign value is man. Production is not the only value, it is but the means to satisfy man's needs, it serves him, and not the reverse. THC Marxist position is obviously the most solid one. The bourgeoisie maintains those values that it no longer dares to call sovereign, which, modestly, it has named spiritual, but doing so it pays tribute to utility, and thus to productivity, which, barely outdone by Yaroshenko, it makes the measure of things. We still need to ask whether man, to whom communism refers production, did not take on this sovereign value on one prior condition, to have renounced, for himself, everything that is truly sovereign. LLE becomes the measure of things, it's true, but perhaps to this end he had one to deny himself? Il is still a man, no doubt, he brings production into his service, but if he brings it into his service he does not do this without having given in to its demands, that is, without having abdicated. For the irreducible desire that mansionately, capricious low is, communism substituted those of our needs that can be reconciled with a life entirely taken up with producing. We should finally ask ourselves, then, whether this world, communist or bourgeois, which gives primacy to accumulation is not obliged, in some form, to deny and suppress, or at least attempt to, what there is within us that is not reducible to a means, what is sovereign. For the need to stop, by means of a decisive negation, the movement by which language always makes a sovereign end into a means to something else, the mania of the present world may be pointless. Here or there, a sovereign share is somehow inviolable within us, in each of us perhaps, in a certain number of individuals at the least. To deny or suppress it makes no more sense than the effort of Sisyphus. That effort, it must be said, was underway long before the triumph of accumulation. What has always been peculiar to sovereignty lies in the strange and elusive quality that makes it be %% inevitable and impossible. In the present age, which ignores it or opposes it, and is excited by little else but possible productivity, the elusive character of that which is properly sovereign ensures its decline, if not its disappearance. But the past itself could never truly affirm it, and culture never ensure its preeminence with any certainty. The point is that sovereignty, sovereign value, which language itself requires, since it always goes back a little further in the concatenation of means and ends, is never given unambiguously in that very language which requires it. Indeed, although language tells us that the means postulates an end, it must, no sooner than this end is stated, still answer the question, what is the use of it, which, in some manner, and like a thread, remains suspended over the final cause, whatever it may be. Language implies the necessity of ends, in relation to which it defines the means, but it cannot isolate an end and say of it, positively, that it is of no use. It cannot keep from inserting that end into an endless circle of propositions where there is never any apogee, where nothing ever stops, where nothing is lost. The loss, at the apogee, is what is extremely disconcerting to the speaker, and it is something that only the movement of negative theology has the power to contemplate as an object, if it is true that in that movement the object in question negates itself as an object, that it becomes an absence of an object. It is strange, no doubt, to bring God into these unavoidable reflections, but avoided up to now, on accumulation and expenditure. It is all the more strange as the author is an unbeliever, an atheist even. But this affords me the opportunity to recall that God, initially, historical v, is the hypostasis of sovereignty. The language difficulty to and which one refer was first encountered by the theologians, who were the first to speak of what is sovereign in the world, of what is not subordinate. Positive theology inserted God in the chain of ends and means, of means that serve ends and of ends that are always the means of some other effect. God, in positive theology, is the creator, but the impasse of positive theology is emphatically underscored in the reversal that negative theology constitutes. I must return to something I said elsewhere 43, which I introduced with this passage from Dionysius the Areopagite 44, one of the most famous spokesmen of negative theology, those who by an inward cessation of all intellectual functioning enter into an intimate union with ineffable light. Only speak of God by one went on to say. This is what one finds when it is experience and one not presupposition which reveals, to such an extent that, in the eyes of the latter Leonisius, light is a ray of darkness. He will go so far as to say, in the tradition of Eckhart, God is nothingness. But positive theology, founded on the revelation of scriptures, is not in accordal with this negative experience. Several pages after having evoked this God whom Schliscourse only apprelicans by negating, Leonisius writes for hlte possuis belosi dominion over creation. All things are linksil to him as to their center, recognizing him as their cause, their principle, and their end. Thus, in this disparate tension, which theology comments on, and one which men maintained in order to grasp that which, beyond the useful, is authentically sovereign, nothing short of the vehemence of negation, aggressive, provocative, while t bill the stubborn effect of reasoning, bound and determined to link every entity to its effects, to reduce it to its actions. Even within negative theology, the doggedness of language reappears, making, positively, the divine entity into an action creating something other than itself. This other thing is, it's true, subordinated to the entity that is the cause, the principle, and the end. Kutgotl nevertheless has in his positive representation a sense that must be denied with passion, if he is not to be reduced to the good Lord whom his works manifest, who is conceived, so freshly, only in his works. 5. Man as the sovereign end of man, heir of the kings and of God insofar as it derives from Feuerbach, the Marxist tradition sees in man what theology saw in God. In other words, it substitutes an anthropology for the theology of the Christians. This means, above all, that a Marxist regards man as the heir, and one the sole heir, of divine sovereignty. Being nothing more in his eyes than a mythical, objectified form, of which, subjectively, man is the underlying and sole reality, God one has this still possible meaning, what one list sublime attributes have represented and continue to represent, is an image of human sovereignty. Not the sovereignty of a privileged human being, of royal blood. This sovereignty that Marxist thought can and indeed must envision is that of the non-alienated man, whichever man potentially is. There is really nothing more contrary to the extremely troublesome image that ancient humanity, personifiable by the kings, gave itself. It is even necessary, in order to define the meaning of sovereign value in a Marxist world, to point up what was negligible and one profoundly inhuman about the sovereignty of the feudal world. However, the all but general determination to disregard those sovereign values that are immanent in man, that dominated humanity up to our time, can be suspected of being finally just a reflection of sensibilities affected either by a still living hatred or by a somnolent accord. Unquestionably, royal sovereignty became dull, more so than any other, because of the reduction of the end, which it aimed to be, to the means that it always was in the hands of those who were invested with it. This aspect is secondary, and the ignorance in which W.C. have persisted as to the precise meaning that, over millennia, the kings had for their subjects, are deliberate why maintained in comprehension of the demand, so lasting, so insistent, which they satisfied, which indeed, in a number of countries, they still satisfy, only demonstrate one point. That the present movement of the intellect has dodged and continues to dodge the problem of sovereign end. This tendency is even what defines the modern intellect, and it cannot surprise those who, on the other hand, are led to see in thought, as in every superstructural phenomenon, that which the infrastructure conditions. In a world whose forces of production would not exist had capitalist accumulation not made their development possible, the intellectual mainstream readily considers the means and, on the contrary, it turns away from the problems that the ends of activity leave open. These problems are considered in the Marxist world, which must take up again the whole problematic of action. As one said, for Stalin, following G. Marx, man alone and, potentially, every man, is the sovereign end of man's labor. This response is given in a devil-may-care manner. It is first of all a matter of denying those sovereign ends of the past that God and the kings constituted. The glorification of man, whose charm has taken the place of God's in particular, is only sketched out in the communist tradition. The meaning of this glorification is not deepened, on the contrary, it is only touched upon, as is the fashion in a world where we are so tightly constrained to act that we always have a sense of what we are doing and never of what we are. Yet, the fact of retaining that aspect of God which is the truth manifested in man obliges us, in principle, to take into account the ancient and, on the whole, popular form of man's divine prestige. It is true that a disclosure in man, and by man, of the sovereign end that the divine in essence is, seems fallacious, no doubt even detestable, if it occurs in the person of a king. It does occur, and it is not enough to say, as a Marxist Waldel, that economic privilege is the only reason for, and meaning of, the royal dignity. The opposite comes closer to the truth. It is the appearance of excellence in the first kings that gained them their great material advantages. If force enabled war chiefs to seize the throne, it never created thrones. The thrones, which is to say, the custom of seeing in a single individual, objectified and condensed, the splendor that is common to all men insofar as they are not alienated, and one which in any case was common to the most ancient men, who were troutless neither chiefs nor overends. What made royalty contestable, especially in a time of fever and revolution, of impatience, was that the sovereign end, which royalty was meant to embody in the eyes of the subjects, became, never more scandalously, a means for the very individual it was supposed to transfigure. The king received the royal prerogatives as a possession, which he could use unreservedly for his personal ends. Actually, if this had not been the case, he would not have been a sovereign. The royal function considered as the responsibility of a head of government is a conception rooted in the decline of the institution. This function, if the word fits, has always been to satisfy the crowd's expectation of splendor, or if not, and much better, of religious charm. The royal dignity was an end, it was in no way a means. The embodiment of this end would have demanded that the king become one with that movement of cessation, of rupture, which the end constitutes, but often he was only a selfish man, sometimes even a miser. And all things considered, it was only in death, which he received from his own subjects, but doubtless, in principle, of his own accord, that the royal person could assume in everyone's eyes that unconditional charm that sets a sovereign end against the servile means. But the ritual of the slaying of the king, although it was widespread and left many traces, did not have the force to oppose the ordinary wretchedness of royalty with a counter-statement as profound, or as obstinate, as the one that negative theology opposed to positive theology. Insofar as the memory of them remains in us, the kings nonetheless continue to satisfy the impulse to make manifest an aspect of the human being that the necessity of labor has not entirely altered. If we lingered on this aspect, so evidently archaic, so clearly adapted in the past to the trickery and debasement that interests impose on it, we would lower ourselves to the rank of lingerers who still yearn for a regime less openly devoted to the primacy of utility. But if we attempt to rediscover an effaced figure visible through the royal forms, as one discovers on a palimpsest an ancient text beneath a medieval scripture, we respond to the concern that should, haunt those who decide little to give to man what our recent ancestors still gave to God. At this point one can still only indicate the direction of an inquiry, but concerning the problem of sovereignty of present-day man, I can say that it is not connected merely with the struggles that this man had won to conduct against the sovereign ends of the past, which determined, as I said, the two political forms that oppose us to one another. This problem could not be raised if we did not seek in the structures we have destroyed not the answers that are now antiquated but, beyond them, the primary exigency that these answers evaded. We can now recognize that man is himself and that he alone is the sovereign value of man, but this means, above all, that man was the real content of the sovereign values of the past. There was nothing in God, or in the kings, that was not first in man, and that without the alienation that reduces him I would rediscover in him what was enchanting in God or in the magnificence of the kings. 1. Am mindful of the disappointing and tiresome aspects of those fallen figures, of the ways in which they were inhuman or paltry, but in front of their stiff grandeur, indeed in front of grandeur in general, I have to laugh, and my laughter does not cease to confront their solemnity with defiance. I would be their slave without this defiance. I would not be the man who refuses their authority and one whom their authority no longer alienates. But neither can I grant that man should remain in the lowly state in which they put him. 6. The sovereignty of Soviet man linked to the sovereign renunciation of sovereignty. 1. Am well aware that one have not yet clearly defined the non-alienated man I have spoken of. Moreover, by placing him on an equal footing with God and kings, in particular with that God who, according to Eckhart, is nothingness, or with the king who willingly allowed himself to be slain by those whose king he was, I may irritate or perplex a reader whom 1 am doubtless unable to enlighten. In contrast, the man and his needs that Stalin speaks of form a figure that is easy to grasp, and I myself said that, because of the basic non-differentiation with which Stalin associates him, this man satisfied the principle of the sovereign end. Stalin speaks discreetly of value. Identifying value with productivity, as Yaroshenko did, left no meaning or place to the end of labor. The absurdity of this position was flagrant, since by itself labor is only a means. Yaroshenko merely brought out the impossibility for man to work without giving work a general justification, beyond obligation. To put it another way, the obligation must itself be justified by a positive, desirable character of the result. It is true that man defined as an end by Stalin does not himself have a sovereign character. His requirements are measured against the need to ensure and increase production. But this time we are dealing with an incontestable principle. I said that, in Stalin's view, man would himself become the sovereign end, but only provided he has renounced his claim to that sovereignty he discovers in himself. He loses it no doubt, but in a sovereign fashion, without losing it for another's benefit. True, this last assertion is questionable. We might say, in the first place, that the subjects of the Soviet state were not free to renounce their potential sovereignty, secondly, that they apparently renounced it for the benefit of another, Stalin, who actually had rights over the Russian people analogous to those of a sovereign. These are perhaps superficial aspects. It is certain that the principles of life of the USSR, in particular those I am speaking of, even if they have not been the subject of a popular agreement, express it under the conditions to which the populations of the West are accustomed, are spontaneously those of countless revolutionary militants. Further, it is true that the equivocal BRMS of Stalin's personal power, the humiliating flattery addressed to him, and even some of his character traits 48, may have corresponded to the archaic spirit of a part of the Russians, indeed even to the longing for sovereigns that was scattered among the whole people, where the past obscurely survived perhaps. But these superficial aspects did not signify that Stalin was really, and for everyone, the sovereign for the benefit of whom the Krotel, in order to make him the exterior object of its contemplation, formerly gave up its share of sovereignty. In actual fact, Stalin himself never accepted the essential attributes of a sovereignty of which he only had one the power and one not the enjoyment, Stalin is even the best example of man sovereignly renouncing the sovereignty he has at his disposal. What other men are capable of discovering in themselves is de jure sovereignty, whereas in a sense the sovereignty that Stalin buntled in himself was de facto sovereignty. This is not entirely true since, if he was in TJCT sovereign, this was conditional on a prior renunciation. He will never have been able to arrogate to himself the prerogatives of the king. The leisure and the dazzling ostentation were denied him. Luctivity was his lot. To be exact, war, but modern war in this case, which is labor from the first, is a part of sovereign glory that he might have. Sovereignty, feudal society, and communism. Sovereignty within Soviet society. Claimed for himself, but he does not appear to have given himself up to military splendor. Apparently, he had no taste for it and, in any event, he owed his power to the responsibility he assumed of developing the communist domain, where man is sovereign, but provided he denies in himself the disposal of himself and of the world. 7. Sovereign renunciation. Unlike the renunciation we may effect for the benefit of another, one's favorable to accumulation, Stalin's uncertainty seems to have caused his successors to decide more clearly in favor of undifferentiated man, who abdicates. It seems that they renounce personal glorification, which is to say, that external manifestation of the concentration of power which is one of the signs of sovereignty. It furnishes an example, one that is not only concrete but actual, of the oppositions I speak of, that I sometimes speak of abstractly or by citing the past, which is no better. My decision not to try to clear up the problem of the ends of labor without addressing the problem of royalty receives in this way the semblance of a justification. In my view, Stalin's life reveals a rather strange dilemma. It appears that not only is the question of the end of activity real raised, but that it is raised in the context of current politics. It is raised as follows: men must always renounce personal sovereignty, but their renunciation can occur in two ways. If they renounce for the benefit of a sovereign, they can identify with him and, transposing their sacrificed sovereignty onto him, by contemplating it in his person they find the religious rapture that is their end. If, on the other hand, they are certain that the alleged sovereignty of the kings belongs to them, is none other than their own, they can renounce in a different, sovereign way, without bequeathing to another, a possession that seems inalienable to them but that they renounce, rationally, for their own sake. They place their sovereignty in renunciation. Moreover, these contrary reactions are extremely significant. They correspond to the two systems of production whose diametrical opposition gives definition to the modern world. The greatest interest is accorded to sovereign ends in societies in which the population is monarchized. It is accorded to means when individuals renounce in a sovereign manner, but renounce sovereignty. The pamphlet by Stalin that I remarked on is essential why concerned with productivity. Of course Yaroshenko is mistaken, and even seriously so, to make productivity the end of labor, but Stalin merely offers a quick correction in which man as an end is associated with requirements that are those of a producer. The primacy of non-productive expenditure goes hand in hand with the popular interest that once constituted the strength of the monarchic institutions, but if, on the whole, the men who have the authority deny themselves, and deny others, any sovereign attitude, accumulation is favored. In a period when development of the productive forces compels accumulation, it is obviously desirable to minimize the attention that is given to the disinterested ends of productive activity. The negative sovereignty of communism and the unequal humanity of men. ONE. Equivalence and distinction. 1. The contesting of values that don't concern the working class militants whatever its effects. The sovereignty that is won and at the same time renounced could doubtless be offered as the best solution to a problem that, moreover, is of another age. In any case, this solution answers necessity, to the extent, questionable, it is true, that accumulation forces itself upon us. Further on I will say from what perspective and in what way the present, in spite of everything, in spite of itself, transcends it. But the situation of communism raises, from the point of view of sovereign a new problem, as fundamental as the first one. One of the least apparent results of communism is the rift it brings about, in the consciousness of the most sensitive men, between what they love and what they affirm, on the one hand, what secretly sustains them, on the other, what they openly say that they care about. A kind of timid of bad conscience, of shame, takes hold of minds at the idea of the lack of value, the ln.fyght, compared with the concerns of communist politics, of what engages them personally. In itself, the individual feeling of a worker does not necessarily appear to them to be preferable, but the general importance of the proletariat give it preference. The only true value is the one that concerns a worker. What captivates only men who are relatively rich and cultivated does not count. In these circumstances a kind of dispossessed man has formed, a man who no longer grants himself the right to live, except to deny what he deeply is, effacing himself at the least alarm. Often it's a question of persons who are well off, enjoying possessions that make life worth living in their eyes, but which, on the first occasion, they are sincerely prepared to declare of no account. Such an attitude is capable of displaying various aspects, according to the circumstances or values involved, but in any case communism is there, contesting the value of that which moves the most sensitive men. The problem always comes down to the interest presented by such and such a product of a civilization whose generally human character is overlooked. This civilization system deprives it of meaning, it has become the symbol of a defect, which is bourgeois life. Sometimes this object is a poem, a painting, a personage endowed with prestige, sometimes it is a strong feeling, a passion, an excessive joy. For men of bad conscience, these goods have a secondary importance. Working class humanity counts before two human tie, before the forms of life that are common to men, but unevenly developed in the different classes. To justification and flimsiness of the protests against working class coarseness, far from this bad conscience, minds given to anety and to avarice, claim that civilization is fragile, that, perhaps even reluctantly, a social revolution would destroy the most precious assets of the civilized world. What is worth being loved requires oases in the midst of a society controlled by an awful necessity, refuges protected from what the theoreticians of communism regard as a fundamental reality. For communism, and perhaps with good reason, reality is manifested above all in the set of human relations that is connected, for example, with the activity of a mining center. Those who see civilization as fragile, who worry about it, think on the contrary that the values that don't have their place close to mine shafts deserve to be defended. Dissatisfied with their living conditions, the miners struggle to obtain other conditions, which answer their requirements, not the desires of certain idle profiteers of the established order. In this way, they reduce civilization to the standard of basic needs. In principle, a pure and simple reduction, in the practice that is inherent in communism, is considered a bad thing by the communists themselves. On the whole, it nonetheless explains, and no doubt justifies, the directives concerning Soviet literature and art. I don't really see why a working-class world, exhausted by labor, would concern itself with the possibilities accessible to the minority that doesn't work. Actually, the bourgeois pessimists are right to take account of a radical difference between their value judgments and those of the workers. But the question goes beyond the narrow purview to which they deliberately confine themselves. Here I will set out the primary terms of that question. Isn't the generosity of the communistic intellectuals and bourgeois preferable to the avarice of the conservatives? Do those goods that make life worth living for both these groups deserve to be defended? When the voice of a throng condemned to the labor of the mines makes itself heard, what importance does the protest of a negligible refinement and a morbid sensitivity have? Three, classless humanity and the more or less human character that founds the division into classes under the present conditions. This protest remains in the throats of most people. Even those who accuse communism of an error have received as their share that bad conscience which communism imposes on most of those whom it alarms. In our time, the moral effect of communism predominates. Refinement and morbid sensitivity are not openly defended, they are defended only from the angle of comfort. The attitude of the communists is in fact the major position, to which anti-communism opposes only a line of insignificant positions, of contradictory positions. But this primary character of communism usually goes unrecognized because of a determination not to talk about it. Assuming one were to ask communists to state the principles underlying their morals, they would probably refuse. Everything is clear in their eyes, they have no need for discussion. The consequences of their moral stance are explicit. I will nevertheless attempt to bring to light the principles that justify it. With respect to the various principles of living to which men have adhered, communism, by affirming nothing, and indeed by the fact that it affirms nothing, implies a system of values that it is possible to define after the event. The very silence of the doctrine places this first point beyond doubt, that the value principle is man, and man alone, irrespective of any meaning or specific attribute that we give him. It is not the attainment of a civilization, represented by those who benefit from it, it is any man, black or white, skilled or unskilled, coarse, brutal or absurd, educated or illiterate. The apparently sacred value thus implied in man must not be tied to any definition that would establish the sacredness. For communism there is not, and there cannot be, any other definition of man than that of the natural sciences, which sees no clear-cut difference between us and the animals. Man is that primate, anatomically different from the Vanishiti, hominids and the apes, who are definitively characterized by the use and fabrication of tools. If I introduced, beyond all this rudimentary definition, any notion of the value that man has and that animals, plants, or stones don't have, such as religiosity, consciousness, I would have to envisage a gradation whereby some men, more than others, will have this value as their share. The decision to assign in this way a particular, definable if not actually defined, value seems to us to be one of the attributes of the human race. For humanity as a whole, and one even, in the end, for the communists, the human quality is not distributed equally among all men. Leaving aside religion properly speaking and consciousness, certain basic behaviors, our way of eating for example, or of evacuating, or sexual activity subject to rules, distinguish man from animals. From this point of view, each man is certainly superior to animals, but more or less so, the way in which he satisfies his animal needs is inner or less human. Doubtless, the introduction of these particulars will surprise some people. Read that as it may, these kinds of distinctions are found in everyday life, at all levels of society. There are few men who have not on occasion been discouraged by the relative animality of another. This more or less humanity involves primary value judgments, based on repugnance and /empathy, which stand in contrast with the communist principle of equal value and which don't depend on a calculation of interest. In this way, mankind gave rise to social CLA/SCS that are distinguished not only by privileges, but also by a higher or lower degree of humanity. Often this division into classes overlaps the division of the species into different peoples and races, considered superior or inferior. But at bottom it is differences in the manner of eating or evacuating, or others, less simple, that are ultimately reducible to them, that unlurly the judgments of superiority or inferiority of the different classes. I will try to elucidate the meaning and specify the range of these gradations, which operate in religion and in consciousness. The morals implicit in communism are connected from the start with the principle of leaving the value judgments that are tied to these gradation 5 in the background. For the secondary prohibition against racial hostility external to the different material interests, the immediate judgment that decides about the relative humanity of an individual, a social level, or a people usually adapts itself to those interests. This is what leads Marxists, with apparent good reason, to deny the sense of the judgment. Point 2. This judgment is brought to bear in fact from the top to the bottom, hitting the oppressed classes or races and also operating at the lowest rung. The bourgeois are not the only ones to regard blacks as an inferior form of humanity, less removed than the whites from animality. Point 1. But a secondary prohibition fills on these immediate reactions. There is no question that primary prohibitions concerning the races have the most inhuman consequences. On the more or less human scale, nothing is more animal than Auschwitz. It is humiliating for the species to find in contempt for the other's animality an opportunity to slip toward a lower, until the least pardonable, brutality. But it is not logical to summarily condemn judgments and behaviors that only a higher prohibition has to find as inhuman. From the bottom to the top of the scale, the impulses are of THC same nature. It is never a question of anything else but putting a check on animality everywhere it appears. The lowest racism cannot hide the fact that in these aversions WTH regard to race 5 or civili/Asians held to be inferior the primary problem is posed. It is a matter, tor humanit, of \z hat jibes a meaning, a worth, a record character to the difference between man and all the animals. It is a matter ot judgments that establish the human quality. 5. Rationalism and the prohibition against the exploitation of man by man. It is always possible, to attribute to man a value without content, with only the most general, the vaguest, meaning. Such a thing is not so easy to maintain. A judgment of this sort is not based on ordinary behaviors, given in expectancy. It derives t*om questionable intellectual operations. Quiescencies in man in general a delineate biological reality, but not the distinct and one incomparable value, not the sacred entity. The sacred is given only in experience, as a HCT, not as the result of a judgment, of a rational operation. No doubt, it is always possible to link irrational behaviors to a judgment of reason, behaviors such as those ordinarily connected with a flag, a fatherland, a leader. But this last operation is always illegitimate. It cannot truly satisfy reason. Nor does it have. At least it cannot have straight off the unquestionable value of an irrational judgment based on the identical affectivity of a large number of people. It would be crass to give too much importance to these kinds of ill-wrought representations. In the world where we real move, most intellectual operations are liked. The irrational is explained and 1. The police limit the possible discussion, otherwise, how can the treasures be judgeable? It is easier to give an unjustified explanation of the irrational than to affirm its de facto existence, owing itself to chance, to the fortuitous agreement of the masses. There is man having over animals the privilege of the strength that a manufactured weaponry brings to him. We agree to give ourselves, as men, a dignity that animals don't have. We assert that reason justifies it, without seeing that this function bestowed it on us only after giving us weapons. If reason gains us a privilege, this is rationally, it is the cause of which privilege is the effect. Reason, not being the gift of the irrational, is not in a position to claim over the profane animals the irrational privilege of a sacred creature. But this incorrectness with respect to reason is sufficiently justified by its reasonable consequences. Thus, communism does not have to consider the arbitrariness, in terms of reason, of the value that man traditionally attributes to himself. Similarly, it does not have to pay too much attention to the difficult why implied in the condemnation of the exploitation of man by man. This condemnation is based on the equivalence of men, just as exploitation is justified, insofar as the exploiter needs to justify it, by the inequality of their value. In one respect, moreover, communism has limited the principle of equivalence. For it, the word human, implying human dignity, is equally applicable to all men, but not to those among them who exploit their fellows. The exploiter is himself a man, but he has excluded himself from that quality which communism grants to all men alike. Communism returns in this roundabout way to the selection that by its nature it must deny. It appraises in its turn individuals, governments, or classes according to the respect given to the prohibition, formulated by it, against exploitation. It is by no means possible, on this basis, to claim that communism is poorly grounded. What is involved in this principle is shifting, and the only reservation rests on the resistance of those unstable realities that action denies but does not abolish except by winning out. However, I feel that a certain number of remarks are called for. If man in general is worthy of respect, the impulse that establishes this respect is the same one that, from the very beginning, made unworthy of respect those men who did not behave in a human way. In other words, if man is respectable, this respect is tied to the shame of the original animality, to man's repudiation of nature. Or better, if the universal man of communism has a value so great that it is criminal to exploit him, he gets it from the ancient curse of man by man. The man of classless society owes the value in the name of which he destroyed the classes to the very impulse that divided humanity into classes. No one can deny it. The respect due to man is meaningful only insofar as I remain associated with the impulse that led one men of all times to contest the humanity of all the others. Often this contestation is crude, but without it there would not have been any humanity since, at bottom, its initial impulse was the repudiation of animally. But it is this contestation that we find from one end to the other in the apparent ascent of man, as well as in the moments of tiltkedance, of unjustified contempt, of baseness. The principle of equivalence is contrary to the essence of a species. Constituted in the ceaseless exclusion, in the malediction, of that which it placed lower than the stage it reached. It may be that this impulse is by itself a curse of man by man. We live under these conditions, hating in ourselves that which we denounce but do not have the strength to distance ourselves from. We make a comedy of our life, a web of lies and pretensions. We are nevertheless doomed to a contempt for others, expressed in violent prejudices against them. The inescapable cause of this is the desire to be more human. But it is easy to yield to it by condemning in the other that which we judge to be inhuman. Whether it's a matter of communism or, generally, of human tie, the agitation in question, in which sovereignty is involved, is at the same time 50 strong and so obscure that, experiencing it, we lose what little lucidity, what little wisdom we have. Convulsively, all values get mixed up in it. Particularly if we convive either communism, which has raised objections to those things that men previously held to be /accursed. One on the relationship between human dignity and prohibition in its association with transgression. I mu /t now go back to what I /a arguing. I spoke of animal nectals and of the more or less human ways that men have of satisfying them. One needed to do this back. I related my thought to a verdoy experience, that is, the inner experience, of eaten painful, that we have of the objective behavior of accursed. In 111 view, it is essential, at the outset, to disregard the recious data that we derive from established knowledge. But we must come around to that nonetheless. We have to tell ourselves finally that the transition from animal to man resulted from prohibitions that changed the way the animal satisfied its animal needs. It was the observance of prohibitions, not the use of reason, that gave men the feeling that they were not animals. Illy's problem is difficult. It is certain that archaic humanity is not always sure of being different horn animality. At least the hunters often liken the animals they hunt to men. They, not regard them as things but as subjective beings, that is, in short, as their fellow creatures. It is true that they see them as being little or remote from themselves. This first difficulty prompts us to be cautious, but it does not go against the principle. Man set himself against the animals to the extent that he observed prohibitions. These prohibitions changed the way in which he satisfied his animal needs. A difficulty just as great is connected with transgression. We have seen that men observe prohibitions but they set aside fateful moments when they violate them. They don't feel the need to transgress each prohibition systematically. In general, the moment of transgression becomes irreplaceable in human life, but it does not change the everyday observance of rules that determine the human attitude. Thus, the way in which man satisfies his animal needs, which the prohibitions determined, is not modified by transgressions that do not result from slackness. A man satisfies his animal needs in an animal way if, as it happens in rural areas, on the death of his wife he obliges his daughter to take her place beside him. The same is not true if some magical operation requires, among an archaic people, a similar incestuous union. The prohibition guards the possibility of the transgression and, likewise, an extraordinary transgression guards the rigor of the prohibition. Transgression, on the one hand, and on the other, the blending of man and animal, which correspond to the same guarded submission with respect to the prohibition, cannot prevent us from seeing the connection of human dignity with the general and rigorous observance of the prohibition. But here is the most serious difficulty, of human dignity no doubt, but not of sovereign dignity. It's true that up to now I have neglected a basic aspect of sovereignty, which is owing to the particular prohibitions of the personages who embody it. 5 Kings and priests observe rules stricter than the others, but these rules derive from their nature, they are rules that derive from a fundamental transgression of the rule. Every precaution must be taken to prevent the dispersion of their sacredness. This is because they carry within themselves that transgressive impulse which at one point throws off the established rule, and from which might spring the disorder in which animality and violence would reign. Webster points up a strange aspect of these precautions: these sacred persons are treated in much the same fashion as polluted persons. Often, for fear of the worst, on pain of death, everyone must avoid touching them, but in return they must observe restrictions that, lo, not apply to other men. At times they must eat alone, in secret. At times they cannot touch the ground with their feet, at times they cannot look toward the sea. Some are not allowed to leave their enclosures. Webster writes, "The Almighty Divine King is hedged about with so many taboos that he loses all freedom of action." 7. The taboos that the king himself is constrained to observe are complementary to, they do not go against, the sovereign principle embodying the world of transgression. Indeed, it's a question of associating the transgression with the prohibition. The sovereign does not cease to be an integral part of the society of which he is both the mortal danger and the supreme good. But if human dignity depends on the observance of prohibitions, would this dignity be contradictory, finally, with that of the sacred, of the transgression and the violence, which the sovereign personifies? The problem framed in this way, returning to the trialectic of volume 11, obliges us to engage in this continual composition. To human existence forever in the breach, or the basic unity of human dignity and sovereign dignity in the negation of the given in its complexity, what I have just said reveals what one believe is the main weakness of my exposition: the real world never offers simple moments, it never corresponds to any situation that I might describe, but rather to the imbroglio of relations that arise from the continual opposition of most diverse possibilities. It's true that, if I spoke of a particular aspect, I was never unmindful of the ensemble into which it might enter. To begin with, I never lost sight of the complementary aspect of the possibility directly opposed to the one that my exposition described, thus the transgression if I considered the prohibition if one considered the transgression. That goes without saying, but I wish now to emphasize the composite A* aspect of the forms to which we are accustomed, the ones that we may observe, and of which, up to this point, I have not spoken in a systematic way. I said concerning sovereignty that it got mired down, but, in the first part of volume 3, I stressed the regrettable character of these miring down. One have come to focus instead on the sense of composite FBRMS, which we must envision as such, no longer being concerned with their impurity, in order to link the human quality to their composition. As soon as I contrast humanity with animality, one must take into consideration at the same time the primordial opposition and the hybrid effects that ultimately result from it. Not only does the return to animality that we perceive in sovereignty, and in eroticism, differ radically from the animal starting point, Transgression is not the absence of limits, but it goes into the composition of the world to which it is opposed. The human world is finally but a hybrid of transgression and prohibition, so that the word one human always denotes a system of contradictory impulses, some depending on those that they neutralize but never entirely eliminate, and others delivering a valence mixed with the certainty of peacefulness that will follow. Hence the word human never denotes, as simple-minded people imagine, a stabilized position, but rather an apparently precarious equilibrium that distinguishes the human quality. 8 The word man is always connected with an impossible combination of movements that destroy one another. I am not speaking so much of utilitarian man, who avoids these torments as best he can, efficacious activity until reason presuppose at least a provisional resolution of the inner being. But insofar as sovereignty is in question, it has always been, willingly, and it will remain, in the storm. The storm is the lot of a conditional being who bears within him not only the conditions of being, of the particular being he is, but the general aspirations of beings to be free of their conditions, to negate them. Utilitarian man is he who concerns himself above all with his conditions, of which, ultimately, sovereign man is the negation. Both are contestable in principle. We cannot reduce ourselves to utility and neither can we negate our conditions. That is why we find the human quality not in some tlc-finite state but in the necessarily until-sided battle of the one who refuses the given, whatever this may be, provided it is the given. For man, the given was originally what the prohibition ref said, the animality that no rule limitatable. The prohibition itself in turn became the given that man refused. But the refusal would restrict itself to the refusal to be, to suicide, if it exceeded the limit of possibility. The composite until contradictory FBRMS of human life are tied to this position in the breach, where it was never a question of retreating, nor of going too far. ILCNCE the apparent opposition between that dignity which is the property of all men, until the supreme dignity. It's true, prohibition and transgression are opposed to one another in the formal definition that we give of them. Ordinarily, from the standpoint of a commonplace affirmation of our human quality, prohibition, contravening the animal satisfaction of animal needs, is given precedence. But it is bound up with transgression, with the sovereign dignity, which has remained the basis of that sacredness with which the most wretched man is invested. Something sublime is the principle of our being, which maintains the millennial contest in which men have always tried to be more worthy of admiration than their fellows. Ways of eating or of evacuating only concern those elementary behaviors where men perceive a relative intelligence with respect to conditions. Further, ways of giving and sacrificing, which do not share in the same movement, establish commonly felt principles of distinction. Bravery in war is of the same order, still partly determining in our day those judgments that we bring to bear on each other to decide the degree that one has reached in the human dignity. Finally, art accords with those movements of negation of the conditions that 18 do not just partake of the horror of animal behaviors and of the prohibition. Only the refinement of technical civilization brings us back to the lower level of distinctions based on the manner of satisfying animal needs, whose forms derive from the material organization of society. 3. The bourgeois world, or dignity dependent on things. I must emphasize, at this point, the most important aspect of the distinction that men make among themselves, according to the place that falls to them on the scale of dignity. On this scale, the sovereign occupies the highest degree, but the sovereign is always surrounded by those who exercise sovereignty as a burden, those who are burdened with the task resulting from the effective power of the sovereign. Sometimes these men who approach the sovereign actually work, but sometimes they leave the work to others, who are their inferiors, not being adjuncts of the sovereign by birth as they are. The thing to note one's that, from this perspective, it is a matter of coming as close as possible to that sovereign dignity which is the prerogative of a single individual, but which we approach by degrees. To be more or less a man depend on the degree of sovereign dignity that we attain. In the order of traditional sovereignty, whose principle is not to belong to the world of things, which nonetheless tries to act on this worldle, to dominate the object being for the subject. This dignity comes to issue from the degree of domination that a man has over things. The king himself, insofar as chance alone gave him the kingship, remained outside this deep subordination. In society as a whole, rank gradually came to depend on the possession of wealth, and not wealth on rank. Feudal society was itself altered by this inevitable tendency, but deep degradation begins with bourgeois society. In bourgeois society, difference, the greater or smaller dignity of each man, appears in the most painful light. Because of accumulation, bourgeois society is, like communist society, the society of things. It is not, in the image of feudal society, a society of the subject. The object, which lasts, matters more than the subject, which as long as it is under the domination of the object does not yet exist for itself and rediscovers itself only in the dazzle of the moment. In bourgeois society, the concern for dignity does not cease, but it ultimately merges with the desire for the thing. Apparental dignity did not derive from things in the feudal order, it depended on them more and more, but with OLT ever going so far as to neglect appearances. Today the search for a human dignity, as close as possible to being sovereign, is a caricature in our eyes, and rarely corresponds to THC reality of the movements that I have described. Our breathless efforts are devoid of meaning insofar as they cannot envisage the noting of sovereignty, but rather the inverse, that is the thing, and the ponderousness of those who believe it to be sovereign. In the place where we had reason to anticipate the dazzling appearance of the subject, in the dazzle of the moment, the reign of money remains. For all that, the prestige of sovereign moments or of the freedom FBR which nothing matters any more has nonetheless continued to be enormous. It continues in fact to arrange that caricature, in the archaic framework associated with the behaviors I have described. The manner of eating, of evacuating, the respect of sexual rules, the manner of giving, of dressing, and of decorating one's house, the use of the most recent technical processes, constitute an immutable framework within which we place ourselves more or less high on the rungs of a ladder. It is not the pursuit that is implied in this enumeration that is ludicrous, but the fact that it stops short and that it nonetheless pretends to make the one who takes it on the measure of man. The manner of eating or of evacuating isn't, and hasn't been FBR a long time, much more than an opportunity for looking down on those who don't have the means to low such things with an equal refinement. The manner of dressing and of decorating one's house, which comes clown to the desire to outdo one's rivals who don't have the profound sense of dignity that is proper to man, is an opportunity to reveal, not the lack of dignity but the comedy of dignity, or the comic dignity of anyone who uses art without knowing what magnificence it calls into play. War is, it is true, the crude detour by which, if such is possible, modern man is brought back to what is at stake, which he avoided seeing and one which only emerges from the suddenness of the moment. In principle, the rest is caricature. For the gift in bourgeois society and the world of material reality I must now reconsider the problems that are raised by the gift. The manner of giving is the most important of the behaviors that entered into the pursuit of rank. The manner of giving deserves, it seems to me, a somewhat fuller treatment. Where accumulation is concerned, the one who gives loses what he has given, but in the traditional world his dignity grew in proportion to his material loss. In principle, the bourgeois manner of giving has only one distinctive aspect, it is the most limited. Great lords and poor folk have other manners. Yet the comic character of the bourgeoisie is never far off, thus. It emerges at the restaurant here, it's a question all who will avoid paying, while protesting loudly at seeing the other person pay. Just as hypocrisy is vice's homage to virtue, the repeated affirmation oft pain the other person causes us by disappointing the desire we had to pay for him still testifies to the universal aspiration to the sovereign dignity of the gift giver. I spoke in the first volume of the aggressive nature of the gift. There enters into some archaic forms of giving a desire on the part of the giver to humiliate, to overwhelm the receiver by showering him with presents so valuable that sometimes he cannot reciprocate. This meaning is linked to the greater dignity of the one who gives and the loss of prestige of the one who receives, who benefits from a gift whose purpose is to harm. The gift places the giver under the sovereign sign of the moment, and the receiver accepting the gift cannot contest a selfish impulse before reciprocating. We cannot give precedence to the principle of rivalry over the sovereign generosity that is at the origin of gift giving. To do so would be to reverse the terms of the discussion. Calculation while, 1 be on the side of the giver. The game /Voltal end if this were the case. Even if the giver finds it, at bottom it is still generosity that overwhelms. And doubtless it was a rule, in these archaic forms, that the giver should feign, but his generosity would still not have taken effect without possessiveness. Ultimately, it was the one that overdid it who prevailed, and one whose sovereign character compelled respect. The meaning that bourgeois moderation gives to the game is quite different. The gift has remained at the basis of rank, and THC pursuit of rank has kept for bourgeois society the value it had won as a sovereign end for the nobility. But the bourgeois cannot violate the tenets of proportion. Feudal society had itself limited ostentation by rules. Everyone must keep to his rank. It was unseemly to have a lifestyle that a predetermined social position will not have justified. Rutger 5 ales exhausted the royal resources, and was Versailles 5 anything else but the endless, and in a way miraculous, gift of the royal house to the nobility. Within the limits of the bourgeoisie, the essential thing is rather to calculate in terms of 1/5 means that portion of the gift that constitutes the way of life. On certain occasions, presents are still displayed, but it is important not to ruin oneself by making them. They can still be sumptuous, but they are not entirely so unless one can say, there you have lust an inkling of his fortune. If some dangerous generosity, some excessiveness, in a word, was manifested in the gift, it could not contribute to the rank of the giver, and the suspicion would arise that he were about to meet his downfall. In reality, rank in archaic society was owing to the sacred presence of a subject, whose sovereignty did not depend on things, but swept things along in its movement. In the bourgeoisie, it is owing only to the possession of these things, which nothing sovereign or sacred provided. The worst thing about it is that in the bourgeois pursuit of rank, while sovereignty properly speaking is not involved, the subjective end always is. Since the subjective end does not differ in any way, as I have said, from the dignity of man, from his sovereign dignity to be exact, bourgeois man is only a means, he has no end but the semblance or the illusion of dignity, and that rudimentary humanity connected with the body proper and its instincts, with society and family. In him the pursuit of sovereign dignity is no longer anything but the pursuit of material goods that pertain to that dignity, and beyond the possession of these goods there only remains a vacuous urge, where the sovereign truth is reduced to its objective form, to its material form. In the bourgeois world, the gift no longer has the directly aggressive value it often had in archaic society. It is not expressly the receiver whom the bourgeois giver is intent on diminishing. It is still a gift of rivalry, but in one sense only. Rank continues to depend on behaviors that were originally sovereign, and ostentation is still directed against rivals. In this way, the enormous sum of efforts, the substantial expenditures involved in the human classification have ceased to be referred to the sovereign image that would illuminate its meaning. There remains, for the purpose of being formed more human, the inexpiable combat of every one against all the others. Consider those piles of commodities meant to distinguish their buyers from one another, those clothes, those pieces of furniture, those foods and those utensils. Consider the houses, the apartments, or the public places, the more or less expensive automobiles, or the coaches divided into classes. There is nothing, almost nothing, that does not help to perch us on a rung, the highest one possible, of that ladder of democratic dignity where the meaning that justified the climbing of it is no longer given. 5. Communism, or the sovereign, subjective, dignity negated. This is where communism comes in. In the division into classes, communism only sees the armed oppression of the propertyless by the proprietors, so it negates the distinction that opposes the inferior classes or races to the propertied class or peoples. But the communist negation has a special form, it does not negate. With full knowledge of what is at stake, it puts forward the dictatorship, that is, the violence, of the proletariat. This dictatorship would suffice to create a society in which nothing would subsist of what once controlled the division of men among themselves, making them more or less human depending on how close they came to the sovereign quality. I said this earlier, I said it in several ways. Social difference is at the basis of sovereignty, and it is by positing sovereignty that the men of distant times gave differentiation its full scope. Lo! There is no doubt that communists are sharply opposed to every form of divine or human sovereignty, and the coherence of their action is not in question. Without qualification, the communist movement is essentially a machine for eliminating the difference between men. Everything called distinction must disappear forever, overwhelmed, crushed in the cogs of this machine. Stalin's last writing would show, if need be, that this basic application of communism has never ceased being its deep meaning. It is a matter of abolishing SOV. Arranti until extirpating it, root until branch, sciam a humanity undifferentiated at last. No doubt, as I have shown, the original sovereignty belonging to all men alike is spared in this crushing, but this is conditional on the renunciation of it which the revolutionary has made in advance. The communist intention is not in question, but Stalin himself had to appeal to a differentiated salary scale. Since rising on this scale is conditional by acceptance of the whole system, and since the material advantage gained in this way depends on some revocable function, even though the difference involved might be as great as in bourgeois society, which is not even likely, we are not simply dealing with a return to the human relations of which I spoke, wherein the pursuit of rank and the rivalry of men among themselves, of all men, took precedence. Indeed, no one can climb a rung off these ladder without having proved that the ladder did not have the least meaning in his eyes. In any case, the deep meaning, or the ultimate meaning, of the gradation is still explicitly denied. It is not in any sense a matter of approaching the sovereign magnificence that formerly dominated the social structure. The material advantages gained are the signs of a culminating effectiveness on the part of the power holders, but this effectiveness is collective. For each one it is a matter of participating as best he can in the general effectiveness and, situated within an immense activity, of coming as close as possible to those who control it. Taking things as a whole, it will be foolish to see an affectation in this attitude. In the Soviet world, there is a competition that is not a comedy, on the contrary, nothing is more serious. Because sovereignty, sovereign subjectivity, is no longer at issue, the element by turns comical or sublime is ionally lacking. Sovereignty is renounced, the objectivity of power takes its place. 6. The objectivity of power WC must now consider the relation oft objectivity of power and one's sovereignty / so long as power is an individual end, it is really only a means 7 of which sovereignty is the individual end. Within the limits of traditional sovereignty, or those of the world in which sovereignty is simply abolished, so long as sovereignty is not at the same time individually regained and one individually renounced as it is in Soviet society, POC LCR, whether it is due to political or administrative position or to wealth, cannot in principle have an objective meaning, or at least not fully. The subject individual cannot identify himself with the power of THC thing. So long as he is a subject, he tries to attain subjective sovereignty, either by drawing near to the sovereign, or, when HC is no longer a subject, inasmuch as he can, by straining idolatrously, in a bourgeois manner, toward a sovereignty that is inaccessible to him because to that end which no one can reach through et bright, HC has made use of a means. Iutless, in the case of bourgeois pulver, THC honesty of the thing comes into play. In this sense the Soviet world helps us understand the bourgeois world, but the collective impersonality, which requires the equivalence of all human beings, can never prevail over distinction. The bourgeois in power is never completely ridiculous, he tjstcns onto the remnants of the past, to those exaltatal forms of military society that are a kind of extension of a sovereign institution. One is honesty is metal. On the one hand, by utility and by what he derives, on the other hand, from the reflections of vanished sovereignty that come to him from the past. It is only to the extent that he denies the meaning of the latter, even though he climbed its rungs one after another, that Soviet man accedes to the complete objective ity of power. This objectivity alone affects the radical negation of sovereign subjectivity. Everything about it that is sovereign stems from the initial possession of sovereignty, from the fact that the revolutionary overthrew the sovereign power, but objectivity would not be possible if the sovereignty acquired in the overthrow had been the object of a self-interest, if renunciation had not been linked to it, with the strength that things give to the one who identifies himself with their exigency. This involves a deep change, a change in the very structure of man and of the things with which man is associated. In the sovereign world, things were what the sovereign and his family had won the enjoyment of. This enjoyment was in opposition to the exigency of the things themselves, that is, to the accumulation of the means of production. Things, insofar as they are in the possession of those who serve them, if they escape from those who subordinate them to consumption, if nothing opposes their movement, develop. Then those who serve them no longer have the enjoyment of them, but rather the increased power that results from their development. Power is to sovereignty what potential energy is to the possible radiation of light. Since it is human, power is the refuel of sovereignty. In the same way, a man who decides not to light his lamp refuses the light. Who possesses and one serves things by developing them enjoys a greater and greater power, but he doesn't make use of it. He is not subordinated to anyone else, in the sense that no one else possesses it, in the service of whom he would be placed. He has sovereignty in principle, but he replaces it with the objectivity of power. 12. Yet this decision was not made in isolation, it is the decision of all men and not that of one individual. The individual cannot go back on it, and the sovereignty that belongs to him is potential only in a certain way. In no case could he light the lamp, in no case could he exercise the power that belongs to him. 7. Might Soviet power be the reality of which sovereign dignity is the shadow? Such appears to be the shape of the Soviet world. At any rate, this is how it differs from ours, from this comical bourgeois world. But there is little need to say that such differences are never fully operative. Indeed, I imagine that the individual becomes, in Kusha, all the more important as he seemed no longer to matter, as he identified himself with things. The impersonal individuals that hold power occupy a considerable place nonetheless. A place so great even that it became necessary to reduce it. But a short time ago this place was still the object of a life and death struggle. The life and death struggle for sovereign dignity was once implied in the essence of the sovereign. The sovereign by definition was he who, in extreme cases, had put magnificence before life. But magnificence cannot really exist without power. We do not generally speak of a struggle for sovereign dignity, but simply of a struggle for power. At this point, we must even wonder whether power is not the real object of which sovereign dignity is the shadow. In point of fact, the Soviet leaders do not have the advantage of any dignity recalling the fallen sovereignty. The name Father of the Peoples, often given to Stalin, cannot be assimilated to the formal titles of sovereigns. The half-ritual praises to which Stalin lent himself introduced an ambiguity. But in its origin and its substance the power he commanded was nonetheless naked power, without any of the genuinely religious attributes that founded the fallen sovereignties. The recent change and the repudiation of Stalin have, in any case, made the Stalinist ambiguity a thing of the past. Apparently the life and death struggle is itself rejected in turn, but the execution of Beria is close to us. And if the de jure institution of the Soviets is clear, the relations of force that dominate the current political reality still seem to be reducible to de facto situations for which a fight to the death was formerly engaged in. No judicial mechanism seems to have been established that would lead one to underestimate the power, collective in some degree, that the Soviet leaders still have. This power continues to justify the question that we have posed, whether power is not the real object of which sovereign dignity is the shadow. 8. The power of bourgeois leaders. If I am to proceed with my exposition, I must clear up a difficulty. From a materialist standpoint, if subjective truth is disregarded, the material or tangible advantages are brought to the fore at the expense of the others. Thus, the material advantages of sovereignty constitute its substance, until it is to benefit from them that sovereignty is desired. But if I have been understood, it will be clear that these advantages have no other purpose than the rank they procure, and rank is meaningful only in the subjective order. What is signifiable by the amount of meat or alcohol, the SI/E of a dwelling, it not the resulting difference between the one who has these things and the poor person who doesn't. A rich man consumes a little more than a poor man, and what he consumes is chosen. But considered in quantitative or qualitative terms, objective differences have little meaning. They cannot in any case justify the life and death struggle. The capacity the rich man has of influencing the decision of the poor man might give us more to think about, but it concerns subjective life, vainglory, or is reducible, as an indirect consequence, to those objective differences that I just mentioned. What I have said up to now enables me to lay down as a principle the relationship between surplus resources and rank. The surplus is bound up with the rank of the one who has it at his disposal. It is connected with a position approaching to sovereign dignity, and, more rarely, with that dignity itself. Insofar as things alone determine rank, until not rank the enjoyment of things, the subjective truth that rank signifies is ridiculous. Et11s now consider the position of a prime minister, a mayor of the Palach for example, vis-a-vis the hereditary sovereign. For his part, the mayor of the palace has the reality of power. In his eyes this reality signifies the rank that he acquires, and that will soon allow him to depose the hereditary dynasty. The same is not true of the modern prime minister. In the first place, his position as prime minister is precarious. It depends either on the king's decision or on a vote of the parliament, this decision or this vote replacing the life and death struggle. THC value that power has for him is smaller. The prime minister sometimes appears in the halo of sovereignty. His function in the monarchy places him very high on the scale of dignity. A coefficient of personal illustriousness comes into it, and the same light, less bright and even dulled as it were, shines on a republican prime minister. But we're already far, in the sphere of prime ministers, from man's subjective truth. We distance ourselves from it to the extent that power, not greater or lesser dignity, is involved. The glory of prime minister belongs essentially in the category of false glory, of the untrue reflection. It is always a bit comical, and the prime minister is not serious unless he holds it in contempt, adhering to the objective truth of power. For the bourgeois leader, gravity is always the objective truth of power, but he is radically excluded from it by the persistent possibility of a comical subjectivity, to which the possession of things or power contributes. To put it differently, the politician of our democratic world is always situated in ambiguity, for he does not attain the impersonal objectivity of power, but even less the subjectivity of being. In him, nothing is more alien than the dissolution of the moment, but pretension to subjectivity, the pursuit of rank to which, beyond the mediocrity of a personal position, he becomes linked by struggling, either for a class or, what is often the same thing, for his country, keeps him in the sphere of that dignity which is the aping of dignity. Only the gravity of the communist leader allows us to see what is, in the bourgeois world, just a constantly thwarted possibility, the power that the development of things requires apart from that pursuit of rank for which men use it in contradictory ways. When a politician had one clearly assumed the objectivity of power, he placed himself effortlessly on a level with the sovereignty that he had supremely denied, with weapons in his hands. This also demanded the negation of every difference between men, under the conditions that I have specified. 9. The equivalence of sovereignty and power implies the renunciation of sovereignty. This is remarkable. At no time does any element appear that is worthy of interest, except for sovereignty and power. Sovereignty often entails power, but then it is sovereignty that is power's end. Material advantage is insignificant. Between one pure form and the other, we perceive hybrid forms whose interest is secondary. Once pure power is cleared of compromises, precisely if it escapes from the commodity of sovereignty, it is as though the negation of sovereignty were, in a sense, identical with sovereignty. It seems that its pure objectivity has the virtue of sovereignty itself. If there subsisted an element of subjectivity, striving for rank, sovereignty would continue to exist, but complete objectivity is situated on a par with the sovereignty that it has the strength to abolish. LLE who exercises supreme power in its objectivity aims in any case to put an end to sovereignty's dominion over things. Beings must be freed from any particular subordination, henceforth they must be subordinate only to undifferentiated man. In this respect, the man who wields this power but who deliberately deprives himself of the enjoyment of those things that he administers, as if the things administered themselves, is the equal of the sovereign whom his predecessors dethroned. 10. Soviet power subsidiarily tied to an archaic, secondary form of traditional sovereignty wrought the power that puts an end to the play of fallen sovereignty materialis itself. It commands accumulation, since it is in its nature to oppose the expenditures that create rank. An incomparable composition of forces results. But for the one who hold it, what does this material power signify? If we generally grant that the power to do ths or that possesses an attraction in itself, is it not the attraction which thls or that presents? Or would it be the possibility of whosing? Or again, is it desirable to command, to play toward the others when their destiny is at stake? But that can only increase the interest of a game. The interest the game is not created by the multiplicity of those who are at stake. The inclination to have subordinates cannot be regarded seriously. One has the choice of two things. It is a question services or goods that one can expect from their labor. These services or these goods relate to RQNK, or the one who commands them desires to be for them what the subject is for the object, but this relationship at 5 is of the order of rank. The objective power of which I speak is itself an end, and this power may be viewed as the end that goes beyond these aspects, which are limited to the remnants of sovereignty. Useless we must consider such remnants. Nothing humanly happens that has, at least that has FBR long, a genuine purity. But the composition of forces of which one speaks does not actually have the objectivity of power as its sole end. We must not forget the origin and the militar form of this power. It was not appropriate at the outset to emphasize that, in a sense, Soviet power is a military authority and that the Communist Party has the organization of an army. Communist activity is a battle. The class struggle is a which truces interrupt, but the truces changes kata of combat, they cannot stop the war. The communists prefer that their adversaries and even their friends forget this if possible, but the doctrine and the facts combine to remove the doubts. It was hard to speak of sovereignty without speaking at the same time of military authority, if only to establish the difference between the two. Indeed, this difference is never clear. If need be, one can even speak of a military kingship and a religious kingship, as if sovereignty, general religious, cultal also be military. Actually, the affinity of sovereignty and the organizational convulsion of armies is so great that the resort to arms has often designated the sovereign. The sovereign, properly speaking, is passive and the military commander, by contrast, gives activity its DQCXYL, FIRM. It is true that archaic war was apparently the affair of violence. Ritual violence, subject to few rules, was its most striking aspect. The fact of religious transgression, the violation, in some way a sacred violation, of the prohibition of murder, accentuated the sovereign character of that warrior who involved the others in violence. Calculation distanced military authority from the religious qualification of the sovereign, but it could not do away with that qualification. And insofar as the force of circumstances wrongly settles that which, however, only are on the condition that it distinct tiom it and one that it be autonomous, that it be a horrid, calculation sometimes even created that qualification. Yet military authority, which could designate the person of THC sovereign, did not create sovereignty. The people's expectations remained tied to some FBRM of security. Origin: the Caesars invented a clever religious drama, Napoleon revived the legacy of Charlemagne, and the latter had joined that of the Germanic kings to the trignity of Caesars. In connection with communism. Not to include in my exposition because of its importance. But I believe I can say, concerning communist power, that in this respect it is the analog of sovereignty. Military organization and one combat form and designated the Pockville they even determined its personal character, but in the realm of sovereign truth, experience of a sovereignty that is available and abolished. In the deep sense, the purpose of the power that is generated by the Soviet machine is indeed this that illogical truth. This is true, however, only in the deep sense. That power also has an immediate sense, by the conditions of its origin and the training of its holders, it is necessarily a military power. There is a danger in communism that comes of the impossibility to accumulation to be applicable to any other end than war. The pursuit of distinction, and the use of wealth that corresponds to it, MC7FINTL a favorable possibility in war, but the suppression of the difference between men tends to close off the other outlets. RHC divold be cast if the power holders were not to open them. 11. The ultimate value of subjectivity. This frecklam implies deep changes. A stranger to communism, one do not have, as far as the future is concerned, the ability or THC responsibility to speak of it. And in any case, if I evoke those possible changes, that cannot be the opportunity for me to recall the interest that differences of rank have in bourgeois society. 7. His society enjoys a kind of equilibrium, but a shaky equilibrium cannot be cited as an example in the face of a world that tried to force destiny. No one on this side of the curtain is in a position to give lessons to those whose lot was to put everything at stake. Wanting to finish, with the question of difference, the possibility to which I will allude has no meaning except in the indeterminacy of all things, which is characteristic of a society grown old. Concerning the suppression of difference, I have spoken thus. 1. Far as if suppressing it completely seemed possible to me. was mainly considering the subjective difference arising out of an objective difference, that is, the proprietor deriving a comedy of sovereignty from the enjoyment of a beautiful house. The feudal lord himself drew part of his glory from the enjoyment of a domain, at least he emphasized the subjective difference, the one nobility, to which he owed his rights as a landed proprietor. The bourgeois was comical if he claimed the subjective difference /nobility. His existence, situated in the world of TB5GS, was never anything but one of the things of that world. But for all that, humanity did not cease being a subjective truth, multiple errors didn't change this in the least. Insofar as the deep difference has subjective truth as its end, it will always have the ultimate human value. It is the bourgeois debasement of sovereign subjectivity that communism destroys. If, in the same movement, communism generally opposes the pursuit of subjectivity, this is in order to confuse it with that traditional confusion to which the bourgeoisie gave its caricatural aspect, wherein subject vitae is mixed with things. But communism accentuates this hostile attitude toward subjective life, particularly because it is still obsessed with primitive accumulation, which is not compatible with that enjoyment of the moment, whence comes the subject's presence to itself. My stud tends rather to show what, in distinction, could not be suppressed without destroying the subject at the same time, that is, the sovereign end of objective activity. To do ths incident to reveal what is hidden behind the grimaces of human life, though differences may be transcended, but after having grasped what they denote in the for 5t place. The literary world. And communism. ONE. Nietzsche and communism. The apparent disproportion between Nietzsche and communism. One is immediately struck by a disproportion between Nietzsche and communism. In a rather general way, Nietzsche's work exerts an irresistible attraction, but this attraction does not entail any consequence. These dazzling books are like a liqueur that excites and illuminates, but leaves a basic way of thinking intact. Relative to an inconsequential tragedy, the problems of communism have an incomparable importance. No matter, in a certain sense, if the tragedy involves something whose value, in my view, is greater. But one cannot forget that only communism has raised the general question. Communism claims, on behalf of each human being, the right to live, which he is deprived of in part by the juridical system in force. All around me the interest of the multitude is at issue, even if I suppose that it is less painful. Why so than was that of the proletariat of Marx's time or than is that of the disadvantaged nations, like India and China. I recognize the importance of the forces that communism sets in motion. What is more, communism, represented by powers that occupy a considerable place in the world, challenges the right to live of those who benefit from the advantages of bourgeois society, who benefit, for example, in order to write. Thus, communism is the basic problem that is posed to each one of us, whether we welcome it or reject it. Communism asks us a life and death question. For their purpose, the militants have at their disposal not only a coherent body of doctrine, based on the lucid thought of Marx, but an active organization to which discipline has given its exemplary effectiveness. Unquestioning doctrinary submission, devotion unto death and the relinquishment of individual will are expected of each adherent, without the promise of a reward commensurate with his sacrifices. The reward may even be, for some, that destruction by the others which is the aftermath of great revolutions. The truth is that, the cause being given, nothing counts more, for the adherent first of all but finally for whoever takes part in communist society. The personal commitment of the adherent stems from an obligation that falls on all men, but it was not the commitment that created this obligation. Indifference or hostility change nothing in this. Nothing is more important, for the neutral or the enemy, no matter, than the communist endeavor. The conviction of the militants gives it the sole value today. For all men, it was able to place the fate of the world at issue. Nothing remains outside it. Concerning Nietzsche's thought, I am free to believe or say that it is actually no less important, or more important, than communism. But then I should at least clearly acknowledge that, not having been understood, this thought is for the moment as if it did not exist. The thoughtlessness of those who showed an interest in it is the most common attitude. I leave aside those who devoted professional studies to it, frankly dismissing it. Nietzsche's life is viewed as a tale, a tragic one to be sure. The naive longing for a living mythology easily gives a meaning to this tale, but this mythology is scarcely less removed from the contemporary world than are the myths of the ancient world. The worst thing is the importance that, for the purposes of their own ambition, some individuals tried to give to a thought whose essence is in not being reducible to service, in being sovereign. It was easy for them not to take account of Nietzsche's previous refusal. They could be all the more cavalier as Nietzsche died without descendants. His mobile, concrete thou ght, tied to historical conditions, completely vanished with him. He found commentators, but they treated him like a dead man stretched out on a dissecting table. To Nietzsche's doctrine the same as that set forth in the accursed share, I am the only one who thinks of himself not as a commentator of Nietzsche but as being the same as he. Not that my thought is always faithful to his, it often diverges from it, especially if I consider the detailed developments of a theory. But that thought is placed under the same conditions as was his. There was nothing sovereign that the historical world offered him that Nietzsche could recognize. He refused the reign of things, and science could not be in his eyes mankind's limit and end, since, assumed as such, it ensures the mind's subordination to the object. It was essential to him to rediscover lost sovereignty. These few principles reveal, at the same time, the situation on which Nietzsche's thought depended and the one in which the accursed share perceives a basis for starting anew. The communists are opposed to what seems sovereign to them. But for Nietzsche, a world deprived of what I call sovereign would no longer be bearable. With respect to traditional sovereignty, he had the same attitude as the communists. But he could not accept a world in which each man, would be a means and not the end of some common endeavor. Hence the insulting irony with which he addressed the forerunners of National Socialism, and the curt refusal, but free of contempt, that he offered to the social democracy of his time, from which communism derives. The refusal to serve, to be useful, is the principle of Nietzsche's thought, as it is of his work. What turned Nietzsche 1. away from God or from morality was not a personal desire for enjoyment but rather a protest that was directed, at the same time, against moralizing, enslaving, sovereignty mired in Christianity, and to the order of things where reason viewed as an end confines subjective life together with thought. If one understands what I am saying, Nietzsche's thought, identified with the positing of sovereignty independent of its mired forms, the kind of sovereignty that my long study was meant to bring out, no longer looks like a miserable agitation when contrasted with communism. In fact, today there are only two admissible positions remaining in the world. Communism, reducing each man to the object, thus rejecting the deceptive appearances that the subject had assumed, and the attitude of Nietzsche, similar to the one that emerges from this work, free the subject, at the same time, of the limits imposed on it by the past and of the objectivity of the present. 3. The thought of Nietzsche, that of Hegel, and my own the isolation of two philosophies with respect to all others that men conceive is odd, no doubt, appearing to be inappropriate, more like a provocation than an unavoidable formulation. In principle we are, Nietzsche and myself, tool thinkers, taken from a mass that clutters the history of thought in the bourgeois world. It is common to ascribe to Nietzsche an importance of the first order, but this importance is suspended, as it were, it is not connected with anything, except at times with the backward, nationalistic forms of violence. Be that as it may, it seems arbitrary to assert that only two positions coincide. Other men asserted their independence, the sovereignty of their thought in a world where values are generally called back into question. It is banal to note that Hegel's absolute knowledge takes the place of God, and that absolute knowledge was not different from Hegel himself. At the risk of appearing too narrow, when other questions might be raised, I will speak only of Marx's teacher. The gist of my intention is given in Hegel's will to autonomy. For Hegel this means the autonomy of thought, but Hegel is incapable of separating thou GHT from the other contents of this world. According to Hegel, the philosopher, associated with the dominant forms in the same way as the mind is associated with the body, and in the same unity, indisputably, attains the autonomy that TKMPKR did not attain, in a sense, in the language of Hegel, the sovereign in the final state of things possible. The philosopher in fact could not will anything that was not the dominant reality, and the latter could not bring about anything that did not correspond to the philosopher's thought. The difference between my dialectical thought and that of Hegel is difficult to formulate, since contradiction can constantly resume the development of both. There is nothing that I do not follow in the overall movement that Hegel's thought represents in my eyes. But the autonomy of Hegel's absolute knowledge is that of discourse unfolding in time. Hegel situates subjectivity not in the object's disintegration, always begun anew, but in the identity that the subject and the object attain in discourse. But in the end, absolute knowledge, the discourse in which the subject and the object become identical, itself dissolves into the Warhliv of unknowing, and the vanishing thou GHT of unknowing is in the moment. On the one hand, there is an identity of absolute knowledge and this evanescent thought, on the other, this identity is reencountered in life. Absolute knowledge closes, whereas the movement I speak of opens up. Starting from absolute knowledge, Hegel could not prevent discourse from dissolving, but it dissolved into sleep. 3 The Vanishing thought of which I speak is the awakening and not the sleep of thought. It is reencountered in an equality, in the communication, with all the sovereign moments of all men, insofar as the latter do not want to take them for things, for it is reencountered above all in the moments that preceded the awareness or thought of unknowing. 5 I am talking about the discourse that enters into darkness, and that the very light ends by plunging into darkness, darkness being the definitive silence. I am talking about TK discourse in which thought taken to the limit of thought requires the sacrifice, or death, of thought. To my mind, this is the meaning of the work and life of Nietzsche. It is a question of marking, in the labyrinth of thought, the paths that lead, through movements of vehement gaiety, to that place of death where excessive beauty begets excessive suffering, where all the cries that will ever be heard are mingled, cries whose powerlessness, in this awakened state, is our secret magnificence. Nietzsche's cry recalls the cry we would need to give out, with all our strength, in dreaming, and which we know in our dash. Terror emits no sound. It is nonetheless a cry of joy, it is the cry of happy subjectivity, which the world of objects will no longer deceive, and which will be reduced to nothing. Within an apparent despair, it gives rise to a burst of molliesse. This is the wisdom to which we can aspire. Nietzsche joined the intelligible to the sensible in himself, and there is nothing that he gave as tlg perk pose of his thou ght, unless it be the sovereign moments that give humanity its countenance. No cause, no commitment issue from an empty generosity, with which no expectation is connected. But Nietzsche is on the side of those who give, and his thought cannot be isolated from the movement that tried to promote a resumption of life in the moment, in opposition to the bourgeoisie, which accumulates. Hegel was drawn along by Romanticism at first, but he repudiated it, and his break led him finally to support the bourgeois state. He did not break in this way with the revolutionary ideal of his youth, he sided with the bourgeois state, with the bourgeois-minded functionaries, not with the feudal state. Nietzsche himself combated Romanticism, but his hatred of Wagner led him to do so. He objected to the inflatedness and lack of rigor, combining as he did an intellectual severity and a depth of emotional life, but he remained completely on the side where calculation is unknown. Nietzsche's gift is the gift that nothing limits, it is the so keen gift, that of subj activity. 6. 2. Nietzsche and Jesus. 1. Nietzsche's ambition to supplant Jesus. Nietzsche's position is the only one apart from communism. 7. To my mind this is an obvious fact. I want to make clear that it is not enough for me to show that Nietzsche is the object of a misunderstanding, I also wish to bring out the extent and inevitability of it. I will start from an observation by Gide. Nietzsche, Gide asserted, was jealous of Jesus Christ, jealous to the point of madness. In writing his Zarathustra, Nietzsche is ever harassed by his desire to write a counterpart to the Gospels. He even adopts at times the form of the Beatitudes the better to make a mockery of them. He wrote the Antichrist, and in his work, Ecce Homo, he poses as the adversary triumphant of him he sought to oustate. Gide thus emphasized, not without reason, a trait that sets Nietzsche apart from all the others. This quite evident aspect could not escape notice, but usually no one stresses it. I imagine that some people avoid thinking about it, for it is difficult, or think of it as Gide does, with a feeling of discomfort, and fear. Would being jealous of Christ be unacknowledgeable in principle? But Nietzsche avowed it? Strangely, for the megalomania of Ecce Homo, where the title, chosen by the author, repeats the words of Christ, is comical in its ambiguity. An insolent gaiety carries it along and retracts the acknowledgement while affirming it at the same time. This book has the sense of a T-Fatgranant, but Nietzsche disclaims this, I am no man, I am dynamite. Yet for all that, there is nothing in me of a founder of a religion. I want no believers, I think I am too malicious to believe in myself. I do not want to be a holy man, sooner even a buffoon. 9. The disavowal is so closely bound to the admission that the I latter was full Y expressed only in madness. The crisis in which Nietzsche's mind broke down came soon after the writing of Ecce Homo. It underscored that work's audacity. The notes that he signed the crucified reiterated and completed the admission, but what madness admitted was, clearly so to speak, what the rational man dissimulated. The first impulse is to take this, I mean the illness, as a basis for situating what Gide called Nietzsche's jealousy. A modern man, whose life is devoid of mystery, who was a professor, and who, up to the end of 1883, behaved as a civilized man, could not of his own accord slip into the mythological realm. He could not himself attain divinity. No one can doubt this, and Nietzsche had a presentiment of it. The ambition to be better than a man can only have a comic solution L0. Yet this was the rather firm resolve, which he apparently could not escape, of a man whose basic lucidity and refinement are beyond question. The madness I properly so called is late and does not permit us to reduce to illness a kind of invasion by the divine domain, whose consequence one I was, as Earl Y as $1.82, the painful failure of Zarathustra. 11. Nietzsche's problem, or the deserted beach. It is difficult to arrive at a sufficiently clear understanding of the problem to which Nietzsche's attitude seems to have responded. Gide's humanism is antithetical to that irrational distress. Nietzsche's concern is inconceivable for Gide, who writes. Nietzsche's immediate and deep reaction was, it must be said, jealousy L2. Although it had nothing to do with possession of a woman, nor of a power or a prestige, Nietzsche's reaction was not in fact different from jealousy. But, leaving aside the wretched and lamentable stories, Nietzsche was not jealous of any other man, neither of Plato nor of Buddha, nor of anyone else who matters. The problem of God and the divine status of Jesus alone motivated his attitude. This is a paradox, but the object of Nietzsche's jealous why is God. Doubtless he is the only one who could say, no God. No man above me. Jaspers declares that his moderation was even more dominant after human, all too human. 13. But he himself cites Nietzsche's sentiment as a boy of 15 who wrote, none so bold be ever to ask with rash endeavor where I might have my home. Ne'er by space I'm captured, nor by fleeting hours enraptured. I4. Thus the sentiment that Gide calls jealousy, that I relate to sovereignty, takes on, in light of the chapter by Jaspers, the sense of a leitmotif. It was Nietzsche's peculiarity not to accept the limits to which a human life is conventionally restricted. He thus reverted to the theme of Feuerbach. But in his case it was not a matter of idle words. His life showed that for him this idea had consequences. All the beauty and sublimity we have bestowed upon real and imaginary things I will reclaim, he said. He did not reclaim them only for himself, but as the property and product of man. The game that was played in this way was that of the being that we are against the being that we have created, that we have imagined, and for which we have renounced the possibility of seeing the magnificence in ourselves. For Nietzsche, God was only our limit. God, he said, is a gross answer, an indelicacy against us thinkers, at bottom merely a gross prohibition for us, you shall not think, LG. The objectivity of God answers to those who ask for the origin of things. The one shoemaker made the shoe and likewise God created the world. With this answer the lasting and the reassuring take the place of the problematic. For theology, God is subjectivity nonetheless, but creating the world of things and giving himself in this manner, above him, an objectivity like his own. Apparently, it was of the love given to the divine objectivity that Nietzsche was jealous. The meaning of this paradoxical jealousy cannot be drawn from a superficial examination. Let us imagine a deserted beach, the veiled light of the afternoon and the land restricted to the insignificance of the dunes, one whose lines add nothing to the boundlessness of the sea and sky. I can include myself at will, subjectively, in this immensity. I can do so, myself being nothing, the subject, which I am, is nothing. I can at will, objectifying myself, exclude myself from it. But if I posit myself as an object, I also objectify the immensity. Consequential why, the immensity transcends me, it transcends that given object, which is there. It is no longer the nothing in which I myself am nothing, it is neither it nor myself being I. Objectified, the immensity becomes something of which I speak, I. Something that speaks to me. Let it be said, at first a beautiful eye and terrible animation results from the game. But speech, my I speech, completely invades the object, that object, immense perhaps, but an object, which transcends me. I can still, sheltered from transcendence, save the ineffable part of the object. Although words define him and he finds his expression in them, God is also silence. An operation of this sort does not compel me. If I wish, I can say of it after the fact, this is nothing, this objectivity is only a game. The immense shadow that my thought extends over the world is nothing. I might choose not to withdraw the adorable phantom from the game. In a general way, I can at will bring into the game that which captivates me. That thing which captivates me is no longer anything but the object of my desire or my passion, which transfigure and deny it as an object, which affirm it as a subject, as nothing, which annihilate it. From that point I can still feign, like the child, the reality of my game. This is the height of luxury 7. But where God is concerned, the waste product of the operation, the thing, ultimately wins out over the imperceptible. What is involved finally, if not withdrawing the object of theology from the game, and bringing man out of the world of play, the world of desire and of the no thing which desire pursues, into the world of the thing, of seriousness, of duty and morality. So that in the person of God, as in that of the kings, but for more logical reasons, sovereignty leads desire to the dupery of abdication. What is involved, if not labor, to which it was necessary to give the advantage? This was supposed to be brought about, this thing that supposedly would have revolted the free men of the past, the domination of labor. The thing was to prevail over the sovereign moment and the object over the subject, whereas sovereignty is the affirmation of the preeminence of the end, which is the subject, over the object, which is the means. Can it be said that, all in all, men could not have avoided going through this? Possibly so, but the opposition of the man of play to the god of obligation is clumsy nonetheless. It is not that of the supernatural being to the natural being. Man and God are on the same plane. If Nietzsche sets himself against Jesus, he speaks of Dionysus. It is always an ensemble of human and divine forms opposing another ensemble, on one side Nietzsche and Dionysus, and the Dionysian world, and on the other, the believer and the God of reason, between whom Jesus is the mediator. The essential point is that on one side the seduction of Dionysus is a prelude to tragedy and that of Jesus to the arranged marriage. Nietzsche's jealousy is that of the passion that is forsaken for the match dictated by utility. In the end, the difference between the two sides has this sense: I don't say Jesus, but the believer withdraws from the game, and the disciple of Nietzsche throws himself into it. On the beach I spoke of, nothing separates me from the immensity except for the certainty of being at issue. I have recognized my equality with the emptiness and boundlessness, for I know that at bottom I am this subjective and contentless existence, but memory ties me to objects, to contents, in the midst of which I situate myself, one object among the others. If I objectify the immensity, which then transcends me, I open the way to the regular dispositions of speech. But I can simply stop short and tell. Sighty, those differenti, does not signify that God rules over. But that, in the immutable immensity, equal to itself, what I am is at issue. 18 I am not this that I name in the same way that I name each particular thing in the order where it has its place and has a sense that accounts for it. I am an object in question, an object whose basic content is subjectivity, which is a question, and which its differentiated contents bring into play. As a subject I am nothing within the immensity that is nothing, as an object, in the feeling of being at issue that sets me against the self-sameness of the immensity, I rediscover an equivalence. If this distinct real ity that I am as an object were not at issue, if it took shelter, it would definitely separate me from that equality with the immense nothing, but precisely why that by which I differ from nothing is that by which I am at issue. Objectifian GM is self, I exclude myself from the undifferentiated immensity, but this object at issue, which I am, places itself at the mercy of the game, y destructs it as an object, which delivers it over, as an aleatory object, to that intangible nothing that the subject is. The so aleatory object is at the same time the form in which we offer, Eve's €0 the other's desire. It is sovereign object, which does not serve, which does not let itself be grasped in genuine reality, that of efficacious, risk-free action. In a word, it is sovereignty, but that of man, divine sovereignty is different in that the myth can be, if we wish, withdrawn from the game, but this only happened slowly. There was the immortal God, but, having all the privileges, he also gave himself that of dying, and the eternal itself, in the person of Jesus, let itself be put to death. But the object that the God of reason is, which created the world and over which nothing has any hold, which, as the immense nothing, knows nothing of birth and death, is no underscore less than this nothing outside of the game. It is nonetheless offered to man's desire, but only to better ensure the reign of labor and morality. Neat 7 SCHE1's jealousy is that of the man who means to be sovereign without illusions, toward the imagined being who captured the love of all men only to deceive. 3. Sovereign thought. It is not easy to understand Nietzsche's attitude, even when one's personal sensibility would lead one to do so. Even if our sensibility is intact, we still belong to the world in which we speak, in which no one can escape from the Christian system without being immediately obliged to adopt a system that is just as closed, or more so. Every day the sovereignty of the moment is more foreign to the language in which we express ourselves, which draws value back to utility. What is sacred, not being an object, escapes our apprehension. 19 There is not even, in this world, a way of thinking that escapes servitude, an available language such that in speaking it we do not fall back into the immutable rut as soon as we are out of it. How can we imagine, in spite of Kant, an ethics that does not commit itself, that does not place us in the service of some means? Our inclinations do not alter the circumstance in the least. Nietzsche himself could do little more, in this sense, than appeal to the sensibility. His language is inimitable, and no one was able to connect with him starting from the common discourse. It is easy, on the other hand, to pass by him without any recognition of what he tried to signify. Gide is not the only example of this. It is common to retain only one aspect of Nietzsche, suiting the one who assumes the right to choose. The significance of his thou GHT has remained inaccessible up to now. Ever since he became famous, has he been anything but an occasion for misunderstanding? I strive to show this, but the foregoing propositions, or those that follow, could not make it clear if the set of analyses I have undertaken, whose cohesiveness is apparent in spite of everything, did not tend to do what no one ever did before, but that Nietzsche hoped someone would attempt after him, give the ins and outs of a position by which the order of values is overturned. Nietzsche assumes the sovereignty of man in this world of subjugated sovereignty, or of sovereign subjugation. I.e. did not set his mind on forgetting the efforts in which mankind of all epochs exhausted itself, while having no deeper aspiration than the sovereign moment freeing itself from subordinate activity. He was aware of this, but at the same time he weighed the powerlessness of that moment in the domain of thou GHT, beyond the sovereign moment. Nietzsche sought sovereign thinking whose inexpressible significance he experienced. He wrote, "To be alone with a great thought is unbearable. I am seeking and calling to men to whom I can communicate this thought without their being destroyed by it." 20. Or, I have presented such terrible images to knowledge that any Epicurean delight is out of the question. Only Dionysian joy is sufficient, one have been theirs to discover the tragic. The Greeks, thanks to their moralistic superficiality, misunderstood it. Even resignation is not a lesson of tragedy, but a misunderstanding of it. Yearning for nothingness is the denial of tragic wisdom, its opposite. 21. Apparently the moral problem took shape in Nietzsche in the following way: for Christianity the good is God, but the converse is true, God is limited to the category of the good that is manifested in man's utility, but for Nietzsche that which is sovereign is good, but God is dead, his servility killed him, so man is morally bound to be sovereign. Man is thought, language, and he can be sovereign only through a sovereign thought. Now, just as the original sovereignty, that of the gods and kings, is tragic, before the reduction of tragedy to morality, but only at the end, sovereign thou GHT is boundless tragedy. That triumph which it basically is first of all a collapse, it is the collapse_sc of that which it is not. In its immediacy, sovereign THOUNT is off its hinges, it exceeds the bounds of knowledge, it destroys the world that reassures, that is commensurate with man's activity. But if sovereign thought is far removed from vulgar, practical morality, it is nonetheless the hypertrophy of the basic demand that is at the origin of morality. You see what it was that really triumphed over the Christian God, Christian morality itself, the concept of truthfulness that was understood ever more rigorously, the Father Confessor's refinement of the Christian conscience, translated and sublimated into a scientific conscience, into intellectual cleanliness at any price. Looking at nature as if it were proof of the goodness and governance of a God, interpreting history in honor of some divine reason, as a continual testimony of a moral world order and ultimate moral purposes, interpreting one's own experiences as pious people have long enough interpreted theirs, as if everything were providential, a hint, designed and ordained for the sake of the salvation of the soul. That is all over now, that has man's conscience against it, that is considered indecent and dishonest by every more refined conscience, mendaciousness, feminism, weakness, and cowardice. 22. The simultaneous explosion of language and practical moral ity is the principle of the operation. What is sovereign has no other end than itself. Now, language, discursive and not poetical language, carries within itself the signification by which words one constantly refer to one another. Definition is the essence of language. Through definition each word gets its meaning from another word, so that, taken as a whole, language is ended only by the word God, or by words with a meaning, ultimately devoid of intelligible meaning, hence of any meaning, or by the prohibition of their use. The sovereign operation of thought is given, at its origin, in the use of the word God, as the final meaning of all things. But insofar as the use of the word God is the guarantor of this meaning, and is bound by this meaning, of things that it creates, the operation has two values. With the first, things get their meaning from what is sovereign, but with the other, what is sovereign gets its meaning from things. The use of the word God is deceptive, therefore, it results in the distortion of its object. Of the sovereign being, between the sovereignty of an ultimate end, implied in the movement of language, and the servitude of means, on which it is based, this is defined as serving that, and so on. God, the end of things, is caught up in the game that makes each thing thc means of another. In other words, God, named as the end, becomes a thing insofar as he is named, a thing, put on the plane with all things. For from Gide's anxieties to Nietzsche's sobs, Nietzsche's passion brought to light this reduction of exceptional sovereignty to the general servitude. Nietzsche wrote, "One is most dishonest to one's God, he is not allowed to in." 3. A God who would come to earth must not do anything except wrong, not to take the punishment upon oneself, but the piled would be divine. 24. Contrary to vulgar atheism, he never aimed at the divine domain, as being irreducible to profane measures, but at the reduction that morality carries out within that domain, in the form of a personalized God. He did not hesitate to say, the refutation of God, in fact, only the moral God is refuted. 25. the concern with saving the divine domain, or the sovereign domain of thought, from the moral reduction took precedence in him over the desire to escape from the moral code. Renslang, speaking of Gide's Nietzscheanism, points up the difference between the causeurs d'André Walter, 1891, and les nourritures terrestres, 1897, or les promptements one and chain. She situates Gide's metamorphosis between these 2 points, going from the disgust with sin to the pursuit of happiness, to the affirmation of life. In her view, the change occurred gradually, accelerated however by 2 powerful incitements, Nietzsche and Africa 26. Gide denied having been specifically influenced by Nietzsche, especially in regard to El Moralist, whose detailed conception preceded the reading of Nietzsche. He was even mistaken for a time concerning the date at which he began that reading. But he himself furnished the elements that allowed the correction to be made. The publication of some peculiar letters has established that at the end of 1895 he had not yet tackled Nietzsche, but, as Lang had supposed at the start, through the reading of journals Gide had formed a clear enough idea of Nietzsche to write. I was a little afraid of him, he attracts me the way it happens in Vertigo. 27. The trip to Africa where, the ascesis given up, Gide one found the possibility of a happiness without remorse, no doubt preceded even the indirect acquaintance with Nietzsche. Yet Nietzsche's ideal subsequently helped him legitimate his new ethic and his new life. It was very different with Nietzsche, his sickly constitution made what he preached unattainable for him. 28. Indeed he was so far from his affirmations that one day he wrote these unsettling words: "It is easy to talk about all sorts of immoral acts, but do we have the strength to endure them? For example, I could not bear to break my word or to commit murder, I would languish for a longer or shorter time, then die, that would be my fate. Whether the crime and its punishment were made public or not." 29. He was so far from the power of which he spoke, where in my view he was wrong to place explicitly an emphasis that in his work is placed implicitly on sovereignty, which is not the same thing. Sovereignty requires power perhaps, but the pursuit of power reduces man to action, which is a means. It is the contrary of sovereignty, that he had the right to assert, as far as torments and renunciations go, my life can be measured against that of ascetics of all times. So it can be said of Nietzsche's intellectual scheme, and Nietzsche himself said this, that the immoralism in it is the consequence of morality. I quoted earlier the aphorism in which he sees in the denial of God, his denial, the demand of Christian morality. He gives here 1. The general form of a surprising line of reasoning: we want to be the heirs of every ancient morality and not to begin afresh. All our activity is only a morality that turns back against its ancient form. In order to comply with morality, one no longer eats a certain food, likewise to comply with morality one will eventually end up no longer doing good. Life's demand in nature is at play in Gide's attitude if he affirms the rights of life against morality, of desire against duty, of the moment against the calculation of interest. Something different is at stake in Nietzsche. In Nietzsche man demands, fully, in a general way and in the very movement of thought, to escape from the reduction of being to thinghood. Joy and sorrow no longer matter, it is no longer a question of pleasure protesting against an obstacle once given, but of rescuing being from the strictures of a thought that is essentially concerned with ensuring the judicious order of things. Whether or not there is a judicious order of things is not the ultimate question either. But will man serve that order? Will he get value and meaning from it? Or will that order serve him, in the way that food and roofs do? Will man have, beyond the judicious order, a sovereign life, one that is problematic, useless, and dangerous, deriving meaning only from itself and decidedly tragic? These problems take us far from Gide, who doesn't care about any general inquiry. It is not a matter of deciding whether he is mistaken. We would distort Nietzsche's attitude by using it to define Gide's mistake. I imagine, on the contrary, Nietzsche declaring, against himself, that Gide is right. He didn't make the demand, he felt the analogue of a universal moral law. It is a question of what is sovereignly real, which counts at the moment when man wills, if only once, to be in a sovereign manner. What is sovereign has an incomparable value no doubt, but value does not signify the obligation that weighs on everyone. Moreover, to be in a sovereign manner is easy, every moment lived for its own sake is sovereign, but the thinking of the one who lives it can, in the moment itself, assign him to servitude, in the form, for example, of a literary project. There is no resolve that is not a vertigo, where the conscience is never satisfied, where the game appears paltry measured against a sovereignty, manifest but inaccessible and unthinkable, that belongs only to the totality. Whence a lasting kind of self-contempt, no less than the inevitable audacity. Why am I thus? Nietzsche said. What madness to think oneself free to choose to be, and to be in such and such a fashion. Behind this, the need to imagine for oneself a Benji who could have prevented a being such as I, a self-despiser, from ever being born. To feel oneself to be an argument against God. 30. This note illuminates rather painful why the distress that is connected with the feeling of jealous why Gide speaks of, but, it is the same with every sentence that Nietzsche wrote, one mustn't get stuck on it. Zarathustra spoke another language, God's woe is deeper, you strange world. Reach for God's woe, not for me. What am I? A drunken sweet liar, a midnight liar, an ominous belfrogi that, nobody understands but that must speak. 31. I don't know if one will grasp, by following these sentences, a slender thread connecting a Benji to the abysses of a totality in which he dissolves. Nietzsche said of music that he couldn't see any difference between it and tears. The conclusion of Zarathustra is that joy is deeper than woe. The essential point where Gide met Nietzsche is doubtless the affirmation of joy. But the joy of Gide is crude. In the often indirect expression it received, that of Nietzsche is like the uncontrollable rise of the sobs that he stifled. 5. The extent of Gide's mistake. Nietzsche's jealous why toward Jesus must be considered with regard to this balancing G act, this wavering between audacity and contempt, between joy and distress. Doesn't jealousy itself swing from the purest phalanges to derision? When the jealousy is expressed with humor, reversing itself, what Nietzsche would prefer to being Jesus, he says to being a saint, but Gide is right, we may read Jesus, is first a satyr flow, 32 then the feeling heats up and it becomes a buffoon. Thus, Nietzsche is led by a feeling of jealousy to the contrary feeling of derision. But this could not be explained if some sovereign demand had not corresponded to the object of his jealousy. We know that this was the case. But Gide was mistaken about this to the point of being indefensible. Either things became so distorted in his memory that they were reversed, or his knowledge of Nietzsche was so superficial that he didn't have the authority to speak. 33 Gide writes in his journal. I cannot set up against Christ that proud and jealous resistance of Nietzsche. When he speaks of Christ, his marvelous perspicacity seems to me to fail him. Yes, truly, he seems to me to accept an already second-hand and distorted image of Christ, and, in order to oppose him better, to hold Christ responsible for all the clouds and all the shadows projected on this earth by the sorry misinterpretations of his words. I feel in Christ's teachings as much emancipatory power as in Nietzsche's, as much opposition between the value of the individual arid the state, or civilization, or Caesar, as much abnegation and joy. Percent what am I saying, as much? I discover still more, and a more profound and more secret opposition, more assured and, hence, calmer, more complete and, hence, less tense, in the gospel of Christ than in the gospel of Zarathustra. It belonged to Nietzsche to rediscover under the shrouds and resuscitate a true Christ, but, rather than rally to him whose teaching surpassed his own, Nietzsche thought to increase his stature by opposing him. He resolutely misunderstands Christ, but for this misunderstanding, which is to be his spring board, the Church is even more than he responsible, by annexing, by trying to assimilate Christ, instead of assimilating herself to him, she cripples him more, and it is this crippled Christ that Nietzsche is fighting. 11.3. Lang, who examines Gide's whole attitude toward Nietzsche, cannot omit to point out that even if he often identified one with the other, but, it seems to me, this often is a matter of convenience, Nietzsche clearly distinguishes the message of the deliverer from Jesus of St. Paul's dogmas, a message that seems to him to be annulled by the death on the cross which the Church makes its real foundation. Lang also points out that scattered throughout Gide's books there are recriminations against the Christianity embodied in St. Paul, nearly identical to those of Nietzsche and only slightly less ferocious, a leveling, suffocating, hypocritical morality, they say is contrary to life, to the creative impulse, to the heroism of culture, protecting the weakness and mediocrity of the throng at the expense of the individual. Anyone who has read Nietzsche attentively will be surprised at such an error. In a little book published under the title Nietzsche F. and Christianity 36, Karl Jaspers has called attention, on the contrary, to the interest of an image of Jesus projected by Nietzsche which stands in contrast to the Church's formulation. Gide, writes Lang, has always defended Jesus against Christianity, he has long promised us a treatise by that name. Christ against Christianity, the title would fit the chapter that Jaspers has devoted to the image that Nietzsche constructed of Jesus, titled Who Was Jesus? Moreover, Jaspers titles the following chapters, The Distortion of Jesus Christianity and the Roots of Distorting Christianity. He even takes note of a diametrical opposite interpretation. Ernst Benz, a contributor to the Zeitschrift für Kirchengeschichte, where he published, in 1937, Nietzsche's ideas on the history of Christianity, says that Jaspers, in his treatise Example and Etelsche and Chr Strand, he comes to a strange conclusion. Having repeatedly pointed out the mendacity of the 19th century's liberal and positive theology, this theologian finally considers Nietzsche's 1's picture of Jesus and its significance in the sense of a positive contribution to the realization of a new form of Christian life and thought. He then speaks of Nietzsche's in these terms, the Antichrist turns into the teacher of an imitation of Christ which the Church, in its weakness and indolence has suppressed. The enemy of the Church turns into the prophet of a possible new Christianity, which the Church itself, afraid of its relentless and uncomfortable consequences, has preferred to conceal. He becomes the herald of a new evangelical order which would unite a new community of his king for a new imitation of Christ, and by acting out a life in his manner would strike the paper creeds from the hands of mere Christian believers. Astounding sentences, concludes Jaspers, to emanate from a theologian, astounding for those who envision the whole of the portrayal of Jesus just drawn in Nietzsche's words. 38. I am inclined to think that Gide, before Benz, having tried to reconcile the irreconcilable Jesus and Nietzsche, having imagined, dubiously, the inadmissible figure of a Christ with Nietzschean traits, having in any case placed the figure of Nietzsche opposite that of Jesus, was no less troubled by having done so than Nietzsche, who had done it first. 39 But Gide felt at a loss, and harbored toward Nietzsche, whom he reread only rarely, a feeling of malaise and suspicion. Doubtless, Nietzsche made him feel that he had little originality. Les Nourritures Terrestres can be seen as a rather thin extension of Nietzsche's teaching. Nietzsche frightened Gide, but not as he did at the start, when he represented sin. Gide never again stopped granting himself sin. Nietzsche reduced him to insignificance, his only outstanding book derived from that all too heavy influence, but he didn't understand a difficult work. He saw the value of the present moment only in the light of enjoyment. This is not contrary to that thou GHT, but he could not feel the abandon of a positively sovereign man who, no longer being subordinate to others who would answer him, and answer for him, questioned joyful why perhaps, but silently and to the point of death. Gide was a timid questioner, he sagely asked limited questions, having no feeling for tragic, or serious, play. He was a man like any other, I could not offer him any higher praise. he undoubtedly had the desire to take hold of the evangelical doctrine, knock down its barriers and defenses, divest it of its promise of a hereafter, of all mysticism, and transfigure the life of Jesus into a reign of liberating joy. 40. Such was the best means of reconciling the irreconcilable and of living in harmony with oneself, which he could do only by forgetting Nietzsche. I don't know if he realized the extent to which his love of Jesus was a game. The name Goethe sums up the secure feeling that human life gave him. Jaspers, and Benz, made the comparison that he might have drawn, and that he should have drawn if offhandedness, and thoughtlessness, had not prevailed over conscientiousness. But it seems to me that he was right to make this mistake. Jaspers has assembled those texts that assume, in the history of sovereignty, an altogether surprising, but decisive meaning that Gide's mistake clearly underscores. Jaspers quotes Nietzsche. If there is anything in evangelical, it is the hero concept. The very opposite of all struggle has here in the gospel become instinctive, the incapacity for resistance here becomes morality. But how surprised we are to see that Nietzsche can speak of myself in very similar terms in Ecce Homo. I have no memory of ever making an effort, no trace of struggle can be shown in my life, I am the opposite of a heroic character. To want something, to strive for something, to have an end, a desire in mind, all this I have never experienced. I have not the slightest wish for anything to become different, I myself do not want to change. There are several such analogies between Nietzsche's language about Jesus and about himself. Everything else, all nature is useless to him except as a sign, a parallel. We quoted him as having said of Jews. And about himself he says, but what has nature been created for, if not so I shall have signs in which to talk to souls. As we read on, our astonishment increases. Nietzsche not only makes such analogies unconsciously, but he explicitly claims Jesus for his own position beyond good and evil, for his own amoralism in the fight against morality. Jesus sided against those who judge, he wanted to be the destroyer of morality. Jesus said, what do we sons of God care for morality? And last, explicitly, Nietzsche says, God is the beyond good and evil. The problem of the presence of eternity, of experiencing bliss, which Jesus solved by his way of life, is Nietzsche's own problem. What seems to distinguish Christ and Buddha, it seems to be an inner happiness that makes them religious, he says with evident appreciation, indeed with approval. Nietzsche's way of achieving this inner happiness differs from theirs, it is to experience the abolition of all aims, and simultaneously the aimlessness of Genesis in the realization of the eternal recurrence. Nietzsche experiences this mystically, not in the practice of a way of life, but the feeling that bliss is here is nevertheless familiar to Nietzsche, as it was to Jesus. In Nietzsche's eyes, the great antagonist of Jesus was Dionysus. Almost all his theses are phrased against Jesus and for Dionysus. In Jesus' death he saw an expression of declining life, an indictment of life, the dismembered Dionysus impressed him as life rising in tragic exaltation, constantly regenerating itself. And yet, in a curious bit of ambiguity, Nietzsche could, if only for rare moments, strike the pose of Jesus, and the scrawls of Nietzsche the madman, so meaningful in his case, were signed not only Dionysus but the crucified. Jaspers does not at all forget Nietzsche's opposition to Christianity, against which he had repeated Voltaire's Écrasez l'infâme 42. Nietzsche accused Jesus himself of decadence, of childishness, and, doubtless in the sense given to the word by Dostoevsky in The Idiot, of idiocy. But, as with all those who had the power to set things in motion, there was something in him that began anew, following in the line of his predecessors. Lucidity, passionate resolve, and detachment from the ties that the past had formed, joined to the desire to give and the certainty the gift decides, establish a deep kinship between Nietzsche and Isis. Above all, both were moved by the feeling of sovereignty that possessed them and by an equal certainty that nothing. Sovereign, could come from things. Nietzsche sized up this resemblance. He was in a position opposite Jesus. But the self-assurance and abandon of Jesus were precisely what he lacked. Jesus claimed a legacy, and the possibility of Christianity, in which things absorbed him, when he thought he had prevailed over them, as he meant to do, spread out in front of him. Nietzsche was alone, and his teaching compared to that of Jesus is an unfortunate joke, which no one took seriously. I would venture to say that no one could have taken seriously, and perhaps, a bit further, that no one should have. Gide's absurdity in this regard is perhaps less bothersome than Jasper's. Rigorous description. At least Gide's superficiality and that muddled shame, so full of twisted feelings that it can guess into ingenuousness, are not professorial. Perhaps it was Nietzsche's luck to be condemned to mockery by those who loved him. The mockery of man is no less striking to me, and seems to me no less worthy of attention than that of Side. THRE. Nietzsche and the transgression of prohibitions. 1. Nietzsche, Dr. Faustus, and the myth of the defeat of the ambitious spirit. As everyone knows, Dr. Faustus, one of Thomas Mann's last novels, is in a sense a life of Nietzsche fictionalized under another name. But this life of the German composer Adrian Leverkühn, as told by one of his friends, far from illuminating the figure of the philosopher, blurs its features, so much so that one is obliged to delineate it anew. Maurice Collaville writes. With Dr. Faustus, the very persona of Nietzsche, the living man, the man in the flesh, thrusts itself on the novelist, focuses the narrative, determines the general structure of the new novel. Here it's not a matter of thematic influence, it's the very life of Nietzsche that Thomas Mann has transposed into the existence of the composer Adrian Leverkühn. 43. Yet the elements drawn from Nietzsche's biography only roughly determine the traits of character in the novel. Mann has recently submitted an essay in which he relates the circumstances in which Nietzsche must have been infected. 44. It is assumed, and Mann assumes, that Nietzsche owed his mental breakdown to the infection with syphilis. Leverkühn of Dr. Faustus is himself stricken with general paralysis. The slow progress of the disease is for him, as it was for Nietzsche, a slow and nearly constant torture, like Nietzsche's, and at about the same age, his mind is overcome. And like Nietzsche, he dies on August 25, after 12 years of stupor. And yet, Nietzsche died in 1900 and Leverkühn in 1940. Except for the secondary studies at El Kaiserasturm, in a school similar to Sculpforde, the theology studies begun quickly and quickly abandoned, and an ineffectual attempt at marriage, recalling Nietzsche's dealings with Lou Salomé and Paul Rée. On the whole, the details of Mann's story do not follow the biography of the author of The Gay Science. Were it not for these few facts, probably why no one would have assimilated the characters of the two personages. On this point Collaville writes. Much could be said about the resemblances and spiritual affinities that one can detect between Nietzsche and his counterpart, Leverkühn. We lack the space to note many of the novel's details where, in the statements of the characters, purely Nietzschean principles are affirmed. It would be easy to show that the devil, whom Thomas Mann introduces in the flesh, deliberately unfolds the thesis of the will to power or a parody of it, that, as in Nietzsche, the life that is depicted in Dr. Faustus takes no account of morality, is not concerned with moral actions. That the good is here only called the flower of evil. 45. Most of the events of the life and career and the basic intentions of Nietzsche and Leverkühn are different. Leverkühn's character remains remote from the sense of historical mission, from the absolute moral distress and the absolute affirmation of the philosopher of the overturning of values. In return, Nietzsche is very far from a pact with the devil, which is, albeit involuntarily, the lot of Leverkühn. There is definitely something disturbing about the figure put forward by Mann. In particular, the Paul Rée of the novel, Rudolf Schwerdtfeger, before meeting Marie Godot, another Lou Salomé, was the homosexual lover of Leverkühn. I don't know if Mann is echoing a tradition deserving of credence. This is the case for the visits of the young Nietzsche to a Cologne brothel. The homosexuality of Nietzsche is doubtless a conjecture, perhaps even a conjecture that exists solely, though unavoidably, in the minds of readers of Man, so that the homosexuality of Leverkusen would have nothing to do with Nietzsche, and the same would be true of 1,000 different traits, the birth on a Thuringian farm, the death on a farm in the Bavarian mountains, the musical theories analogous to those of Schoenberg, or the death of a nephew, of a little child. This last trait apparently related the author himself, and the homosexuality perhaps. But the pederasty does not cease being accursed, its image brought into the life of Nietzsche has something underhanded, shabby about it. Leverkusen is a genuine damned individual, visited by the devil, to whom he is bound by a pact. Man undoubtedly meant to construct a figure of the sort that mythology and legend can produce, combining the traits of different heroes, and the real personage with the legendary one. The novel's title refers to the most recent, and the most significant, of Leverkusen's musical works. The intention to place Leverkusen in the lineage of Faust is obvious. After Colleville, Genevieve Bianchis points to a perhaps closer parallelism with the oldest account of the adventures of Faust, the Faust book of 1587. LNT only, she says, is the musician's last work directly inspired by the last chapters of the Faust book, but Leverkusen's entire life is copied from the existence ascribed by legend to the accursed magician 46. In fact, whole sentences from the Faust book are carried over into Mann's novel, and Leverkusen, like the Faust of legend, was the son of honest and pious Thuringian peasants. Other details tell why. The composer occasionally speaks an archaic language similar to that of the Faust book. He speaks in this way with the devil, he is steeped in the magic of numbers, and in the mathematical relations of music he seeks something other than the sensible order and G of sounds. Apparently, it was pity, which he acknowledges in the essay and relates to veneration, but which inclines him painfully to contempt, that led Mann to combine the figure of Nietzsche with that of Faust, in order to reduce it to the theme of the will as victim of its excessiveness. I experienced the mixture of veneration and pity. I have never ceased to experience it. 47. Such is the origin of Dr. Faustus. In it the transfigured Nietzsche is no longer anything but the myth of defeat, of the catastrophe of the spirit. What he embodies is the impotent exasperation of an impious will, the limits of which the exceptional man has to go beyond. With a good deal of precision and delicacy, Mann has linked, in his study, the illness and the genius of Nietzsche, as he does in the novel about the genius and the illness of Leverkusen. The point is, who is afflicted with the disease, an average numbskull in whose case the disease of course lacks any spiritual and cultural aspect, or a Nietzsche, a Dostoevsky. 48. This sense of proportion does not lessen the harshness of the final judgment. Nietzsche wanted to make Zarathustra an achievement measured by which the entire remainder of all human activities appears poor and confined, when he claims that a Goethe, a Shakespeare, a Dante would never for a moment be able even to draw a breath in the heights of this book, and that the genius and the goodness of all great souls put together would never be capable of producing as much as one single oration of Zarathustra. 9. Man seems justified in contrasting these pretensions with the poverty of the results. This faceless and formless monster, Zarathustra, often touching and mostly painful to watch, and unhuman, wavering at the borders of the ridiculous. 50. Man even writes, who takes Nietzsche at face value, takes him literally, who believes him, is lost. 51. Nietzsche is a brilliant intellect, stripped bare by his illness, but the spectacle he offered to his fellows is something like, say, a farmhouse burning in the night. Nietzsche, a figure full of delicate and venerable tragedy and enveloped by the flashing summer lightning that heralds the dawn of a new time. 5 asterisk. To Nietzsche and the myth of defeated Germany further, man is disposed to mix Leverkusen's misfortune with German-wise disaster. Insofar as it transfigures the life of Nietzsche, that of Leverkusen transposes it into the period of the wars, which was the period of Germany's collapse. The story, which the author attributes to one of the musician's friends, is supposed to have been written during the second of these wars, the current, oppressive preoccupation with which adds to the heaviness of the preoccupation with past events. In Germany, people took from Nietzsche's teaching those elements that drew them willingly into war. But the historical effect is negligible. Man's narrative tells us of the immense joy that exploded, literally, with the declaration of war in 1914. Nietzsche of course had nothing to do with this. But a salient aspect of his doctrine accords, if need be, with Hitlerism. Man does not emphasize it in the least. He is even inclined to clear Nietzsche of that crude, sweeping accusation. Incidental why, I am inclined here to reverse cause and effect and not to believe that Nietzsche created fascism, but rather that fascism created him, that is to say, basically remote from politics and innocently spiritual, he functioned as an infinitely sensitive instrument of expression and registration. With his philosophy of power he presaged the dawning imperialism and as a quivering floatstick indicated the fascist era of the West in which we are living and shall continue to live for a long time to come, despite the military victory over fascism. 53. But if the Nietzsche-Nazism connection is superficial, for Nazism, Nietzsche's contribution was not only useless or uncertain but awkward. It is nonetheless easy and unavoidable to draw a parallel between the fate of Germany, its efforts and vain exasperation, and the unhappy impotence and miserable destiny of Nietzsche, a figure full of delicate and venerable tragedy, standing in the storm of history. An obvious efficac who takes Nietzsche literally. I is lost, depriving the philosopher of significance, reduces him to the visible sign, to the figure of tragedy. Man's invalidation is so complete that Nietzsche emerges from it muzzled, confined to musical expression. This book is in fact an abdication, if not by the writer, then by Germany, on behalf of which some Germans have reproached the exile for speaking. Dr. Faustus is the funereal panorama of a nation, the account of a collapse, the dirge of a world into which the devil brought confusion and error. This Larnento is the execration of excess, it is the confession and the cry for mercy of a diabolic resolution. 3. Homage and insult. I won't say more about Germany and its destiny, but however justified the judgment condemning that country's excess may be, it is not necessary in this connection to yield to the disarray that is provoked by Nietzsche's elusiveness and mobility. It is simple to say, who takes Nietzsche literally is lost. Or to resign oneself and no longer to expect from him, like Jaspers, anything but an initial shock, an incitement to the movement of thought. I imagine, on the contrary, that Nietzsche's is the only philosophy that wrenches one away from the servitude inherent in philosophical discourse, the only one that restores sovereignty to the free spirit. It's true that man is right, who takes Nietzsche literally. Is lost. 54. But, who tries to save his life shall lose it. No one is, for a moment, sovereign who does not lose himself. There is a glimmer of truth in man's impression, perceiving the link between the impulses that led Germany to the monstrous, and disastrous, attitude of its wars and Nietzsche's thought, open to the derangement of thought. The very form of this thought participates in the beginning of a disequilibrium, a rebellion, but Nietzsche himself felt the need for a restrained form. It seems that escaping from Germany had a vital significance in his eyes, that he clung to the idea the way a drowning man clings to a line, and it is in this, rather than through the doctrine of toughness, that he can be seen as having a presentiment of shameful events. To his mind, it was crucial to deny Christian morality, which utterly condemns the animal play of strength. He sometimes did so inordinately, without having sorted out the concordant demands of prohibition and infraction, he fell into the impasse of power. But his attitude is closed to us if we relate it to the concern of the man of action. Nietzsche aspired to the sovereignty of a free spirit. He would not have wanted, if such were possible, to abandon restraint, but he could not ignore the horror of that defenseless position. 55. Asterisk. You will never pray again, never adore again, never again rest in endless trust. You do not permit yourself to stop before any ultimate wisdom, ultimate goodness, ultimate power. While unharnessing your thoughts, you have no perpetual guardian and friend. FBR your seven solitudes, you live without a view of mountains with snow on their peaks and fire in their hearts, there is no avenger for you any more nor any final improver, there is no longer any reason in what happens, no love in what will happen to you. ih. I don't know if man is sensitive to such accents. He is surprised rather by Nietzsche's inability to revere. He is a little alarmed himself by the terms in which he has spoken of Zarathustra. Unhuman, wavering at the borders of the ridiculous. When I say this, he adds, I remember the desperate crslty with which Nietzsche spoke of many, really of all things he revered, of Wagner, of music in general, of morals, of Christianity, one nearly said, also of all things German, and how apparental why even WLTHHLS most furiously critical attacks egaln right Thor valuer and powers WHLCH he always respected deep WLTHLNHLS innermost Ralph, he never had the feeling of real LMPGLRLNG them, hut rather reamed to feel that the most awful insults he hurled at them, were Krentlalv a form of Ovid on. But man has misunderstood the significance of these remarks. Later we find this conclusion, one can say that Nietzsche's relation to the preferred objects of his criticism was fundamentally that of P and S_Zion, a passion basically neither negative nor positive, for one continually changes over into the other 58. These alternations are not unimportant. If we wish to judge Nietzsche's way of thinking, we must first consider the two basic attitudes of those who want to give their life a value independent of their useful works. Within the limits of Kaktian religion, the concern with reserving value for grace, irrespective of virtual works, always played the greatest role. However, one will pass over the oppositions represented by the names of Augustine and one Jansenius, Calvin, and above all Luther. Libertinage and Satanism are closer to the Nietzschean negation. I must recall, to begin with, the need for prohibitions without which the possibility of life as we know it is not given. We know that the observance of prohibitions relating essentially to sexuality and death founds the difference between man and animals. They are the respects that we impose on ourselves, which give that human quality which we prize above all else. No one can say, without being naive, concerning these prohibitions which press upon him, that he would be what he is. That he would have that eminent dignity why, if he had not observed them, who could go back to anima one behavior. But on the other hand, no one would have a /ein attitude if he sometimes did not lift those prohibitions, if he had one not situated, beyond the rules he observes and even reveres. In some way, the sovereign moment of being within himself. The most ancient men, and, in agreement with them, the archaic peoples, dimly perceived the need for these alternations. Only the rationalism of our age has scorned the primitive rule, which is not grounded in reason. Rationalism's contempt for the irrational rule is complex. One is a matter of reducing value to reason, that is, to theisful, even if it is absurd that an action should have value only in relation to something else, itself being useful for something. But rationalism itself when it deems it right not to follow a bothersome rule. Sometimes it gives a utilitarian interpretation of an interdiction, such as incest, thus the alleged degeneration of children born of the incestuous unions. Other times, reason is the pretext for liberties taken with custom, but a decision made rationally because of an irrational desire takes away the savor of the object of that desire. In a sense, rational judgments are able to license, but by judging it reasonable they make of it what nudism makes of nudity that is not miraculous, that is not desirable. 60 Nietzsche SCHE had a new attitude. Nietzsche did not have the archaic attitude. It is true that that moral law whose violation, in its principle, responded to a deeper demand within him, and one more deeply moral than the coarseness of the law. But in this fact I only see the key to a somewhat different position. Nietzsche SCHE has an attitude that was symmetrical and opposite to that of the heroes of the Greek tragedies, whom a fatality condemned to violate the rules they held sacred. But I could not adequately situate Nietzsche's paradox, that insult which is a homage, without relating it to other transgressions of the law in the context of modern life. For Nietzsche and Don Juan, the violation of the most seductive law, it is not the most serious, is doubtless the one that was assumed by the mythical character Don Juan. I am thinking of the portrayal by Mo7 Art and de Ponte. Kierkegaard, who came under its spell, contrasted the spirit of devotion with the seduction of a music that is the soul of eroticism. But Don Juan's libertinage goes beyond the delight in which the sexual prohibition is lifted. It is FRPM, the breaking of the law, that assures the dead of the horror-stricken respect of the living dollar. That the figure of seducer has derived its greatest charm. I can violate a law in two ways. I can neglect to observe it, 3 viola-ing it through ignorance, this is the attitude of rationalism. But I can consciously, without disregard and it, violate it with exuberance. In a first movement, Don Juan is content to ignore the fear that most people have of the dead. He is the commander's killer, but the irony of his invitation is not a sacrilege if nothing is sacred to him. But when the statue walks into the house, the evidence is clear, and Don Juan no longer defies that which he had the strength to ignore, he defies that which towers over him. He passes from levity to a consciousness of the law, when the hand of the statue chills him and, thunderstruck, he shouts no to the one who, in vain, commands him to repent. It is insofar as the commandler acts in he real order that Don Juan's attitude resembles that of N and FL, SCHE. The feeling of Don Juan, certain that hell is swallowing him up and not yielding, is in GL view comparable to the surmounted terror, which will never cease terrifying that Nietzsche links to the certainty of the death of God. Kiethal one yielded, they will not surrender at the moment when there was nothing left around them that did not overwhelm them. The libertine's death was not his defeat if in the hand of death itself he was unable to admit he was beaten, to the point where one must speak of his moral triumph. The commander would win if the Killel acknowledged the crime and repented. He fails since he cannot get the lawbreaker to admit his wrong. The story of Don Juan enriches men with a possibility they lacked in the archaic world. 1th archaic /world, the transgressor acknowledged the crime in advance. Ty committed it nonetheless. The advantage remained with the one who dictated the prohibition. However, a radical difference separates the legendary lord from Nietzsche. The former is brought, in spite of himself but through sovereign action, to the knowledge that the law prevails. He does not yield and remains conscious, in dying, of not yielding. But whitens him from the outside. The moral demand never ceased to impress itself on Nietzsche 7 SCHE from 3 WRTBLN. Nietzsche could not rely, as Don Juan did, on the errors of reason. 5 Baudelaire's Satanism and Sartre's interpretation. Sartre has stressed the nor character of Satanism. Satanism is perhaps more foreign to Nietzsche 7 CCHE than Don Juan's invitation. He also comes near to it in a different way, which allows us to define another possibility open to present-day man, one that only Christianity has provided. The revolutionary, says Sartre, explaining Baudelaire's attitude, wants to change the world. The rebel is careful to preserve the abuses from which he suffers so that he can go on rebelling against them. LLC does not want to destroy or transcend the existing order, he simply wants to rise up against it. The more he attacks it, the more he secretly respects it. In the depths of his heart he preserves the rights which he challenges in L.62. Or further on. The atheist doesn't bother about God one because he has made up his mind once and for all that God doesn't exist. But the priest who celebrates a black mass hates God one because lie is kind and one flouts limb because lie is respectable. FLC applies his will to the negation of the established order, but at the same time he preserves this order and asserts his belief in its existence more strongly than ever. 63. Sartre has said of this position that it was that of a man who never progressed beyond the stage of childhood. H4. Is Satan himself anything more than the symbol of disobedient sulky children who ask that their father's look should free them in their singular essence and who did wrong in the framework of good? A parental why missing from these formulas in which Sartre wished to enclose Baudelaire is awareness of a contrary problem, that encountered by revolutionaries who, if they overthrow the established order, have __THC responsibility of establishing a new order, a better one no clout, but an order nonetheless. No serious, and I sustained objection can be made against need to give everyone's activity rules that limit it and place it in the service of good. So we are faced with a dilemma, we are adults mailers, we actually overthrow the established order, but we cannot intend to put freedom in the place of constraint. We have to impose me new constraint, less burdensome perhaps, but a constraint such that society as a whole does not cease to acknowledge the prima of useful activity. Just as before, we must deprive ourselves of access to a too costly luxury, a certain freedom that is conventionally called evil. We would not be able, in a roundabout way, to satisfy need for license in the name of the necessity that is condemned by the law. Only rebellion gives access to the unjustifiable disorder WHSE meaning Eisen not being compatible with the law, like the crowds, rebellion is childish. Lucid revolution. C. Submits and the necessity whose empire blind rebellion denies. If I go back to the archaic forms of prohibition and violation, the dilemma is posed in different terms. In the pre-Christian world the prohibition that an irrational nausea prescribed was empirically in accord with necessity. This nausea resulted from the disequilibrium that exuberance intro-ducade, but, restrained for a long enough time, the exuberance, while to give itself free expression without any danger and what it experienced at that moment in a sovereign manner was what it had at first forbidden itself. But the prohibition lifted in this way was lifted only childish. Those rules transgressed in broad daylight, luring the festival were those that the transgressor preserved in the depths of his heart. Revolutionary action, the only adult action, cuts us off from those cunning possibilities to which, in the guise of Satanism, Christianity gave a more shameful form of itself, one that was more deeply untenable and at the same time more accessible to us. The sexual prohibition is mainly the occasion of this modern form of rebellion. Baudelaire, whose prosecutor Sartre took it on himself to become, which also involved some ingenuousness, expressed this possibility, unknown to archaic man, very well. As for myself, I say, the supreme and unique pleasure of love lies in the certainty that one is doing evil. And man and woman know from birth that the whole of pleasure is to be found in Ev 167. If God, who placed evil in pleasure, did I not exist, or at least was not the object of some mistaken certainty, the sovereign moment of pleasure would no longer be available to us. In other words, eliminating the mysticism connected with religious representation. The rule of life establishes the value of irregularity. J. The sovereign attitude, which is established by respect for the rule, is linked to the conscious violation of the respect it fails to observe. Pleasure, unjustified by any utility, is sovereign insofar as it denies to the point of ecstasy a world that is infinitely deserving of respect. It is characteristic of Christianity to have given a coherent, rationalized, form to the respect that the world of efficacious activity deserves. The basic theme of archaic humanity attains absurdity in the logical opposition of God and evil, of angelic purity and criminal obscenity. Eroticism is doubtless only a particular aspect, but it is a touchstone. The question is always whether we are exceeding the limit despite the awareness we have of exceeding it dangerously, and despite our respect for the weakness of a world predicated on the limit. If we are aware of the danger and of the destruction of things, we acknowledge in some way, in the feeling of sin, but also in the vexation that intended to pay no heed to anything the respect that is deserved by the prohibition we violate, the prohibition and the immense world, whose most studied form is the Christian God, which is associated with the prohibition. Would Don Juan be what he is for us if he had not encountered it, and if, encountering it, he had not refused it to the end, in the gasp of death? Would sensual pleasure be dreadful, which it is, without that curse by God that oppresses us when we are ravaged by pleasure? Nietzsche is the atheist who bothers about God, because he once recognized that, not existing, the place that God left vacant laid 11 things open to destruction. At the same time, Nietzsche demanded freedom and was conscious of a breakdown that goes with it. Freedom is, first of all, a political reality. In this case, it corresponds to the oppression of one class by another. It can also be the occasion of a philosophical chatter, as if the metaphysical question concerning it did not immediately call for the silence of unknowing. 68, but beyond politics and the domain of efficacious action, freedom signifies a sovereign attitude in the domain of sensible values. I can act in order to be free, but the action immediately deprives me of the freedom that I have to respond to passion. It is remarkable in this respect to see Nietzsche, to a certain extent, share in Baudelaire's childishness. Nietzsche's behavior apparently has nothing to do with an opening, in evil, to the voluptuous moment. But where man sees a futile agitation, in the entanglement where the Isolde clung to the homage, the dual impulse peculiar to the sovereign attitude is revealed. Nietzsche had perceived from the start that paradoxical impossibility of yielding in either direction. As early as 1875, after the birth of tragedy, he wrote these few words that break down the door opened by man's judgment: Socrates, I must avow, is so close to me that I am constantly at war with him. 69. He never stopped taking stock of the immense effort, represented by Socrates and morals, Christianity and God, that attempted to organize into a single block all the conflicting possibilities of the human being. That is why he never saw evil, which makes this desperate effort useless, anywhere else but in the rent where Baudelaire glimpsed it. Vis-a-vis unavoidable evil, the evil that alone is sovereign because it alone escapes from necessity, Nietzsche did not just have the attitude of the child who would like for a delightful situation to last. He knew, but wasn't Baudelaire aware of the fact, that it can't last. He knew that the void opened up beneath the feet of anyone who assumes it, to whom the sovereign moment is given, who, in this moment, experiences as his own dissolution the dissolution of the thing and of everything. He knew that once the keystone of the edifice was struck, the earth was severed from its sun, and that we were all read why in the breath of MPTY space 70. Fr. The present age and sovereign art. 1. The situation of the sovereign subject men today's world. It seems to me at this point that the usual tie linking thoughts among themselves and linking men to the limited propositions of language is coming undone. At this point, admiration and adhesion are passing over into oblivion, into indifference. In this ambiguous world, which is breaking up, where others sought God, where in our turn, certain of attaining nothing, we seek, the time comes, finally, to embrace all the perspectives in which the drama's protagonist, the subject, or the authentic sovereign, seems to us now to be lost, so clumsily. Might there actually be a place in this world for that impossibility? One kind of figure is banished from communism, that of the sovereign writer or artist. In Soviet society, the writer and the artist are in the service of leaders who are not sovereign, as I said, except in the renunciation of sovereignty. An unprecedented situation results from this. Not only has Soviet society banished the sovereign writer or artist, but in general it no longer allows a new thing but the art or literature of the past. The bourgeois world, which is basically even more closed than communism to positive sovereignty, does welcome the sovereign writer or artist, but only insofar as he is not recognized as such. 2. Sovereignty in sacred art and literature. But the broad perspectives I want to speak of can be embraced only if we start from an earlier situation. Archaic society itself essentially excluded the sovereign writer or artist. But sovereignty dominated it. The writer or artist could not be sovereign in that society because of their artistic production alone. Literature or art, subordinate either to the city or to the person of the sovereign, were nonetheless the expression of an autonomous subjectivity, not of an objective activity or an alienated subjectivity, involved through action on things in the negation of itself. In particular, art was an expression of the subjectivity of the sovereigns, who did not work and could not have any action that might subordinate them to anything but themselves. Moreover, Greek tragedy, which expressly considers man's save-reign subjectivity, always deals with the subjectivity of traditionally sovereign personages, which goes to show that ancient democracy, which had repudiated the person of the king, maintained the values that he embodied. The situation of artists or writers in archaic society, prior to the possibilities of profane art, was actually quite variable, but in any case they were in the service of that archaic sovereignty which we can justifiably call real, as it is connected with with an institution, a given objective reality. The principle of such a service lay in the sovereign's inability to express, by himself, that subjectivity which, being the objectified subjectivity of all the others, had to be communicated to them. This principle was equally valid for kings, for priests, and for sacerdotal bodies. Dignitaries could speak, but they could also keep silent and use the voice of others. Were they not themselves in the service of a sovereign reality, of an institution that transcended them personally, and that they only temporarily embodied? Within this sacred system, splits remans could occur. A man might say to himself, and proclaim, that, over and above those who claimed to embody it, served the true sovereignty, which was independent of all its embodiments. But the principle was not changed in the slightest. The writer or artist served in any case a real sovereignty, outside their personal objectivity, save in the effective tie connecting this latter to real sovereignty. 3. Profane art and literature. As the sacred world declined and profane society had more importance, profane art and literature apparently took on profane forms. But was this so-called profane ever anything but a degraded aspect of the sacred? Considering them as a whole, imposing as they are, profane art and literature still did not bring men anything more than a substitute for the emotions that were found first in the sanctuary where the most terrible truth appeared to them. It will be difficult to state briefly what profane art is capable of expressing. The only general character it has is its extreme diversity. Derision and confusion constantly and limitlessly distort it. But for all that, it continues to fulfill the initial function of art, which is the expression of subjectivity, of that subjectivity which, from the outset, claimed to be the purpose of all objects. This point is essential. The sacred and the profane are defined by a formal discontinuity, by the sharpness of their contrast. But if we contrast sacred art with profane art, this discontinuity is absent. 71 Sometimes profane art borders on sacred art, and nowhere is there any clear difference, any threshold, in the continuous multiplicity of the various forms of profane art. Even if it is easy to be mistaken in the matter, genius is altogether different from talent. But just as prose is not separated from poetry by any threshold, art that expresses anguish is not truly separate from that which expresses joy. The chapters of a manual that deals successively with dramatic or lyric poetry, the novel, the journal, or the essay, are only arbitrarily distinct. Profane art, regarding ij as such, can even, whenever it likes, express as well as it can the subjectivity of those sovereign forms that long dominated society. But it still differs from sacred art in that it adds to the expression of this definite subjectivity that of human subjectivity isolated from those dominant forms. For the connection between profane art and eroticism in particular, it expresses the subjectivity of eroticism, which is out of place and gives rise to disconcerting comments if it is assumed in the context of sacred art. In principle, eroticism is linked to the profane world in that it cannot be the object of Genera 1 communication, which the expression of the sacred is in society. The communication of erotic subjectivity, even if it is literary, appeals confidentially to the one who receives it as a personal possibility, separate and apart from the multitude. It does not address itself to the admiration, to the respect of everyone, but to that secret contagion that never rises above others, that does not advertise itself and calls only for silence. 5. The artist's distress linked to sovereignty, which once inaccessible to him we nonetheless lose, in the dispersal of the profane world, the ability to communicate sacred terror, which is the province of religion. There is a deterioration even though a compensation might appear. Sacred art got its power from repetition, the greatest shocks provoking the strongest emotions were repeated without variance, weariness came only in the long run. Profane art no cloud has the capacity to renew, but the artifice is perceptible from the moment when expression no longer has the immutable form that the centuries had one allowed. It is no longer the subjectivity of mankind, independent of that of a servile artist, concerned with finding the most effective means. It is that of any man wandering about in the world of things and deriving from his agitation an existence on a par with the subjugated crowd. Genius itself does not, low away with the necessity for the artist to wretchedly seek his way, often passing through intrigue, rivalries, and ingratiation. Nor does it do away with that megalomania based on error, which substitutes grandiloquent chatter for the simplicity and the silence of royal personages, on whom chance had one bestowed effortless majesty. But, usedly without knowing it, the artist accedes to sovereign subjectivity himself, by expressing it. For a long time, what kept the artist from feeling himself to be sovereign, rather the opposite, was propriety. The artist made the work of art. Who was more conscious than he of the skill, the work, not to mention the trickery, without which he could not have expressed anything? In so far as it exists, subjectivity is sovereign, and il exists insofar as it is communicated. But his honesty diverted the artist from the movement to which his situation condemned him. His integrity and the feeling he must have had that he would be committing a crime of L6se majest if he assumed a sovereignty that the institutions reserved exclusively for themselves. Sacred art at first had been for the artist an expression of the subjectivity of others, not of his own. Profane art found its integrity in maintaining this modesty. While on the whole it gave up expression of the dominant sovereignty, at all events it confined itself, as best it could, to expression of the subjectivity of others besides itself. This kind of art became mainly the expression of personages who were not aware of being sovereign and whose fleeting subjectivity, necessarily sovereign, would have slipped away if they had been tied to their daily action with its narrow reality, trips to the office or purchases in shops. There is a conventional suppression of objective elements in the representation of the personages of art, but this kind of sovereignty, that of anybody, acquired in the suppression of servile elements, is not offset by the clear consciousness of a sovereign situation in the world. In spite of everything, these personages are apprehended, if not in an insignificant attitude, then at least in their ability to take upon themselves the totality of being. This slide that characterizes profane art has the following consequence: if the artist manages in spite of everything to express his own subjectivity, it is always a fleeting subjectivity that is attributed to others, the subjectivity that does not recognize what it is. In the period of art I am speaking of, from which romantic art stands apart perhaps, but with the awkwardness that wonders at its audacity and vainly calls attention to it, the artist remained within the humbled society, suffering, like any one else, the ascendancy of a traditionally sovereign world. He was no longer in the series of the incarnations of that world, as his predecessor was in the time of sacred art, think of the anonymous image maker of the Middle Ages, but he was nonetheless, like anybody, in search of the dignity that was given by proximity to the great ones or to the throne. In what he imagined of his own subjectivity, nothing seemed sovereign to him. The honesty to which he clung did not allow him to think differently. His place at the court, not his value, entitled him to that share of the magnificence to which he aspired with the feigned modesty that is the essence of modesty. He confined himself to the role of decorator and art to that of embellishment. 6. Sovereign art. The sovereigns themselves recognized to a degree, but heedlessly, this mistaken self-perception that artists had. But they drew artists to their court and could not help but see a work of art in the splendor that defined their sovereignty. Without the effect of art, the sovereigns could not have communicated the splendor of their subjectivity. For the splendor of a king consisted of nothing but appearance, and appearance was the domain of the architects, painters, musicians, and writers that surrounded him. It was insofar as these latter had the power to give the sovereign's splendid subjectivity the signs that express it that the king was radiant to all others. He drew them into closeness with him, therefore, because in his eyes art brought them near to his own essence. The artist could not himself be any less heedless than the king was. He did not see the magnificence within himself, but only in his works or in their royal aspect. It was never a question of man's fundamental subjectivity, which, differing only in a random way from that of other men, instead of being radically separate, like that of God or the king, belonged to the artist to the degree that he was able to communicate it. Sovereign subjectivity remained linked to the universal, to the totality, which the king had the function of claiming, and to the power he believed he derived from the subjective sovereignty that the others attributed to him. In this way, the road toward a sovereign subjectivity merged with his own oneness, and the magic power that belonged to him personally was blocked for the artist. The divine condition and the possibility of attaining it through an intimate participation, of which the artist was capable, but outside the work of art, sanctioned this estrangement, in which he kept himself, from that which he might have discovered in himself, directly 72, which exists provided the subject discovers it by expressing it. When the occasion presented itself, a few artists glimpsed a possibility that is theirs. But they could not grasp its significance so long as the feudal edifice was not strongly shaken. Until then, God, surrounded by saints, priests, and great ones, made them feel there was a subjectivity that necessarily carried more weight than their own, in the sense at least that their own was bridled and reduced to worrying about the contestation of others. The literary world and commune ism. It was a long time before solitude spread out before the man to whom the work of art, expression, opened up the riches of subjectivity, once there were no longer at his side those shadows madly in love with themselves, anchored in the sense of grandeur elevating them far above the multitude, of which Louis XIV is the last chilling example. In an immense spiritual agitation, the idea of God had itself lost that undisputed power of vertigo, whose existence alone made the inadequacy of all men bearable, their profound servitude and the way they had of lowering themselves to the level of things, while pretending to place themselves not quite so low as their neighbor. Nothing subsisted but that deep, and elusive, subjectivity, slipping away from anyone who tried to reduce it to that which things are, a subjectivity of which God and kings were obviously nothing more than the antiquated form, reduced in fact, alienated in the very effort to grasp it. In the depths of this solitude the problem of art finally ceased to be ridiculous, or if it seemed a bit more so, this was because absolute, aggressive ridicule was now the contrary of wretched, humiliated ridicule. Unlimited ridicule opened the man of sovereign art to art finally free of respect for others and to sovereignty not limited by any prohibition, but only by the consciousness of an unbearable tragedy, at once dreaded and desired. 7. The poverty of art for art's sake and the extreme limit of the possible yet, recently still, the miserable idea of art for art's sake showed how difficult it is to perceive the simplicity of the problem that art poses to existence. Art for art's sake meant that art cannot serve any other purpose than itself, but this formula makes little sense if art is not first extricated from the insignificant position it has in society. Art for art's sake was a response to the yearning for the feudal situation, where those whom the artists served, and on whom they completely depended, were themselves in the service of institutional sovereignty. What was at issue was still a decorative art, but this time one for the use of dilettantes detached from society. What the protagonists of art for art's sake wanted was merely to escape from the preoccupations of a society that had set itself goals that had nothing to do with pure sovereignty, goals that were not different, on the whole, from the basic goals of Soviet society. The formula would have been truly meaningful only if art had one directly assumed the legacy of sovereignty, of all that was once authentically sovereign in the universal figure of God as well as in the figures of the gods and kings. It was necessary finally to claim the legacy with a FBRCE that corresponded to its boundlessness, but without ever resorting to discourse, in silence and in the sovereign moment of a definitive indifference. If art is heir to the sovereignty of kings and of God, this is because sovereignty never had anything in it but general subjectivity, except toward that power over things that was attributed just as arbitrarily to sovereignty as to the operations of magic. But at first, men saw only in others, whether these others were the imaginary being or their fellow men, that which their subjectivity generally contains that is disturbing, leaving one on the verge of tears. Could we, even Totley, perceive without the beloved being that staggering truth of the self, whose absence we cannot endure and one whose presence we cannot bear as it is, since in our eyes it is doubtlessly the subjectivity of being, but only at the price of destroying that thing in it, the limited object, which it might be. But what love now reveals to us more dangerously than God could once reveal in a different way has the defect of being unbearable. We cannot detach the beloved being from the ties that bind it to chance and that constantly toss us back and forth between error and suffering. We live thrown back, beyond love, into the heartbreaking expression of a subjectivity that we have in common with that indeterminate fellow being to whom literature appeals, and who makes us alive to that subjectivity at the moment when we communicate it to him. This sovereignty is doubtless but a suffocation in the unbearable. It brings to mind the ejaculation that makes one empty, the ecstasy that makes one cry, I am dying from not dying. But it is no longer a matter of dilettantism. Sovereign art reaches the extreme limit of the possible. 8. The example of Zarathustra. The situation of the artist discovering the dignity that belongs to him is ridiculous nonetheless. The work of art cannot express without misrepresenting it that which his sensibility suggests to him and reveals to him only in impotence finally. Traditionally, the work of art invites one to give some real form to the subjectivity that offers itself and yet is only a refusal of the real order. I now come back to Zarathustra, whose weakness I could not have considered apart from the preceding reflections, and whose example will help me define my thinking. Isn't Zarathustra the transposing onto others of the expression given by Nietzsche to his own subjectivity? It is the plagiarism of sacred literature, bringing onto the stage a character from the sacred world, recognized as such, or meaning to be. But in the tradition of profane literature, Zarathustra is the expression of a fictitious subjectivity, a piece of objective literature. We have to wonder whether it was possible to feign the existence of a sacred personage without going against the requirements of a world that knows nothing of the gratuitousness of fiction. Mythology never professes to be anything other than real. But this book, being neither completely sacred nor completely profane, does not completely satisfy the requirements of a sovereign art either. It falls short to the extent that it conceals the author's deep subjectivity under antiquated forms. This book is the fiction of sacred reality, although it is the immediate expression of sovereign subjectivity. This discordant multiplicity involves a considerable slide. Nietzsche, with the aid of profane liberty, disguising himself as a recognized, or recognizable, sacred entity, potentially assumed the functions of such an entity, connected with the reality of power. The sovereign subjectivity of which I speak, drawing its consciousness and very existence from literary expression, cannot give itself functions possessed only by real and recognized entities. The real sovereignty of Zarathustra's striving to act in the world is not the useless fiction of profane art, whereas the movement of thought is very much the expression of sovereign art. But sovereign art is such only in the renunciation, indeed in the repudiation of the functions and the power assumed by real sovereignty. From the viewpoint of power, sovereign art is an abdication. It throws the responsibility for managing things back onto things themselves. In Zarathustra we can no longer see, at present, anything but the suffering of Nietzsche, bewildered at feeling the sovereign subjectivity within him, suffocating and, out of despair, with the aid of fiction, looking on deserted paths for the way but ecce homo, which according to Gide expressed Nietzsche's jealousy, the insistence on a sovereignty equal to that of Jesus, is nonetheless a disavowal of the dubious claims of Zarathustra. The suffering of sovereignty weighed upon him and, possessed by a great passion, he rose from a hopeless yearning for archaic forms, to that abandon of sovereign art, which made him finally prefer being a buffoon to being a saint. 9. Where sovereignty chooses not to subordinate 1 nothing, this parotely of affirmation is the last word of sovereign subjectivity, freed from the dominion it wanted, or had, to give itself over things. In this world, the man of sovereign art occupies the most common position, that of destitution. Whether or not he enjoys paltry resources, destitution is his lot, only the bottom of the ladder is the right level for him. Even this is on the understanding that he does not demand a leadership privilege for the class that occupies it. Not that he opposes the leadership of the poorest, but even if they remain destitute, those who lead, or intend to lead, are opposed to him. He remains on the side of the led. Those who mean to lead the world, and change it, opt in this way for accumulation. Those who prefer that others lead it, even if their refusal to lead were but the consequence of the refusal to be led, aim at non-productive consumption. The led of our time are the only ones who restrain, if the leadership troubles them, that vast movement of growth whose excessiveness is the promise of disastrous consumptions. There is always something extravagant about the man of sovereign art, what Jaspers calls exceptional. But I would like to forestall any extravagant interpretation of what I've said about this, which I limit to experience, concerned that I will not get to the end of it. This affinity with destitution comes into play, at the bottom, only in the aversion for enterprise. It is merely paradoxical, at the bottom of the ladder the worker demands the improvement of his condition, with a view to a greater consumption throughout his life, but he does not want to extract it from an increased amount of labor. On the contrary, it's true, only technical progress and acquired accumulation make it possible to satisfy him, but he may be indifferent to these factors. His first impulse is directed against growing accumulation. In general, the working masses I speak of would reduce, if the decision were theirs, the share allotted to accumulation, they would increase that allotted to wages. I am not saying they are right, nor that the man of sovereign art is in principle qualified to judge in the matter, but the impulse of immediate subjectivity goes blindly in that direction. This doesn't signify a general affinity between the man of destitution and the man of sovereign art. From a different standpoint than that of accumulation and expenditure, it merely signifies the declass existence of the sovereign artist. The profane artist could also socially lower se declasser himself, but nothing obliged him to do so, whereas the sovereignty of art requires that anyone who bears that sovereignty within him come down in the world. This loss of social standing declassment is not opposed to the inner knowledge of the human possibilities that classing alone opened up, but it involves itself in the negation of those possibilities insofar as they attain the cohesion that bestows rank. Indeed, sovereign art signifies, in the most exact way, access to sovereign subjectivity independental of rank. This does not imply the meaninglessness of the behaviors that raised men above themselves as well as above animals, but rather their complete dislocation and their constant calling into question. In any case, sovereign subjectivity can never tie itself to such behaviors, except on condition that they do not raise any objection to existence at the bottom of the ladder. Not that they do not differ from that existence, but the one who upholds them can never feel free of the abhorrence of contrary behaviors. Nothing, in fact, could make him regard himself as being above another, even if this were a criminal or someone repugnant to him, except insofar as the other would himself imagine he had some superiority of rank or race. This is not a moral attitude, or, at least, it is not a judgment good for all times. It is particularly when accumulation prevails over its contrary that class differences have a meaning they did not have before. The world of accumulation is the world rid of the values of traditional sovereignty, in which things have value. Subjective ity has the most limited place in it. But rank maintains, as one said, a constant importance, in hidden forms. In spite of everything, rank has kept part of the allurement it had in archaic society, but fortune alone determines it, and, though everyone may be tormented by it, no one talks about it. I call attention to the immense hypocrisy of the world of accumulation. In principle, it is completely contrary to archaic society's two main forms of activity, to the positing of rank, established by some form of ostentatious expenditure, and war, which is assuredly the most costly form of the destruction of goods. In actual fact, accumulation developed insofar as it effectively opposed both these forms. But while the world of accumulation remains their moral condemnation, it was only able to give them an increased importance, however, since it ultimately increased wealth. But this importance goes hand in hand with a disgraceful delusion. The world of accumulation cannot use up its wealth except through differences of rank and through war. These trappings, in the archaic world, had human dimensions, and the virtues of man thrived on them, not always happily, but at least in an exaltant manner. Whereas, owing both to their condemnation and to their increased necessity, the generalized pursuit of rank is today, in its hypocrisy, the final humiliation of a multitude that has become comical, and war looks as if it will become the fraudulent bankruptcy of the human race. Communism has opposed and still opposes the pursuit of differences of rank, but it is facing a dilemma. Peaceful policy is causing it to shift from a frantic accumulation to modes of consumption-consummation, which in the current framework are bound to foster, in everyday life, not a rise in the standard of living, but a fight by everyone for a higher standard than his neighbor. I'm not saying that the communist leaders could not in any way orient their economy toward a rise at the base, but such an orientation is more difficult than it appears at first. Proletarian opposition to the wage scale is perhaps not strong, the proletarians considered in the aggregate being themselves inclined to rise on the scale. The idea of a communist society, in the strictly egalitarian sense the word has in its contrast with the merely socialist stage of development, has never taken on a concrete meaning since the anti-egalitarian turn old Stalinist policy. An opposite turn would imply, I imagine, a reversion to constraint, and constraint leads back to that tension which only war maintains. Now, it would be impossible to overlook the fact that communist accumulation, which doesn't necessarily lead to war, leads to it insofar as constraint ensures unlimited accumulation, if need be, and insofar as the leader's sovereign renunciation of sovereignty is contrary to non-productive consumption. The way out is undoubtedly egalitarian consumption, and it would be inadmissible not to see that, in THC world of renounceable sovereignty, egalitarian consumption is what's wanted. Unfortunately, egalitarian consumption runs counter to the sovereign movement that demands consumption, and only renounced sovereignty ensures it, a renunciation that may be achieved by the leaders, or at most by a party elite, but not by a mass of people always open to outstripping one another. Thus, given the fact that egalitarian consumption remains the way out for the Soviet world, and the easy roads or tracks that most often guide movements do not lead to it, the easy roads leave the communist rulers facing this dilemma, either consumption in the pursuit of rank, moral bankruptcy, or catastrophic consumption in war. Or, turning aside these outlets, accumulation generates those return shocks, all the more dangerous because they confound the will, with a decisive force. Doubtless, if the communist bloc existed by itself this dilemma would seem easily avoidable, but opposite the bourgeois world, twisting on the horns of the same dilemma, and perhaps more d/, soon, developed accumulation permitting, the Soviet populace will be disjoined by an increased, easy and unequal, con/umption, or, in the disorder universally maintained by a blind bourgeoisie, some unacceptable provocation by its enemies will cause its leaders, frightened by a consumption that /graces them, to plunge it into war. One communist thought is not equal to this situation. The solution that it envisages theoretically is logical, it is consumption at the base, but this thought does not address the problems that go beyond the construction of the USSR. It restricts itself without renewal to the basic ideas of Marxism and to the immediate experience of internal Soviet policy. The first communist to come along will be quick to reply to me, he will do so with that blind sincerity that leads straight to dishonest provocation. I will listen to him with the feeling that, after all, the vacuousness of non-communist thought justifies him. But contempt or insult cannot alter the fact that communism, having earned the credit for raising and keeping open the problem of egalitarian consumption, has not solved it for all that. In particular, nothing in the worldle enables us to cleanse a changed humanity, renouncing, in its inner being, the pursuit of rank and war. Moreover, that is not what's at issue. The problem that confronts us is not whether within the limits of the USSR and the communist bloc, or even in a uniformly socialized world, it will be possible to use up the accumulated resources. 75 The current problem is altogether different. It's a matter of using up, without war, that unprecedented accumulation, which has turned the whole world into a colossal powder keg. I'm not talking so much about nuclear explosion as I am about the general movement of production, which has not become any less terrifying since the USSR began to take part in it. Indeed, the development of the USSR has coincided with the atomic discoveries, which finish the business of making wars of accumulation an enormous return shock. In principle, sovereign thought is not concerned with problems of this nature. Sovereign thought considers the possibility of sovereign moments that are not grasped as things, and that stand in contrast to archaic sovereignty. Archaic sovereignty off-cradle itself to the things that slaves and subordinates became, and to the things which the products of these latter were, as their purpose. In this way, it came under the sway of the world of things in order to dominate the world. In order to become the purpose of things, it grasped itself as a thing, and took on the efficacy of a thing. Sovereign thought, which corresponds to the man of sovereign art, who first expressed himself in the work of Nietzsche and whom I've tried to describe in a quick but systematic sketch, envisages a complete separation from the world of things, from objective activity, and from subjectivity. It has two aspects, then. The first is the world of free subjectivity, the second is that of objectivity freed from subjectivity. Insofar as the latter frees itself from objectivity, these two aspects are interdependent, whence the ambiguity of this work which, wanting to reach the sovereign moment, considers practical questions so as to separate them from it, and conversely. The problem I speak of, exhausting the surplus without war, is that of a world of that would escape the control of subjectivity. 76 We must seek exhaustion through rational means, as against the subjective means of the pursuit of rank and of war. Freck subjectivity is not at issue. In a worldle of productivity that would consistently obey its own laws, expenditures freely devoted to art might be great, but they would not depend on a sovereign concentration of resources and remaining haphazard. They would never pose as a solution to the problem. The solution depends on rational behavior alone, with the capitalist states considering the gift in a rational manner, with a view to a less unequal distribution of resources in the world, in the framework of a narrow policy and a traditional diplomacy. Today revolution is nothing but an emotionally charged word, an incitement to war that doesn't have the clarity to give its name. Nothing more is involved than a change of direction. 77 If the view of today's worldle that is manifested in thought linked to the primacy of conscious subjectivity were to spread, the worldle of things will escape the irrational government of an objective thought that is constantly distorted by the action of an unconscious subjectivity. 2. I could not define the place and the meaning of the man of sovereign art in this worldle without calling attention to the rational consequences of a less dim-sighted way of looking at things. The masses are only interested in the consequences of his thought, and his sensibility is alien to them. The strangest thing is that he measures up to that measureless catastrophe under the thread of which we are living. This is because he always lives rather as if he were the last man. In the same way, sentiments opposite to those of the multitude, or the lack of sensibility, measure us against death. At every turn, I necessarily distance myself from that normal condition to which ordinary thought rivets us. Arriving at the end of these work, whose progress led only to the distant point where thought loses itself, I have a troubled feeling. Have one not led my readers astray? Or have I misled them twice? My thoughts direct me toward an undefinable region to which it is vain to try to lead. But I would like, once more, to laboriously roll my Sisyphean rock. I would like to open up another perspective if I can. Thus far, I have spoken of Nietzsche, and I will now speak of Franz Kafka. I don't want to lose sight of the main thing. The main thing is always the same: sovereignty is Notian.